Solovyov in Tsarist Russia in 1796. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426. I'm not a young general of the Security Command. As for the things, like being awarded medals for meritorious service, the distance from the Russian frontline headquarters to St. Petersburg is still much closer than the long route in the past. Because of his military exploits, Solovyov was awarded the Order of St. Anna, second class this time. After all, he was only the acting chief of staff, and he only appeared where he should be at the critical moment in the battle. In this way, it is still quite reasonable. His performance in Poltusk was indeed not decisive. As for Alexander's medals, it always feels like he is adding to the stakes. Except for the 4th class Order of St. George, those who receive medals are often promoted according to their previous merits. In addition, Solovyov also knew a big thing for him. Congratulations, Michel, you become a general today, but medals and wine. Don't mention this for now. What Solovyov fears most is large glasses of beer and vodka. Fortunately, this time it fell into the hands of Langeron and Wittgenstein. It is true that there was wine in the luggage cart of the old drunkard Buckholden, but we must also consider that this guy is also a German, and he would not bring a cart of little water. Okay, have some champagne. I still need your sober mind. It took Solovyov 11 years to finally get from second lieutenant to general. Of course, according to the usual qualifications, the promotion of colonel to major general is different from the promotion of lieutenant colonel to colonel, or major general to lieutenant general. He even speculated that this backdoor is a fast-forward channel prepared for some noble children, so it was arranged in this way. But for someone like him, who has some connections, but seems to have none, that is another matter. In the Russian army, seniority is always the basis for promotion, and even compared with military merit, the proportion is not low at all. If there are some connections, like the 3 Dolgorukov brothers, they are appreciated quite quickly. Of course, Solovyov didn't know at this moment that Peter Dolgorukov died of a sudden high fever. He was just paying attention to the things on the front line. To be honest, there are still many young officers around Alexander, but their ability to fight is more muscle than brain, or their brain is full of muscle. In this case, it is not easy for Solovyov, who always likes to use his brain, to be promoted. He was just in the middle of his qualifications. He served as the commander of the Guards Chasseur Regiment. Although it is a small regiment, the sequence is only behind the 3 major Guards regiments. Therefore, his resume is very full and there is no problem. If this is not made up, after the war, Russia and France signed a peace treaty, it is not necessarily that he can be promoted to general. The proportion of military merit must be very high. Speaking of which, this is still due to the light of his fiancé. Little Katar's father and uncle are generals, and his grandfather is the former commander-in-chief of the Russian army. For someone like him, it seems that he is eating soft rice and hard. Of course, he didn't have time to think about these questions now. After Langeron congratulated him on his promotion to general and received the medal, he raised a question based on the intelligence. According to the current French army's movements, the 6th Army is relatively isolated and has gone deep alone. As for the 1st Army, it seems to be far away from the battlefield, but also far away from the main force of the French army. However, when Langeron said this, I don't know if Buckholden was still drunk and suddenly asked a question. Where is the French 2nd Army? He said this without considering Langeron's identity as a royalist, and he didn't think before he spoke. But Solovyov was not without a way, and he said this to him directly. Dear General Buckholden, some people have indeed raised questions about the question you raised. The 2nd Army of the French army is now in Dalmatia. They seem to have some ideas about the islands we control in the Mediterranean, so they are not in Bonaparte's army. Ah, is that so? Solovyov also wanted to complain in his heart. This Buckholden will make some jokes sooner or later. At least in the next battle, he must let his adjutant take care of his wine bottle. In addition, when it comes to Wittgenstein, although he also likes to drink a little, fortunately, although this man sometimes has more muscles than brains, he is still relatively restrained. Unlike Butch Holden, he is simply the commander-in-chief, and the order is passed down. Then, he didn't want to care about this old drunkard, but turned around and proposed his idea to Langeron. Since Ney is relatively isolated compared to other French troops, we can take action at this time and prepare to strike him. If we can succeed, we can weaken Napoleon's power. But Ney is from the Rhine army, and he is not so easy to deal with. You are really cautious, but Langeron also knew that Solovyov considered a lot, and as the chief of staff, he really needed to think carefully in many places. The more difficulties you foresee, the more you will be prepared in the subsequent operations, and even when emergencies occur, you can deal with them in time. However, Bernadotte and Ney are so isolated, which is indeed a good opportunity to take action and march quickly to outflank. A word of caution comes from a Chinese proverb, and we do need to be cautious. Of course, if we talk to the Russians, we can't help but say kitten. If we take action, the French will not be unaware. Although the cavalry we sent out has caused them a lot of trouble during the reconnaissance operations. But correspondingly, the French cavalry will also scout our movements, but our communication efficiency is higher. Both sides use signal machines, but the French signal machines can be identified by patterns, but they cannot be seen clearly if they are not facing the direction of the signal machine. Those who have some understanding of the propagation path of light can also know the communication of optical signal machines. The signals sent out form a fan, so the communication range will be expanded. In terms of efficiency, it is obviously different. But the French are also highly concerned about the movements of the Russian army. Shortly after the Russian army set out from the garrison, Ney, who was isolated from other armies, had not received any news, but Bernadotte had roughly known the direction of the Russian army's actions through reconnaissance. In this way, he could actually figure out the situation. If he did not take the initiative to fight, the first punch of the Russian army in the new battle would probably fall on his head. After all, this was the French army, and it was not the point of some armies, where they would rather die than sacrifice their friends. Even Bernadotte, who was more selfish, began to move closer to Ney and tried to get in touch with him. As for the Russian army, although they noticed that the French light cavalry was also acting as scouts nearby, they did not give up their plan to march to the mouth of the Vistula River. This time, the action was no longer launched by Wittgenstein's army, but by the Buckheden army. The advance team led by General Markov, including a large number of cavalry, quickly moved towards the target. Solovyov, who was in the Langeron headquarters, also looked at the reports at hand. He also discovered that outside of Markov's marching column, there were two of his old acquaintances in the reconnaissance team. One was Mikhail Dolgorukov, his old friend and partner, the other was Count Palin Jr. Although his father was hanged for regicide, he himself was a loyal minister and was not implicated. These two people, now each led their cavalry, were at the forefront of the Russian column, ready to join the attack on the French army. As they advanced, they also received the latest orders from the messenger who came from the rear on Pegasus. What order could it be? We are required to follow the order of the headquarters and search, and advance with the hussars as the vanguard. This is close to the French traffic line. If we go there, can't we attack their convoy? That's it, big guy. How should I put it? The two of us will each lead a cavalry regiment and go around behind the enemy's traffic line. What if we meet the French the old way? If you have some patience, you don't have to change your wife. But you still don't have a wife. The two of them have always been familiar with each other, but they both speak too harshly and hurt each other. It is indeed absurd that the wife of the young Count Palin left him with the daughter who might have been born by her stepfather, and Prince Mikhail, because of his ambiguous relationship with Grand Duchess Catherine, did not have a marriage. After they each set off with their cavalry, Markov also approached Morangen with the follow-up troops. Bernadotte has now also discovered the movements of the Russian army. He is also near Morangen. Because of the situation on the front line, he gave Dupont an order. The division commanded by Dupont was now standing in front of the Russian army. The troops of both sides also lined up, and the fighting was quite lively. Bernadotte was still on the road, and he was also surprised when he learned that Dupont was now fighting with the Russian army. But what surprised him even more was the two bad friends who approached with the cavalry. Count Palin used the newly issued binoculars to observe the dynamics of the French army. Even with his big beard, he couldn't hide his pride. "Look, mishap, such a long convoy. I'm afraid there are a lot of good things. Don't be anxious. We have to wait until the fighting in Markov becomes more lively before taking action." "How can you, the commander of the dragoons, be more cunning than us hussars? The reason why we are brothers is because I also served in the hussars in the past, but now I'm the commander of the dragoons." Then, they each returned to their own regiments and began to gather the cavalry hidden behind. These cavalrymen came from the Sumy Hussar Regiment and the Kurland Dragoon Regiment. They were assembled and could launch an attack at this time. There were a total of 6 Hussar squadrons and 3 Dragoon squadrons. "Brothers, do you see that? There are French convoys below. They should have got a lot of good things from the Germans and maybe some delicious food. It's just that the French are too enthusiastic. These are all prepared for us. Brothers, raise your sabers, follow me, your regiment commander, and rush down to show these French people some color." When Count Palin said this, it was inevitable that some Ukrainian officers under his command would complain, "But General, you are also a German." Obviously, in order to distinguish, he emphasized the tone. Count Palin was not angry. He smiled and continued, "We are all officers and soldiers serving the emperor. Even if your father is over there, you still have to ride your horse and rush over." Speaking of which, he was speaking from his own experience. The father was a regicide, and the son killed his own father for the sake of justice. He caught the traitor without knowing it. We can't say that the father is kind and the son is filial, but loyalty is beyond doubt. It is precisely because of this that Count Palin's men are willing to follow him through life and death. The hussars move faster than the dragoons, and Count Palin's side is closer. Before the dragoons are ready, he has already launched an attack. This is good. Although the French convoy has some soldiers to protect it, it really can't stop the attack of the hussars without the infantry forming a formation. This has changed the version back. It was a common thing in the era when cavalry galloped. The Russian hussars rushed into the French convoy, killing the French soldiers who dared to resist, while looting the supplies. Some officers and soldiers jumped out of some carriages. Obviously, there were still many people in the French carts. Some people wanted to relax in the car because of the cold weather, but they didn't expect that the Russian cavalry would rush out. According to this situation, without being fully armed, they could only raise their hands and surrender. In this era, this could not be called a French military salute. After all, the French did not surrender as many times as the Prussians and Austrians. As for Dolgorukov, his dragoons blocked the way ahead. Many French soldiers wanted to run along the road to Morangen. Now seeing this situation, in order not to be captured, they all wrapped themselves in coats and ran into the bushes. For cavalry, it was common for them to catch people in the woods, but the bushes were so dense that it was not suitable for continued capture. Therefore, after Palin and Dolgorukov captured more than 100 soldiers and 4 officers, they stopped when they saw the good and drove all the carts in the direction they came from. As for what was inside, they did not care at first, and these prisoners, leaving the road and going to a safer place, might still have some gains. Now I don't know what is there. Who knows what can be found after the investigation? At this time in Morangen, the battle between the Russian and French armies was also imminent. Chapter 427. 2 young leaders made a big profit. What Markov discovered was that the French army was about to set up a position opposite him. He took the initiative and blocked Dupint's way. At this time, neither side knew that the baggage train behind the French was hijacked by the Russian cavalry team that came out for reconnaissance. 9 cavalry squadrons were used to deal with the French convoy, which was more than a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. However, because there was no infantry to cooperate, and the French army could pass by here at any time, Perrin and Mikhail Dolgorukov chose to retreat to a safe area, and there were always 2 cavalry squadrons staring at the French army that appeared on Morangen's side. Although the 2 of them were a bit lucky, they were also more active. Compared with those irritable old cavalry, they also paid more attention to cooperating with friendly forces. If the situation on that side was more tense, the 2 squadrons would attack again from behind, which would also be helpful to the friendly forces in front. Even if it was not an attack, it would be like the Three Kingdoms novels they had been reading recently, setting fire behind the enemy as a signal. That's about it. As for Solovyov, he had just become a general, and he did not play tricks. He just included an analysis in the order to the two friends. It's miscap. This guy's not a colonel now, but a general like us. In his case, he served as an infantryman and a staff officer. After returning home, he sat in an office for half a year. He is not like us cavalrymen, who are promoted faster. In fact, when Count Palin said this, he had already considered that Solovyov also had some connections, and was a noble with a title, which was the same as their situation. This was a question of job type, and Olgarukov didn't care so much. He continued to read Solovyov's analysis. If Bernadette knew of our actions, he would certainly avoid being threatened by us on his flank and his winter camp, and take action to get closer to Knee. The other troops are far away, and only the relatively isolated Knee is close. Moreover, if the two armies and some scattered troops gather together to delay us, it will also be beneficial for the main force of the French army to take action. Are there any more contents? It's probably to lure and contain us, and then set a trap and launch a battle. This guy is so long-winded even when writing a written analysis. It's good to be detailed, Miss Otherwise, how could he be engaged to your cousin? Yes, although Uncle Vasily is a very kind man, he still values ability when choosing a son-in-law. Everyone knows that Katyr almost became the daughter-in-law of the old witch. It sounds like a horror story. Horror story. If Solovyov knew about these two funny guys, he would never have thought of a bunch of strange things. After all, in social occasions, there are girls there, and they always have to maintain the demeanor of knights. What? Don't you agree? No, I think Solovyov is still quite capable. His analysis is very logical, and his judgment is also very reasonable. That's why we have to maintain a positive contact. If there is any movement on Markov's side, we have to find a way to cooperate. As soon as they finished speaking, they could hear the sound of artillery from a distance. Bernadette is different from Lanz. He has always been more cautious and good at self-protection. Especially in Austerlitz, after being hit by Solovyov's volley gun plus artillery horse shooting, he became more cautious. The artillery of the Dupont division has also been in the marching column. Seeing that the Russian army has occupied the advantageous terrain and controlled the road between the swamp and the lake, they can only set up their posture to fight. After all, the Russian army came according to the routine and blocked the road here. In addition, the poor terrain in places like Poland and East Prussia really restricted the actions of both sides. In this situation, Dupont had no choice but to launch an attack. Markov had a lot of troops in place, but they were relatively scattered, and most of them were chasseurs. These light infantrymen usually formed 2 or 3 lines to join the battle. Everyone knew that the French army on the opposite side had a strong impact. Even when facing the Turks, they had to take into account that those kebabs preferred hand-to-hand combat. Although the infantry was rotten to the bone, the light cavalry still had some combat effectiveness. Therefore, the Russian chasseurs, except for a few troops engaging in skirmishes, fought more regularly most of the time. After all, the enemy would not easily give them any room to maneuver. If a bayonet attack was launched at this critical juncture, the formation would be dispersed, and they would definitely be passively beaten. The narrow terrain was more conducive to their performance even for the French and Russian armies. Both of them liked to launch an attack after firing 1 or 2 rows of volleys. However, today, the Volters of the Dupont division, for some reason, after repelling the Russian army's front chariot battalion, actually launched an attack on the reinforcement that came to support them. The height of the Volters is about 1.57 meters, which is a relatively standard. The French Volters are all light infantry, and they usually hide in the bushes and spread out in formation to shoot more accurately. Bayonet attacks are usually done by ordinary line infantry and grenadiers who are good at hand-to-hand combat. However, if he wants to do something that is not his job, there will always be some accidents. After all, the Russian army coming to support them is a grenadier regiment. The Russian army's conscription standards have been lowered again and again, because the black-hearted serf owners in the countryside always keep the strongest serfs in the manor, and there have been many short men. But the grenadiers are all carefully selected, and the Russian grenadiers are tall and strong. good at hand-to-hand combat, and are much more fierce than their French counterparts when they charge with bayonets. However, seeing this situation, the 1st Yekaterinoslav Grenadiers Regiment did not intend to use bayonets. After firing a round, they did not continue to reload bullets. Facing these Volters rushing over, they beat them with the butts of their rifles. The Volters, who were knocked to the ground, were kicked several times. It was very lucky that their brains were not smashed out. As for such a thing happening on the battlefield, Dupont felt very embarrassed when he saw it. There was no way. He could only replace the Volters and use standard line infantry to launch an attack under the cover of artillery fire. Moreover, Dupont did not intend to fight these grenadiers who wore bishop hats and were very fierce in hand-to-hand combat. After all, this would not bring any benefits. The Scuv regiment on the side became his target. In such a narrow area, attracting the attention of a powerful opponent on one side and then launching a fierce attack on the weak side, Dupont's on-the-spot command was still very good. After the Scuv regiment was hit, it began to retreat, so the grenadiers could not continue to hold on here. If they did not retreat, they would be isolated by the French army. Seeing this situation, Markov no longer thought about controlling the area of Morangen, but decided to withdraw from the battlefield in alternating cover. Because the passability on both sides of this piece of land was too poor, and the swamps and lakes were not frozen solid, it was difficult to bypass, even if the ground was suitable for passing. The French and Russian armies fought repeatedly on the narrow road for a while until the Russian army withdrew from the battlefield in an orderly manner. The two sides fought each other, and each lost more than 1,000 people. The French army won a small victory on the battlefield. However, when Dupont sent his adjutant to Bernadotte, he saw that the commander had a very ugly face. It was not because of anything else. When the Russian cavalry rushed into the convoy just now, it was directly under Bernadotte. Although Bernadotte himself was not present, many officers in his command were there. Among those who were captured were several staff officers in his command and his personal secretary. As for the fact that the Russian cavalry was able to find the 1st Army convoy behind the Dupont division, it was obvious that there were other Russian troops nearby. However, the Russian troops in this area were obviously not like the Hussars and Cossacks on Stroganov's side who took turns to scout and attack. If they wanted to do something, they would do it in a big way. When Palin and Olga Rukov camped that night, they were also curious about what was loaded on these vehicles. They already knew the identities of the prisoners, and there were indeed Bernadotte's secretary and some staff officers among them. And the things loaded on the roof of the car would probably make the French commanders of the 1st Army feel painful for a while. Palin and Olga Rukov also laughed when they saw it. There were a lot of properties looted by the French army from Prussia and Germany, as well as taxes collected in Prussian cities that were actually looted, and some of Bernadotte's collections, including some jewelry. Dolgorukov saw a sapphire necklace and gestured around his neck. "What are you doing? If you're preparing a birthday gift for Her Highness Catherine, this necklace is more suitable and goes well with her fair neck." Although the two of them are ambiguous, they are more like siblings than lovers. Catherine may prefer the second brother rather than the eldest brother. Her ambiguous objects are all soldiers, and they are all brave warriors. As for this prince, when His Highness was still very young, he often acted as the big brother. Although the mutual affection between the two can be regarded as a lover relationship, this uncertain relationship is very clear and clear compared to the uncertainty theorem. Of course, the Queen Mother still prefers this blonde and stupid prince among the young officers. After all, he doesn't have so many tricks. Queen Mother Maria doesn't like Solovyov, who looks smart and alert. If he hadn't been a tutor for the two younger sons, her feelings wouldn't have changed so quickly. If they talked about marriage one day, maybe the Queen Mother would agree. As for the seized taxes, the soldiers were not interested in them. The money could not be touched. According to the rules of the Allies, the personal property of the French army was naturally the spoils of the cavalry. However, the taxes extorted from Prussia had to be returned to the cowardly Prussian king. In addition, the two regiment commanders were of noble status, had a certain chivalry, and usually took care of their brothers. Therefore, everyone did not care about the Prussian thaler, but just divided the food in the convoy and the spoils and collections of the French. Dolgorukov only kept this gem necklace that looked pretty good for himself, and the rest were distributed to his subordinates. Count Palin did the same thing, and he didn't even leave anything for himself. When the house was confiscated, only his father's property in St. Petersburg was confiscated, and Alexander later returned the property in Courland to the count. The two regiment commanders were still a little green on weekdays, but that was how they could get along with the cavalry. As for the captured people, excluding those who escaped, there are still more than 100 prisoners who can be sent to the rear. And Bernadotte, although Dupont won the battle, he took the initiative to evacuate and gave more engine to the Russian army. This is good. Although he did not take the initiative to dig a hole for Ney, one of Ney's retreat routes has been cut off. If this guy still goes to Königsberg, he will obviously be isolated. That night, when Langeron received Markov's report, he still felt sorry. After all, the road here in Morangen is still very important. But when the two cavalry commanders sent out for reconnaissance joined forces to attack Bernadotte's convoy and captured many French officers and sent reports, Langeron was very happy. In this situation, some important intelligence of the First Army fell into his hands, including Bernadotte, Napoleon and Ney's recent communications. Many of their replies, and some letters that were not sent in time, were all mastered by Langeron. These two guys are too proactive. If they hadn't encountered Bernadotte's baggage train, they would have kicked Dupont's ass directly. That's good. Dupont is still a very difficult division commander. It's hard to shake him with just 9 cavalry squadrons attacking from behind. Why, after Chirac was captured, the intelligence is still useful now? It's not, Count. Listen to me. What I'm more worried about is that Napoleon will use Bernadotte and Ney as bait to trap us. There is some truth. The letters we have now can't prove anything. If there is a handwritten letter from Napoleon, or a letter from the headquarters in Warsaw, it can be confirmed. Langeron also agreed with this point, but it also requires seeing what the results of the Cossacks and Hussars scattered outside are. As for the places lost during the day, the Russian army finally regained them at night and controlled the entire battlefield. According to the general rules of engagement, this is actually a small victory for the Russian army, but it certainly won't be said in the communiqué of the Grand Army. As for the more embarrassing things of the French, only the Prussian newspapers published in Königsberg and newspapers in Russia would report them. In fact, because the British always made fake news, which was then reprinted by friendly forces and finally exposed, the credibility of these newspapers was greatly affected. Chapter 428, Solovyov and Napoleon's fishing contest. Langeron's headquarters was still behind at this time, and Markov's results in front of him were not satisfactory to him. If it weren't for several cavalry squadrons attacking Bernadotte's convoy and shaking his determination, we would have been blocked on the road. This is still good luck. At least we got some information from Bernadotte's secretary. Why, give him a few punches so that he can remember more clearly. No, I just happen to know some situations. The memory recovery obtained by punching is sometimes not so reliable. Then, Solovyov pointed out the current situation on the map. Only Bernadotte and Ney are in the north of the French army, closer to the mouth of the Vistula River. Most of them are concentrated in the winter camp around Warsaw. But if we take action now, Napoleon will find a way to cut off our retreat if he knows. It can even be said that he has been waiting for this opportunity. You have studied this Bonaparte a lot, but it seems that you are not his admirer. Langeron's tone was somewhat playful and teasing. He felt that way when he was in St. Petersburg. He had seen too many Russian nobles who flattered foreigners. But thinking back, in the eyes of these great nobles in St. Petersburg, Solovyov was just a countryman from Rouen. The whole family was able to join the ranks of nobles with titles only by serving people. Moreover, this Baka had a long history. Now it has become a new noble thanks to military merits and the trust of the royal family. However, this point is not bad in the eyes of foreign nobles. After all, it is not those deep-rooted famous families, so it is still easy to deal with. Of course, if this point is placed on the people of the Dolgorukov family, although they are descendants of Rurik, most of them are not arrogant. In retrospect, Langeron thinks that it is abnormal for a Russian noble not to be good at something. Solovyov can be regarded as a fan of China and France, two cultural powers in the East and the West, but his attitude has always been very fair. He will praise the excellence of any family and point out any shortcomings. He is only sarcastic towards the British. Well, in this respect, he looks like a Frenchman. He really has a French stepmother and a bunch of French relatives. But Langeron probably doesn't know who this kid's cheap uncle is. What's the point of worshipping him? Obviously he has great ambition and ability, but his foundation is too shallow. If he gets married earlier and has more children, he can marry with other countries in a few years. European monarchs will also accept him, and the threat from the British can be alleviated. This is his fatal weakness. I heard that he married with the Queen's family and used a girl from the Marquis de Beauharnais family. But his sister Paulina. Ah, you kid, did you succeed in the sneak attack in Paris? That slutty little widow. Langeron's teasing made Solovyov blush a little. After all, he is a Frenchman, and he always talks about women. Fortunately, the two of them are here, and have sent the adjutant and the orderly away. This is a confidential conversation and they don't want a third person to know. It's really impressive, but Pauletta is pretty good. I've also heard about the people in the Bonaparte family. I'm afraid they will forget that the power, wealth and status they have obtained all come from this emperor. Only the old lady understands the current situation very well. The child's grandmother is generally more reliable. You have discovered the problem, but the person involved may not know it yet. And strictly speaking, France has an emperor, but it is still a republic. It sounds like it still needs the Senate and the Citizens' Assembly. You say that, as if Paris is Rome. To some extent, Bonaparte is like this. He always thinks that he can make the impossible possible. Then, Solovyov continued to nag. Therefore, he always has some brilliant ideas. For example, after luring us out, he can attack us from behind. And we actually also want to fish by isolating the various French troops, dividing them, using the width of the entire battlefield, defeating some of them, and then jumping out of the circle. Don't you want to fight? When Langeron raised this question, Solovyov also sighed. We are not sure we can defeat him in a battle, especially since our army has not been assembled. Many troops are still tied up in the Danube and the Caucasus. The French have successfully dispersed our forces by taking advantage of the Ottoman Empire's hatred of us. As for our allies, they will only stick out their necks for Napoleon to chop. Except the British. If the Strait of Dover was covered, Britain would have been gone by the time of Louis XIII. You are quite witty. If the British were strong, it would also be bad for the throne of France. But in France, there are always traitors, such as the series of the Duke of Orleans. It seems that there is always a traitor under this title. Langeron couldn't even refute it when he heard this. The Duke of Orleans' line either died young or rebelled, or they were equals on the equal stage, and the rest hid in Britain. When the Duke of Orleans was regent, he directly destroyed the French navy. When Louis XV grew up, the British navy had surpassed France, and they couldn't catch up, even if they wanted to. Now, France is only relying on the pirates of Brittany and some bold frigate captains to deal with the British Royal Navy. Langeron heard this and had to think so. Sure enough, there are bad people among the nobles, and there are many of them. So what do you want to do now? Don't worry about those things for now. Bonaparte will find one day that his grand blueprint even exceeds his personal ability. The important thing is, what should we do now? The certification I need is that he is trying to get Bernadette to lure us into the trap. But when we verify this conjecture, we still need, we need Cossacks to catch his messenger. Langeron heard this and agreed. It's just that it's like citing a mathematical conjecture. It's well known that Napoleon is interested in mathematics and has contributed to artillery shooting technology. Then this Solovyov is also very interesting. He is directly making Morse code and conducting optical communications. Now it's good. One is engaged in ballistics and the other is engaged in communications. Knowing their complicated chain of relatives, what you will think of these? They are not from the same family, but they really don't live in the same house. Moreover, Napoleon is Solovyov's uncle and his son's second uncle. It's just that this Frenchman may know more than the Russians, but things that are not verified cannot be taken seriously. It needs verification. But what if Bonaparte wants us to be fooled? It's not that there is no way. Since he wants to fight us, we can also give it a try. At this time, it is inevitable that the weather will be bad, but most of the time it is sunny. We have to keep communicating from several directions, and the scouts must also find out where our opponents have gone. In short, Solovyov didn't want to fight a battle with the French army at this time. You can tell me your idea, and I will have a good talk with Wittgenstein. At least now there is no drunkard who will mess things up here. Buckholden has been recalled. Langeron and Wittgenstein are in charge of the entire army here, but Wittgenstein is more responsible for the command of the cavalry, while Langeron is the commander-in-chief. We can let Markov bluff here, and create the illusion that our main force is heading west to pursue Bernadotte. Let's not talk about anything else. When operating at night, we should use more campfires, and when cooking, we should also bury more stoves. Your method seems to be a Chinese strategy. But I saw the French set up fake campfires and play this trick once during the Battle of the Trebia River. At that time, MacDonald wanted to retreat, so he played this trick. Of course, Markov is not the only one who will go there. We can call on others. Using the strength of 2 divisions to pretend to pursue Bernadotte here will at least make them feel that there are a lot of troops. What are you going to do after that? I think Napoleon will do this and choose a certain point in East Prussia to cut off our retreat or engage in a battle with us. We can't let him succeed easily. Instead, we have to attack his vanguard at a certain point and line based on the cavalry's reconnaissance. If we are not careful, we may collide head-on with Bonaparte. You said it is premature to strike at the wrong time. It's immature. So we attack his vanguard and then move the entire army to Königsberg. At this time, we have more supplies than the French, and they can't completely surround Königsberg. Our navy can transport troops here, and the land transportation lines are already near our western border. There will also be reserves and guards coming from the country to get closer. What if Bonaparte chases us? He shouldn't be so reckless. And we need to cooperate with Lestock. The Prussian army must not be too far away from us. It can also replace Markov's commandos. It doesn't matter if there are fewer of them. At least we can guarantee a safe flank. But don't underestimate him. Langeron saw that Solovyov was so confident, and he was afraid that there would be problems with his plan. From a strategic point of view, there was nothing wrong. Even compared to the previous chief of staff of the coalition forces, this series of ingenious plans, if they could be put into action, would also be a very good mobile operation. Weyerhaeuser, who had already died of illness, probably didn't have the ability to plan and dispatch the actions of an army of this size. Solovyov's idea was somewhat similar to Schmidt's style. Langeron remembered that he had seen the unfortunate General Schmidt when he was still in the Legion of Prince Condé. However, this operation was clear and organized, but there were more movements. From this perspective, it could be regarded as a combination of punches. After Napoleon's vanguard arrives, we will take advantage of this favorable terrain. Choose a battlefield to attack the French army. If he follows, we will jump out to Königsberg. What if Königsberg is also in danger? If he really chases us, I just thought so. But if he really comes to Königsberg, we can leave some troops here to defend. I remember General Miloradovich talked about the general defense arrangement of the city of Königsberg, but I don't know whether the Prussian king has further strengthened it. But Königsberg, I know there are some problems, but as the current commander-in-chief, you should also know the emperor's instructions. Yes, you mean Königsberg is just a cover? Under this offensive and defensive alliance, Königsberg is just a cover. And we are all Russian generals. The important thing is to win the war, not to fight a series of meaningless battles for a city in Prussia. Although Major General Solovyov was only a general who had been promoted for a few days, his self-awareness was not wrong. Langeron saw this situation, and was also weighing the pros and cons. Of course, the French also don't like the Prussians. But there are not only the King of Prussia, but also members of the royal family. Your Highness Maria, can the Prussian women be taken to live in Jelgava? Even if Bonaparte controls Königsberg, what will be left to him in the end should still be an empty city. Regarding this issue, General Barclay's plan left a deep impression on me. Now the environment in Poland and East Prussia is so bad, we can take advantage of this opportunity to trap the French army in the sparsely populated East Prussia. Although Solovyov is very young, his idea is indeed very sophisticated. And compared with Langeron, he is a bit cold-blooded. Langeron doesn't even recognize his little friend. He is obviously devoted to every girl and lady he likes, loves those women very much, and is more thoughtful. But will he come up with some sinister strategies? Although it is not surprising that someone in the Russian army can propose such a strategy, it is creepy to talk about this by Solovyov, who has always been gentle and even delicate in emotion. But it's no wonder. Solovyov is a person who takes responsibility for wherever he is. He has been in Russia for a long time, and it is inevitable that he has become a Russian in his heart. If he thinks of these difficulties, he will be extremely resolute. According to Napoleon, it is probably the terrible Scythians. However, the Slavs originated from the Vistula River basin, not the description he made. I think you can verify this idea, and our army can take this action plan. But this must be finally confirmed at the military meeting. Michelle, this is of great importance. I know this. Just watch it. Chapter 429. The French and Russian fishing competition begins. Langeron quickly convened a military meeting at this critical moment. The participants were mainly the division commanders, and there was also a familiar old face. When Bagration came here, he had an outstanding rearguard general, who actually commanded the entire army under Langeron with Wittgenstein. Solovyov was also happy to see his senior brother coming. Although it may be, because there is a backbone, a big enemy, who can resolutely fight the rearguard battle, it is a bit unfair to say so. But now, except for part of the guards, the elite troops of the Russian army who can fight are already here. Even in the corps left by Buckholden, some regiments are elite, but they did not catch up with Austerlitz before. They are still holding their breath. As for Bagration, after he arrived, he temporarily replaced Prince Golitsyn's position, but his official title was Deputy Commander-in-Chief, and Kamensky Jr. took over the 14th Division. After some personnel adjustments, it seems that the atmosphere within the Russian army is more united. Now, we should consider the combat strategy for the next stage. However, the Solovyov that everyone saw today, since he became the official chief of staff of the corps, his walking posture has become a little bit unrecognizable. Although he is healthy, he is not strong, but he walks with murderous intent. Of course, such thick hair must be different from the man who gave him a bald head and whose uncle is a shoemaker. Mishap, are you here to make arrangements for everyone? The latest news intercepted this morning. Yesterday, the commander-in-chief and I were still worried whether Napoleon would come to fish for us. Now it has been confirmed that the French army really wants to attack us. So, this is a reason why you ran to steal Bonaparte's hens and pricked up your ears to listen to the movement? Indeed, so our deployment has been adjusted. The column commanded by Markov has been strengthened on the basis of a division. It will first advance in the direction of Bernadotte with great fanfare, creating an illusion that our army is advancing towards the mouth of the Vistula River in an attempt to outflank and annihilate Bernadotte's army. When he said this, Baronessen came to interrupt his speech. Then what should we do? Ney is still active nearby, or even closer. This reckless man who repairs wine barrels. Ney's father was a veteran who made a living by repairing wine barrels after retiring, Solovyov said with a smile. It is precisely because he is too close to Königsberg that we have to make some changes to this series of ideas. When we went to hunt the fox, we didn't expect that our companions would report the news. That's probably it. Napoleon already knew our actions, and he also instructed to lure us into the trap so that he could cut off our retreat. It can be seen that at this time, we want to steal one of his armies, but his goal is to cut off our retreat, like he did to the Prussians, and then do it again. We are not in the same situation as the Prussian army at that time, and General Lestock will lead the remaining Prussian troops to join us. Generally speaking, we do not want to engage in a battle with the French army, which will be disadvantageous to us. At this time, we must make a targeted deployment in Allenstein. There is an important bridge here. The 14th Division must defend it as a flank stronghold to cover the main force of the corps. At the same time, we will continue to advance on the other side of the river with the 2nd, 3rd, 7th, and 8th Divisions. The 4th Division will stay to cover the actions of the 14th Division, and part of the 5th and 6th Divisions will feint on the right wing of the 14th Division. Will such a deployment prevent the enemy from judging our main intentions? I guess so, but the important thing is that the actions of the 14th Division must be in such a place. If it were the Poles, what would they call it? Then, Davidov added at this time, Yankovo, this place is not far from Alstin. Although this flat-nosed Ozapo it is quite gossipy, his memory is also pretty good. Before he came, he must have looked at maps with Bagration a lot. Probably. Solovyov had a rough idea, after looking at the map. This is a distance of 14 versts. We have to fight and retreat. The most important thing is, that when we retreat along the way, we must not only take away supplies, but also the locals who are willing to follow us. In addition, we must destroy the roads and bridges along the way. Finally, we will meet at Frankovo. Seeing the terrain, several generals who usually use their brains more often realized that the place chosen by Solovyov would be very bad if the French chased after them. There are dense swamps and woodlands nearby. The area near Frankovo is a relatively good place to gather troops. The French army came in from several directions, which was almost like replicating the famous scene of Archduke John of Hohenlinden. If the French army wanted to come in from here, it would obviously be defeated one by one. If it is a knowledgeable French commander, he will definitely not fall into your trap. Baronessen thought the idea was good, but considering that many generals in the French army came from the Rhine Corps, they might not be unaware of this situation. I hope there won't be such a reckless man. If Napoleon comes in person, if he chooses a battlefield, he will definitely not fight us in Frankovo, but will choose another battlefield. Moreover, once entering this area, there will be many disadvantages for both sides. I don't think he will jump in. Yes, who would come in and be hit by a club? As for us, if we gather here, if the enemy comes in, we will fight him. If there is no enemy chasing, the whole army will gather and move from here to the East Prussian area, close to our border. As for whether to go to Königsberg or retreat to the border, it depends on the situation at that time. After Baronessen looked at the whole idea, he felt that it was still feasible. However, at this time, it was not, that no one had put forward opinions. And this opinion came from Bagration. Mishap, your idea is very good. However, our troops in the rearguard battle will be under great pressure. If there is no problem, I can go to the rearguard. But at this time, I also want to explain one thing. The French have strong mobility. We have seen it in Italy, Switzerland, and Austria. How can we fight the French army with the troops we have now? If they go around behind us at a faster speed and cut off several main roads, your static map layout will indeed have some problems. Solovyov knew that Bagration had fought too many rearguard battles and encountered too many situations where the enemy cut off the road, attacked from the flank, and pressed heavily on the border. This kind of concern is indeed necessary. Now there is definitely no one in the French army who wants to negotiate. After all, it is not like when we were in Vienna and there are Austrians as allies next to them. They are okay as friendly forces, but they are too easy to be deceived. Speaking of which, Bagration is a bugler who fooled Murat. You can say that. We must also consider which road to take at that time. What is the traffic capacity of this road? Yes, if there are only a few roads, it's fine. The road conditions here in Poland are not very good. But what can support us is the area near East Prussia. After all, it is not like in the Danube Valley. We still have many options. Then, Solovyov marked on the map with a pencil, and also indicated several important nodes and possible retreat routes. The specific content is mentioned in the plan you have already received. Although Solovyov's plan has a lot of content, it is mainly a bunch of contingency plans, but there is no innovation at all. In which direction should the general action mode be taken, the contact with friendly forces, and the action situation of the large forces are all very clear. Bagration looked at the plan, and it was indeed considered more comprehensively, and even considered the worst case scenario, that a battle would take place in the area envisioned by Napoleon. Or when the French army camped in the wild, they would definitely choose to spend the night in the town due to the lack of tents, and forcibly launch an attack. Having only captured General Schurrer in Italy, we only know the characteristics of the more famous French generals. What is mentioned in these plans is probably that the weaknesses of the French army have been broken into everyone's mind. Bagration is also pleased with the growth of his junior brother. Before the death of the Grand Marshal, he was most concerned about his two children, and then his beloved disciples. As for Bagration and Miloradovich, he is more worried about their personal lives. Among these disciples, who have followed him closely. Although he is most looking forward to Solovyov's growth, he is also most worried that he will take a detour because of his cleverness. Yes, although the Grand Marshal is old, he was not confused when he was terminally ill. Solovyov's biggest shortcoming is probably that kind of self-righteous cleverness. However, this kid has grown in the past few years. Even if Suvorov is still alive, I'm afraid he will be surprised. He considers the problem very carefully and has made several major plans all around the strongholds in Poland and East Prussia, as well as the main transportation lines. Indeed, this has always been a theme in fighting in Eastern Europe. If there are still some problems, we can consider checking for deficiencies and filling them, but the problems we discuss on the map are not what we need to test on the battlefield. Bagration raised this question in a serious tone, and he had considered a lot. Everyone knew about this problem, but for the overall strategy, there was no problem. The main policy at this stage was to avoid a direct battle with the French army. If a part of the French army was isolated or generally dispersed, and the Russian army was gathered, we would take an offensive posture. If the French army was about to fight a battle at a stronghold, we would try to avoid conflict with it, and preserve our strength, and lead the French army to an area where it was more difficult to obtain supplies. Barclay touched his bald head when he saw this. Good boy, mishap. I'm still working on the overall strategic conception, and yours is almost complete. However, Barclay also noticed that Solovyov's plan always retained the idea of a counterattack, not his method of consumption. Although Barclay also considered counterattacks, he often took such actions when he consumed the enemy. Solovyov, on the other hand, just didn't like complete consumption, and he always wanted to actively counterattack. On the battlefield, there are still certain trade-offs. After thinking about this problem, Barclay also thought that he had to find time to perfect the entire idea. After the meeting, the divisions of the East Prussian Corps had already started moving that day, except for Markov, who was still bluffing behind Bernadotte, creating a posture that the Russian army still wanted to find an opportunity to catch up with the First Army, to take a bite or even eat it. The rest of the Russian army had already begun to maneuver eastward in East Prussia and Poland. As for Markov, who set out first, the order he received was that in early February, no matter what the situation was, he had to jump out of this circle and look for an opportunity to join the main force in East Prussia. If they couldn't join, they would go to Königsberg. The plan was decided like this, and as the Russian army was advancing eastward, the scouts also quickly sent a signal. The reason for not using a messenger was simple. It was a sunny day when the intelligence was obtained. Fortunately, the communication distance of the optical signal had reached 30 to 40 kilometers. As long as it was not a place with dense trees, the signalman could always find such a message from a high place. The main force of the French army did start to move, and it was heading towards East Prussia. Napoleon could actually foresee that the Russian army's communication means could quickly communicate by laying relay signal points at long distances, just like the signal towers in France. However, he did not expect that the communication range of the batch of optical signal machines that were made temporarily was too abnormal compared to his folding signal machine. The actions of the French army soon became a live broadcast of the Russian scouts, but Langeron could not laugh when he received the news. It seems that Bonaparte really wants to catch us and fight him. According to Michel's idea, we really can't let him do what he wants, but at this time, we can't help but be on the road and find a way to give him a blow. As for who would fall on the head of this fist, Langeron had no good idea. After all, in such a wide battlefield, it is obviously uncertain which part of the French army will be captured in the end, or which part of the army will be captured. As for an important place that both sides can realize, it is still Yankovo, which is called Allenstein in the German environment. When in Dillenstein, Motier's 8th Army was hit hard by Kutuzov and Schmidt. This time in such a place, Kaminsky Jr.'s responsibility is still very heavy. Not only must he cover the flank of the entire corps, but he must also destroy the bridge. After completing the task, the French and Russian armies began such a strategic maneuver contest in the winter of East Prussia. Chapter 430, The French and Russian Fishing Competition begins. Part 2. When Napoleon set out with the Grand Army, he was still thinking about Countess Viluska. Although she was not pretty enough, she smelled really good. But his attention had been adjusted back. An energetic person usually has a strong desire to control others. When others say that they focus on military affairs, they always make a fuss. But Napoleon is different. Sometimes he is even too martial. In fact, he had noticed that the Russian army liked to peak recently and sent out small groups to conduct reconnaissance activities in various areas frequently. Before and after the French army entered the winter camp, the nearby Russian cavalry would take action if there was any movement. For example, the 8 messengers sent to Bernadotte conveyed the same order, but in the end only one completed the task, and the remaining 7 were captured by the Cossacks. 6 of them had time to destroy the letters they carried with them before being captured, and the last guy had a letter picked out of his mouth. And this letter with traces of saliva provided important movements of the French army. After discussing Langeron, Bagration, Wittgenstein and Solovyov decided to use the fishing tactic against Napoleon. At the same time, at the military meeting, they also asked all generals to fully understand this tactic and to fish for the French in return. When saying this, Langeron didn't care that he was a Frenchman. Both sides saw an inconspicuous area on the map near the village of Yankovo. However, this place was inconspicuous, but there was a relatively important bridge. Kamensky Jr. led the 14th Division and placed it in such a place. It was just when the army began to move, Solovyov, as the chief of staff of the corps, actually came to him. "My friend who fought side by side with me at the Ghost Gate Bridge, what are you doing here?" "Carla, do you know where I'm from?" "Let me think about it. I remember you're from Rouen." "Yes, there's a Russian infantry regiment in your division. You're from my hometown after all. Why didn't you serve in the Russian regiment? I know your resume. You started with the Suztal regiment. No wonder old man Alexander Vasilievich favors you. And, let's not talk about your background. I'm afraid you came to me for an important mission, right? There's not much to say. You must ensure that the bridge is destroyed. You always pay attention to bridges and roads. If you lead the hussars to attack the enemy's rear, I'm afraid you would be a good hand. But I'm an infantryman. Don't forget that. Okay, what do you think? Go and call the commander of the Russian infantry regiment. I happen to bring some coffee. Wouldn't it be good to make coffee here? When I was marching and fighting, I almost forgot the taste of coffee. Yes. But where did you get this thing? Don't forget, the 2 cavalry commanders who attacked Bernadotte's convoy are both my friends. Little Kamensky remembered this, but when he asked the orderly to make coffee, he was also thinking about his girlfriend, holding a small portrait of the girl in his hand. His girlfriend had always been in correspondence with him. She was a girl from the Orlov family, a wealthy only daughter heiress. Because Count Kamensky's father was still alive and the heir was mainly his eldest brother, he didn't get much, so he really hoped that a rich girl would fall in love with him. However, when writing letters, it was not because of property, but because of love. As for the small portrait sent by the girl, it was probably still a longing for this heroic figure. After all, it was a fierce man who led the charge on the Ghost Gate Bridge under the bombardment of French shotgun shells. Let me see, Carla, you are really lucky. Miss Oliver is not ordinary rich. The property reserved for her by her father, Count Alexei, is estimated to be 2 million rubles. The concept of this property is probably in this era, converted according to silver rubles. Since she is a girl from the Orlov family, she is naturally rich. You know, the emperor's uncle, Count Alexei Bobulinsky, inherited his biological father's property, which is also very large, who made him the biological son of the empress and the only brother of Paul. You kid, I remember that you seem to be very rich, and your father is a professional manager. Count Kamensky and him are usually familiar with each other, and they can't avoid verbal disputes. Yes, in Petersburg, rich girls stay away from Prince Vasily of the Kuragin family. Who knows what he is planning? I know about this. The son of the King of Prussia is also your friend, right? We used to be adjutants of the same duty group, so we know each other. Speaking of which, he was still my leader at that time, but now I'm a general. This is different. You have always been at the front line, and fortunately you have not been injured or captured. Therefore, you are now a general, and you have always shared the joys and sorrows with the rest of us. I'm always just a little bit short. Yes, the French soldiers always cut off your hat, but they can't hurt you. The two of them started laughing when they talked about this. You know, Count Kaminsky had just celebrated his 30th birthday. That plump Anaya, you better hurry up. I heard her father is very ill recently. If you can make it, it would be best to get married in the summer. If you say so. Are you going to get married too? Yes, with Prince Krimsky's granddaughter, but it's just a secret engagement. Solovyov talked to all his close friends. He had been through life and death with Count Kaminsky, and he was strong-willed and tight-lipped, so there was no problem talking to him. That slim little Kataya, oh, that little girl, you have a good fate, such a lovely girl. Although because Vasily Vasilyevich was too enthusiastic when entertaining guests, the family owed a lot of debts, but with your father's ability, he should be able to help his family. Count Kaminsky couldn't help but admire that Solovyov's fiancée was a good girl. Even though the Krimsky family owned many estates, they were indeed in a lot of debt. Although 200,000 rubles could be borrowed from their property, the cost was quite alarming. As for the time they were arguing, Lieutenant Colonel Benzer, the head of the Ryazan regiment, also came over. Solovyov almost uttered a witty remark like all come to 30th, but the Chinese, French and Russian slangs have nothing in common, so it's just that. Lieutenant Colonel Benzer, I'll give you a difficult task. You must destroy the bridge. Now you have to lay out the explosives. When the whole army retreats, you must ensure sufficient destruction. Sir, I understand what you mean, but the explosives are not enough now. If we set fire to the village, we have enough Molotov cocktails. The grenadiers of the Ryazan regiment carried half grenades and half Molotov cocktails, but the preparation of explosives was definitely not enough, and the power of black powder was really hard to describe. Well, I will send a messenger to find professional engineers to help you complete this task. The significance of this bridge is very critical. If our army can escape safely, the French will definitely pursue along the main road. They will use this bridge and blow it up anyway. Yes, General, I will arrange the manpower, but you also need to send engineers and professional engineers to cooperate with the operation. If it is the worst case, we must complete this task, even if we fight to the last man. Well, there are indeed many heroes in the Russian army. Although this Lieutenant Colonel Count Benzer is not famous and may not become a general in his lifetime, his attitude is indeed that of a very brave soldier. Although your determination is good, don't talk like this. The life of every officer and soldier is precious. Don't go to die easily. As for the regiment commander, Major General Alexeyev, he is also a brigade commander, and this kind of task should be assigned to the regiment. After Count Kaminsky's troops arrived at Yankovo, Russian officers and soldiers were busy setting up positions. Artillery needed artillery batteries, infantry needed bunkers and trenches. In addition to these, some obstacles had to be arranged to prevent the French from passing through here easily. In any case, they should camp on the road and control the main traffic lines and not rush to the high ground. Of course, there is no shortage of water nearby, but the problem with the high ground is that it is easy to be surrounded. Solovyov and Count Kaminsky observed the terrain of this area together. If the French army came from the south, they would definitely pass in front of the position they had chosen. When Napoleon scouted the situation, he judged that the Russian army should be active in the northwest, so he prepared to seize Allenstein and then launch an attack. It's just that the signal delay on the French side is relatively high. After all, the communication depends on messengers and their signal machine, so the efficiency is discounted. When Soult arrived here, Murat had not received the order yet. Moreover, while the French army was arranging its troops, a large Russian army had already crossed the Ar River and left. Moreover, the only bridge that could be used in this section of the Ar River, the bridge west of Allenstein, had been destroyed. Although it could allow infantry and cavalry to pass through, the Russians' trick clearly showed that they did not intend to allow heavily loaded artillery vehicles to pass through. After receiving the report, Napoleon could only shake his head. The Russians are really cunning. If this is the case, we have to repair this bridge while paying attention to the two bridges downstream. We can't let them destroy them all. Your Majesty, don't worry about this. The Russian army has not destroyed the two bridges yet and has already built positions on the west bank of the Ar River. Soult also received a report from St. Hylal. Very good, Salt. What you have to do now is to seize 2 bridges with the cooperation of Murat's cavalry and attack the Russian rearguard in front of you. As for Davout, he can cross the river first and track the main force of the Russian army heading east. Davout's 3rd Army did not cross the river from this section, but went directly from the upper reaches of the Ar River. As for Kamenetsky Jr., his rearguard battle this time was very dangerous. Solovyov came to him to arrange the entire strategic phalanx before leaving. Even when he crossed the Ar River with 2 squadrons of hussars to the east, he encountered French dragoons on the way. This is because the hussars are pure light cavalry and shook off those dragoons, who were very brave in charging, but like their cavalry commander, sometimes their brains were full of muscles. After escaping safely, Solovyov was still a little worried about Kamenetsky Jr. After all, he had to go through a series of operations and confuse the actions of the French army to buy time for the main force. For this, part of the cavalry of the 5th and 6th divisions was left on the Ar River to try to misjudge Napoleon. This little trick would definitely be discovered, but after seeing the Russian position, Napoleon was determined to ask Sultan Murat to take action. But the problem was that they discovered the Russian army early in the morning, and there were no Russian troops from the guards and the headquarters to Murat to catch the messenger. But the transmission of the order was delayed until the afternoon, and it was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the French army was ready to attack. At this time, even if there was not enough explosives to destroy the 2 bridges on the Ar River, which Solovyov had been worried about, it was enough for them to continue preparing. The Ryazan infantry regiment really sent the most precious grenadiers in the regiment to the bridgehead to guard it. Count Kamenetsky saw the situation of the French army, and he actually had a rough idea. Even before Solovyov left, he told him the French attack method predicted by Langeron. Salt's deployment was just as Langeron had said. The St. Hillel division attacked from the front, sent troops to the flanks to make a detour, and then attacked from both sides, driving the Russian army out from the east and west banks of the Ar River, and then chasing after them after defeating them, and thus destroying them. However, Count Kamenetsky the Younger was a wise and brave general, a very calm general, a typical commander in an adverse situation. He was even prepared to act more realistically, and divert the attention of the French army. When the French 6-pound guns opened fire, it meant that this battle was about to begin. These days, due to the snowfall and the lower temperature, the road conditions were obviously much better. Even when the French sent Lassalle's hussars to cooperate with St. Hillel to launch an attack, they felt much better than when they were entangled with the Russian army in the damn mud 2 months ago. However, there was a problem here. The terrain was fair to both sides. The cavalry on the Russian side naturally moved much more smoothly, and a fierce battle was inevitable. Chapter 431 The French and Russian Fishing Competition begins. Part 3. Since the road was destroyed, Napoleon could indeed sense that the current situation of the Russian army was different. He could even judge that Langeron was just more familiar with the various tactics of the French army. He had done both sides from the Bourbon army to the Republic, so he was familiar with it. But the Russian army was able to maneuver so quickly and deploy defenses in this village, called Yankovo by the Poles and Yankendorf by the Prussians. This staff business and mobility were more like the Russian army's expedition to Italy in 1799. Of course, compared with Suvorov's rapid mobility, there is still some gap. In addition to the current cold environment and the fact that the Russian army always carries a lot of baggage, it is indeed impossible to achieve the effect in Italy. However, when the French army was in action, they even began to lack material supplies. The current food supply was only at the minimum. In this state, the efficiency of the French army's operations was actually greatly reduced. Now that they finally encountered a Russian army, Napoleon naturally had to fight. What he didn't expect was that the middle of the 2 undamaged bridges on the Ar River exploded with a deafening explosion just after the battle began. Your Majesty, the Russians have blown up another bridge. They are really capable. If this Russian army does not cross the Ar River, where will they retreat to? Before Napoleon heard the report from the messenger, he roughly knew the direction of the explosion, just by looking at the direction of the explosion. Your Majesty, if the Russian army does not advance through the Ar River, they can only maneuver through the northwest road. Berthier, now it depends on whether Sultan Murat can achieve their goal. Kaminsky the Younger blew up a bridge as soon as possible, which also forced the French army to advance all the way north and go a longer way to seize a bridge. In Poland in February, although the river was frozen, it was okay for a few people to walk. If more people walked, it might not be a way to survive. Therefore, when St. Hilaire and Lasalle launched the frontal attack, the flanking troops did not cross the river on the ice, but went back to the forest in the north, trying to cross the river from there. On the Russian side, at this stage of the exchange of fire, the artillery fire was directed at the infantry, so they continued to fire. Considering the current situation, Kaminsky was not afraid of the loss of artillery and the consumption of ammunition. According to the latest regulations of the Russian army, there was no need to bear too much inappropriate responsibility for the artillery lost in the battle. In the rearguard battle and retreat, these artillery could be used to bombard the French army. Anyway, as long as the artillery could run away, cover the main force to complete the retreat, and interfere with the next move of the French army, it would be considered a completed mission. For Soult, this attack was indeed very bad. His experience of being captured in Italy made him unwilling to be on the front line, but under this roundabout tactic, he believed that he could seize the bridge here and destroy this Russian army. However, the roundabout Revel and Legrand saw the Russian army waiting in full battle array at the bridgehead. Although the number of troops was not large, the firepower was very high. Several artillery companies of the Prussian army also joined the division of Kaminsky the Younger. They had some relatively bulky old-fashioned 12-pound guns, which played a role in this place, but it was also appropriate. After all, the range and power of the shotgun shells fired by the 12-pound guns were still very impressive. Under the breeze-like grapeshot shooting, the French army had to give up the strong attack, dragging artillery from behind, and honestly passed through the position of the Ryazan regiment. The French army was helpless to fight in accordance with the rules of the war. After all, it was such a narrow road. As for their desire to seize the bridge, Lieutenant Colonel Benza would not give them a chance. When the Count saw that the French army's marching column behind was not short, he knew that it would be difficult for this enemy to defend with just one regiment. So, he followed the method he had heard from the veterans who had participated in the Italian expedition, learned from the French experience, arranged artillery in stages, and attacked the French army in depth. At the same time, he also asked the engineers to light the fuse and destroy the bridge. For the French army, they continued to attack the bridgehead after the first round of attack was frustrated. It looked good. The Russian army finally gave up the east bank of the Aar River under the bayonet attack of the frontline French infantry, and even the Russian army on the west bank of the Aar River was shaken. However, this was just an appearance. The fuse of the Russian engineers was set very long, which was also to lure the French into a trap. At this time, considering the overall situation of the battlefield, even if there was a trap on the bridge, the French army would rush over. Then, there was a loud noise close to the previous explosion. Some French soldiers successfully flew into the sky without a hot air balloon. This was considered a space flight of the Russian Empire. When Napoleon learned that another bridge had been destroyed, he was furious. On the one hand, he ordered the artillery to set up artillery on the other side of the Aar River to fire at the Russian positions, and on the other hand, he ordered Soult to attack from the front. However, in the attack from the afternoon to dusk, the French army was always frustrated and was stuck in the second line of the Russian army, and such a delay actually gave Kaminsky some opportunities. He had to obey Bagration's order at night, leave Yankovo, retreat to the northwest from here, look for an opportunity to meet with Markov, and then find Bagration. They had to complete a detour on the battlefield, and when the main force of the Russian army appeared, it would be their chance to escape. Napoleon was indeed angry about these tricks. We have only captured half of the bridge on the Aar River, and the rest have been blown up by the Russians. If this is the case, we can only move to both sides from Allenstein. Soult should continue to pursue this Russian army, whether it is the main force or the rear guard, and keep pursuing it. Your Majesty, where should we find the main force of the Russian army? The Russians must have divided their troops into two groups. We want Soult to pursue from the northwest. The 4th Army has always had more troops, so that the Russians will judge that we have taken the bait, and then our main force will advance to the northeast, but the main force will not go through the lakes, but will go around behind them. Napoleon was obviously getting excited here when the Russian army was playing tricks. Davout had already crossed the river. In addition, the Guards, Ney's 6th Army, and Augereau's 7th Army would also go from here to the east bank of the Aar River. The cavalry army would advance as the first to arrive. Obviously, Napoleon wanted to use some light cavalry to scout in front, to find out the movements of the Russian army. Such a small-scale cavalry battle would not be interrupted, and it could even interfere with the judgment of the Russian headquarters. Langeron and Solovyov soon had a headache for the means adopted by Napoleon. It is now unclear which side Bonaparte is coming from. Langeron said so, and some Russian scouts still have the habit of exaggerating the enemy situation. Soult's army is large in size, and there are Lassalle's hussars and Grouch's dragoons accompanying him, so it is not possible to accurately judge the size of the French troops attracted by Kaminsky the Younger. When attracting monsters, you have to look at the opponent's movements to some extent, but due to limited conditions, Solovyov's tricks also made Napoleon divide his troops. In Poland, a battle is to be fought. On the one hand, the troops must be dispersed to collect supplies, and on the other hand, the troops must be gathered before the battle begins. If you are not careful, it may become a battle of refueling tactics. The fourth anti-French coalition campaign that Solovyov was most impressed with was undoubtedly the bloody Battle of Eylau. He did not think that it would be beneficial for the Russian army to fight a battle at this time. Instead, he should conduct further consumption and lure the French army closer to the Russian border. He expected that Napoleon's series of feints to the east and attacks to the west might not be completely successful, and he even had countermeasures, so he was very cautious. In the temporary Russian headquarters in Frankovo, the weather was fine these days, and the Russian army's optical communications were unusually frequent during the day. It was possible to figure out the movements of the French army in some areas, and it was also more convenient for the troops to gather. It looks like the 14th Division has broken contact with the French, Michel. But what I'm worried about is that, if Bonaparte really comes to us, and he is good at strategic maneuvers, what should we do? If he marches quickly to our flank? We are resting here for the next action. Barclay has already arrived in Hof, and built a position there. You have to consider one thing. If we are always marching during the movement instead of fighting, our officers and soldiers will complain. I know this, but in order to win in the end, we naturally have to move and fight. When we encounter an enemy division and the terrain is favorable to us, we can fight. If the terrain is not favorable to us, we need to give up this place. Solovyov has seen the terrain in Frankovo many times. Although this is a small village, for the French army, if they can have a house to live in during the march, it is a very comfortable environment. These French troops often sit around a campfire without tents during the march. Solovyov saw this point and moved all the residents of Frankovo away to vacate the houses here. He did not expect the enemy to be fooled, as the lakes and forests in the south blocked the roads in this area. There should not be such a stupid person who would chase after the Russian army after he set fire to the town of Gzrny. Don't you still believe that the French will fall for this? I hope they won't be fooled. We can take this opportunity to continue to maneuver and join the Bagration column as soon as possible to occupy a favorable terrain before the French. I don't believe they will fall for it, but if they come in, we really have to fight them well. Langeron and Solovyov's idea was to fight if they could and run if they couldn't. This made it very uncomfortable for the French army to chase. The high-intensity operation of the two armies now even made Napoleon, who was familiar with Plutarch's works, think of a series of operations by Caesar and Pompey before Pharsalus in the Roman Civil War. As for him, after sending out scouts to scout the movements of the Russian army in a series of places in the northeast, he was also worried about Frankovo, because the villages and supplies of many villages along the way were also taken away by the Russian army. After all, this is still East Prussia, which is considered the territory of Russia's allies. It is sparsely populated here, and the Russian army's actions have indeed made the French army miserable. So when the Third Army led by Davout took the main road to pursue, this army had always had strict military discipline in the past, and it was inevitable that there would be some complaints. As for Davout's marching direction, after receiving the order, he asked a regiment of hussars to move around Gzrny. After seeing that the houses here were burned down, He gave up the idea of marching from the more dangerous path in front. His choice was not wrong, and it also reminded Murat, Ney and Orgero who followed up. He led the Third Army to detour from the east side of the lake and then march north. This route was well chosen, and if the follow-up troops followed his path, the Russian army would have to give up the plan to ambush in Frankovo and retreat northward to Bartoszyce, which was considered the main route to retreat to East Prussia. However, after Davout passed through here, Ney, who followed him, followed behind. But when it came to the cavalry commander Murat, they could not convince him, and Napoleon himself had to make some micromanagement. After looking at the terrain, Murat disagreed and thought that they could march northward from this area, which would shorten the time and allow them to join Davout's troops earlier. So Murat decided to lead the cavalry army to go this way, accompanied by Orgero's 7th Army. Napoleon and the guards walked at the back, but he was always paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. After Soult pursued Kamenski the Younger, he also found something wrong. The Russian army actually had only 2 divisions in this direction, and they had been luring him to the northwest, deviating from the army's marching route. For this reason, Soult contacted Bernadotte and asked him to cooperate in the pursuit of Bagration's column when he moved closer to him, so as to slow down the speed of the Russian armies merging with the main force. His own approach was to choose to advance to Gorovo after the pursuit broke off on the first day. Langeron and Solovyov were squatting in Frankovo at this time, which was a bit arrogant, but the advantage for the Russian army was that the 2 groups were obviously far away, and it was unlikely to form any encirclement. Even if the French army really cut off the Russian army's retreat, the Bagration column and the Prussian army commanded by Lestok were also in the west, but Soult's 4th Army was isolated, which made it easier for the main force of the Russian army to break out from here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432, The French and Russian Fishing Competition begins. Part 4. Napoleon did not expect the Russian army to be so bold, and did not go too far. Moreover, this road was easy to disperse the main force, so he did not intend to take any action in Frankovo. Since Davout and Ney had taken the detour to the east, they should go this way. However, Murat and Orgero were advancing from this direction. This made the emperor very angry. Although he allowed the armies to split up when supplies were difficult, Davout had already stated that this place was not suitable for action. But the action had already taken place. If the Russian army had any action, the part of the troops that Murat and Orgero marched here would be a good bait. If the Russian army could be defeated in a battle far away from Königsberg, it would seem to be a good choice. Then, Napoleon urgently issued an order to Davout and Ney to seize Bastogne. His action was obviously to compete with the Russian army in the maneuver. At the same time, in the Russian headquarters, the division commanders also argued endlessly about the location of the battle with the French army. Because on the battlefield, General de Lokhov's Izam Hussar regiment captured a messenger sent by Davout. The French army had doubts about the terrain around Frankovo, so the 3rd Army and the 6th Army went from the east. But the latest intelligence shows that near the Jewish town of Yejerain, there are actually French vanguards crossing the lake and forest and heading towards Frankovo. The first person to raise questions was Baron Essen. After all, his troops had to take the main attack in this ambush. There is a very important problem, that is, the environment in the wild is too harsh. If you want to light a fire behind the mountain to keep warm, it is easy to be discovered by the French and the not so friendly Poles. If the French go around behind us, the road to the east will be cut off. At this time, we can only advance to Königsberg from the west. Obviously, no one wants to mention retreat. At this time, the French and Russian armies are still showing off their operations on the battlefield, but the Russian army is now going to fight back in Frankovo. That's true, but the French actually have some troops coming in from here, so we have no choice but to fight before leaving. If we have to fight, we should leave after the fight. We must not stay here. After Essen finished speaking, Baron Sacken came up again. There was nothing Solovyov could do about these Germans. What they said made sense. They had a good personal relationship in the past, so there was no need to make the relationship awkward. We are not Bonaparte who likes to spend the night on the battlefield. Naturally, we will leave after the fight. This was the case in Poltusk before. We can't waste too much time this time. Langeren spoke up as the commander-in-chief, and only then did the problem get solved. The division commanders did not mind his royalist identity. After all, his considerations were always more detailed. According to the previous practice, Barclay will move to the village of Hof to secure the retreat route behind us towards Elor. As for Bartesice, this place cannot be easily given to the French. Since we have to fight, I think we should also launch a night attack on the French to disrupt their deployment, and then retreat immediately. Solovyov thought about it. Before, in Chernovo, Osterman Tolstoy had been attacked by Davout at night, so now he could only do the same. After finding out the approximate strength of the French army, he would use the rear guard to attack him. Instead of the original plan of attacking the enemy in the pocket, he would take advantage of the exchange of fire here, and make a feint to the east and attack to the west, to attract the attention of the French. Then, he could move with a large army to Bartesice. Napoleon still wanted to have a good fight with the Russian army when the main force was gathered, so as to attract the French army to move in this direction. Both sides were changing their means to make the other side bite the hook first. Solovyov's idea was to fish for law enforcement in Frankovo. Since some French soldiers fell into the trap, he would teach them a lesson. However, Davout's detour from the east forced him to consider the problem of transportation lines and retreat routes. Therefore, he could only use the means of night attack. At this time, Murat had not noticed the situation and was heading towards Frankovo. Moreover, the village in front was not burned down, so there was indeed a place to stay. The reason why Murat did not suspect was that not all towns and villages along the way were burned down. Frankovo was obviously more suitable for him to stay. Moreover, during the day, nothing was found, and part of the troops of the subsequent 7th Army also came here. The reason for not conducting reconnaissance was that the climate was relatively bad. It was sunny in the past few days, but now it started to snow again, and the temperature dropped sharply. It was not convenient for the French army to move forward. The Russian army was active nearby, leaving 3 divisions of Osterman Tolstoy, Sakon and Essen, ready to attack the French army. Murat could not have imagined that there was such a pocket in this small place, and even a night attack was going to be launched. Most of the French soldiers still did not have tents, so they could only keep warm around the campfire. Moreover, they were facing their heads outwards and their feet inwards, so that they could easily roast the fire, and if they formed a circle, they could also keep warm together. As for the Russian night attack, it was a bit unethical. Langeren saw Davout making a detour from the east, and as the commander-in-chief, he would not stay here for too long, so he had to scare Murat. Most of the French cavalry entered the area around Frankovo, and they also wanted to create as much chaos as possible. Then, Murat discovered that from the mainland north of Frankovo, the Russian army had launched an attack on the guard post he had arranged. And judging from the size of this team, there were quite a few people, and they attacked while shouting "Ura." There is no other way. We can only bluff like this to attract attention. Even when Langeren took action in the end, he only left 2 regiments under Essen, Sakon and the cavalry under Osterman Tolstoy. It seems that there are really 3 divisions of Russian troops roaming nearby. At the same time, he ordered Dokhtyrov to capture Bartesice, control the road to the east, and ensure that the main force can retreat from here. As for Barclay and Hof, his mission changed from covering the retreat of the main force of the corps to covering the retreat of Bagration's column. Put the king in the castle, Count. You are playing chess. There is no other way. If you wait here, Bonaparte's pawns will all become queens, and then they will be dead. Yes, pawns can become queens in castles. Now is not the time to have those new ideas. We must move north to a safer area as soon as possible. Langeren was a little regretful when he saw that Solovyov's series of plans were exposed, but because the French army was dispersed, some opportunities could still be created. Murat was overwhelmed by the Russian artillery fire and infantry charge, and was rushed into the village of Frankovo by the Russian grenadiers, forcing him to mount his horse and move to Klein's dragoon division, where he was safely out of danger. As for his embarrassed appearance, it can only be said that he underestimated the enemy first and then stationed in an unsuitable pocket. If the Russian army had not been worried about Davout's outflanking in the east, I'm afraid he would be killed here directly. The infantry regiment sent by Augereau, which Murat placed in front, was dispersed by the charge of 2 Russian regiments, but because the infantry battalions were fighting and retreating, they were only separated, and then they defended Frankovo with the support of Nansoutis Cuirassiers Division and Klein's Dragoon Division. However, despite the lively battle, the Russian army did not further invest in the attack, but withdrew from the chaos of the French army. This battle was more anticlimactic than the one fought in Yankovo. By the time the cavalry sent by Murat reported the battle situation to Napoleon on the way, the Russian army had already moved to Bartoszyce, blocking Davout's way forward. Due to the dispersed actions, Davout and Ney's respective forces were not enough to defeat the Russian army alone, especially in the absence of supplies. They did not intend to continue advancing, although they could take the initiative to launch an attack at this time. The Russian army controlled the road and had destroyed the bridge, so they continued to leave. But this time, the Russian engineers did not destroy it thoroughly. The French engineers found materials and quickly put wooden boards on the bridge to reinforce the destroyed bridge. In this way, the French army can continue to pursue, but the time has been delayed. At the same time, Soult's pursuit of Kaminsky the Younger did not produce any results, but he went to Hofs-Barclay. The French and Russian armies on both sides seemed to have a tacit understanding and were advancing towards the important city of Königsberg. The Russian army chose to retreat to lure the enemy deep into the city, while the French army hoped to destroy the Russian army as much as possible here, and Napoleon also chased all the way. When he arrived at Bartoszyce, he was really angry about the destruction of the roads and bridges here. At this time, his idea was to continue the pursuit. The main force of the Russian army had been invisible for 3 days before, and now it finally emerged. He hoped to take the initiative to attack before the Russian army continued to retreat to Elor, and the distance between the two sides was so close. However, when he ordered Davout to continue advancing, it began to snow again. Previously in Poltusk, the sudden heavy snowfall had covered the attack of the Russian cavalry, but the French army had also taken advantage of it. Before the battle in Moringen, the Russian army had delayed its marching schedule due to snowfall. Even if Langeron chose to attack Bernadotte directly without stopping, it was delayed on the way by snowfall. Ney and Bernadotte both noticed it. Now, it is snowing again, and this time the weather helped the Russian army. Langeron finally brought the main force of the East Prussian Corps out of the situation of being pursued by the French army. As for the Bagration column, they got rid of Sultan Bernadotte's pursuit along the way, and finally joined Markov, and brought the news of Lestock along the way. This Prussian general is not like Hohenlohe, who gave away his army before. There are only more than 9,000 Prussian troops left at this time. They finally got rid of the pursuit of the French army, and were also moving towards Elor. However, this place is not a suitable area for fighting. Moreover, Langeron and Solovyov, as the commander-in-chief and chief of staff, are obviously better at high-intensity operations, but they have to run to such a place. It's just that, because of a series of chaotic high-intensity operations, when the Russian army gathered in Elor from 2 directions, they were able to control the high ground in the city and the north of the city, which was considered to be mastering the terrain. Moreover, at this time, both sides did not have the determination to start a battle. On the Russian side, the headquarters believed that the rear guard should be left behind to cover the troops' retreat back to the eastern land, and to gather with the guards to launch a counterattack after the muddy season. On the French side, Napoleon's forces are now relatively scattered. After a series of strategic maneuvers and large and small battles of fishing, Soult is active in the Hof area, Davout is in the east, and Ney is pulled back. When the forces are not gathered, he does not intend to launch an attack, but to replenish the forces in the confrontation. Moreover, for the French army, they control Bartoszyce and are very close to Elor, so they are not in a hurry to attack. At the same time, there is indeed a problem for the Russian army. Although Alexander did not come out to micromanage this time, going north is to Königsberg, and returning to the country in the east means giving up the city, which is politically unacceptable. Therefore, there is also a call among the Russian army to fight the French army near Königsberg. In this way, it has also reached a very delicate stage. Langevin also notes that it is difficult to get direct instructions from Petersburg at this time. As the commander-in-chief of the front line, he really needs to consider how to fight the French. If the forces of both armies are gathered here, it will still be very disadvantageous for the Russian army. It was difficult to decide on several directions, and it was indeed necessary to hold another military meeting. Fortunately, they still had the initiative for the time being. The French army happened to be in two different directions. The French army in the west was just part of Sultan Murat's cavalry, while in the east was the main force led by Napoleon and Davout's Third Army, which had begun to continue maneuvering to cut off the Russian army's retreat to the east. What about Bernadotte? Because of the repeated maneuvers of Markov and Lestuc, he was now far away from the battlefield. In this context, it seemed more suitable to fight a battle. Moreover, the Russian army left troops in the southeast to serve as a guard there, and also saw that the previously scattered French army was gradually gathering. What if the Russian army did not leave? Chapter 433, The Necessary Battle of Elor and Tactical Innovation. The full name of Elor is Elor, which is located in the south of Königsberg. If you look at the modern map, you will definitely not find it. Because after 1946, this place was called Bagration-Novsk, the German name of East Prussia, which was completely de-Prussianized. However, many places on the Polish side originally contained a large amount of Polish territory, so the change was from Dorf in German to Novo in the Slavic language. In this way, when others see it, they can probably know the situation. It's just that Solovyov burned a Jewish town Gzrny in order to lure the enemy, which can be said to be a joke in hell. Now, the main commanders of the Russian army have held a meeting in the church in the city of Elor to discuss future action plans. It's just that at the beginning, Langevin just proposed whether to fight or leave. Except for him, the commander-in-chief, Chief of Staff Solovyov, and Bagration, who has always advocated war, but is more cautious at this time, no one is willing to leave. Even Lieutenant General Count Osterman Tolstoy, who had some artistic temperament, and was well educated, and came from a prominent family, held such an opinion. Moreover, he was the first to speak as a division commander. The 2nd Division itself was ranked first in the entire corps, so it was the first to speak. Langevin asked him to speak because he wanted to be safe, so that he could have some time to sort out his thoughts before those Germans spoke. We have now retreated to East Prussia, which is getting closer and closer to the border. In recent days, the brothers first set out from the winter camp to attack the French at the mouth of the Vistula River, but they were discovered halfway, and Bonaparte used his army to chase us. We only had a few small-scale engagements. If we just run like this, it will obviously be a mess. And the important point is that our army has now gathered together, and the French are scattered on both sides of the forest. We can choose to attack the enemy in one direction. When he said this, little Kaminsky also stood up and expressed his opinion. We really shouldn't run like this anymore. In Yankovo, we blew up the bridge over the R River, making it difficult for the enemy to resupply. We can still collect supplies along the way. The French only carry rations for 3 to 7 days. After running for a few days, I think they have almost consumed it. We should fight here. Langevin looked at them and felt that it was very outrageous. People who are usually more stable now have to fight hard. It is the brave ones like little Kaminsky who are now talking about reason. He looked at Solovyov. This kid just came up from the child's table. He is not the commander of the troops, but the chief of staff of the corps. Obviously, it is not easy for him to express any opinions. What he wants to say will be put aside later. As for the situation of the Russian army gathering, even except for the friendly army Lestuc who is on the way, all 9 divisions of the army have arrived here. After several battles, the total strength of the Russian army was over 100,000 when it set out. Now there are still more than 80,000 people, and 70,000 people can join the battle. But several division commanders were unwilling to leave. Langevin now thought that, if old Kaminsky was still there, he might be able to suppress them, but that would be terrible. Baron Sakin and Baronessin also agreed, but they did not express their opinions. Instead, they nodded frequently when young Kaminsky spoke. This was a bit troublesome. Russian and German officers usually had some minor conflicts, but today the views of both sides were similar. He, the commander-in-chief, obviously could not suppress them. The remaining ones who did not express their opinions were Dokhtyarov, Tuchkov and Prince Golitsyn. Although the three of them were all Russian, they also advocated war. The only difference was that they had to defend on the spot. Langeron looked at this scene and really wanted to complain. According to his idea, the Russian army would burn Elor and then withdraw behind the border. If the French army dared to pursue them in depth, he could drag the French army to death in the ice and snow of Lithuania. If the French army chooses not to pursue, they can only bet on whether they are going to Königsberg. This political problem is too serious. When Langeron was in Austerlitz, he got into trouble because he and Kutuzov persuaded Alexander successively and was sent to Odessa. In fact, fighting a battle here is also a political battle, except that these Russian generals do not want to continue to move. If you fight this kind of battle, it is most likely to be thankless and the gains will not outweigh the losses. As for Napoleon, although he has a desire to fight, Elor is completely in the hands of the Russian army, and it is not easy to take it here. Just seeing the determination of these Russian generals, it is obvious that in military meetings, the minority obeys the majority. Although Russia has an emperor, in general, since Rurik, this military capability has been questionable. Therefore, these generals on the front line will also hold meetings to discuss when the monarch is absent, and there will be a voting result in the end. Few people will act arbitrarily. At this time, even those who advocated the transfer were unlikely to give up the geographical advantage of Elor, which was not very good but already had, and moved to the more flat coastal areas. Count, I think everyone's opinion should be that we should not give up Elor, but fight the French here. After all, the town is in our hands, and the French are currently scattered on both sides. But this is not suitable for building a position. Michel, you can see that the terrain is so flat and open, and there is no way to hide our troops. The enemy can see it clearly. Then we can only trouble the brothers to build a snow fortress before the French get here. You know what I mean, an ice city, and this is not friendly to heavy cavalry. Solovyov has always been a little clever, and now he is holding back his smirk. Everyone knows that he probably has some ideas. It just requires the generals and colonels to control their troops and quickly use the relatively soft snowfall in the past few days and the hard or soft soil dug from below to build an ice city first. In addition, the construction of artillery positions does need more consideration. The Russian army itself has a considerable number of artillery. At most, a division can prepare 72 artillery pieces in the marching column. So Langeron ordered the artillery to be concentrated and used, and the main frontal artillery group was deployed in a slightly higher place behind the infantry position. In addition, the positions responsible for each division on the front line were also equipped with artillery companies. Since the Russian horse politics has always been very efficient, the number of artillery carried by the Russian army is indeed considerable, but it is placed together with the cavalry, and the consumption of people and horses is also there. In this case, the Russian artillery can bring their own snacks on the car, which is indeed envied by the infantry. It's just that, because the Russian army began to establish canning factories in Ryazan and Moscow in 1805, and the Russian soldiers made their own glass cans by themselves, now the soldiers on the front line, as long as they don't consume their reserves in advance, they can still carry more rations, and even pickles, and canned meat, that are in short supply on the front line can be brought. As for the French army, it is obvious that everyone knows that their rations are almost consumed. In this case, they can barely be regarded as waiting for the enemy to tire themselves out. You know, the Russian army is actually also very exhausted. When the front line was arranged in Elor, these places in the north, if history is restored, are where the battle took place. It's just because the Russian army moved in advance, and most of the troops gathered here, when the French army was still trying to catch the Russian rearguard on the Frankov line, so there was enough time to build positions. In addition to the artillery, the cavalry under the command of each division is in good condition. However, in the infantry phalanx, if a regiment adopts a configuration of 6 or 8 companies, it is obvious that more consideration should be given to the arrangement of the hollow phalanx. If it is to be arranged on the battlefield, the 2x2 phalanx arrangement is a common practice, but Solovyov is somewhat dissatisfied when looking at this phalanx. The same 8 companies can be arranged in a 1x3 formation. If there are 3 companies on the front, it is also conducive to the development of firepower. He thought of this problem, which was actually somewhat similar to the Egyptian phalanx used by the French army after 1808, but that was a battalion phalanx built after the French army was reduced to a 6-company system. And there was another situation, that is, he estimated that, if the French army could not open the situation, they might use heavy cavalry to attack. If the current Russian army's lineup is thick, this phalanx that occupies less space is obviously more advantageous, and even 2 companies can be placed as reserves in the 8-company system. It is even considered a solid, whether it is the Egyptian phalanx, Solovyov's own elongated phalanx or the solid phalanx. More infantry can be placed in a smaller area to increase the density of troops to resist the impact of the French cavalry. The French artillery is not like the Russian army, where a division comes out with dozens of guns, so there is no need to worry too much about the artillery. If it is some poorly trained troops, this method can be used to deal with them, so that a batch of mass-produced cannon fodder can be quickly produced. However, in the Russian army, the regiments formed before 1804 usually don't have to worry about this problem. What needs to be considered are usually the new infantry regiments that will appear in the future. But the Russian army is not the Prussian army. Even if they are all serfs, they will not do what the Prussians did. After inspecting the frontline positions, he quickly returned to the headquarters. There were still several division commanders in Langeren who had not returned. He just happened to continue discussing the problem with these division commanders. "How is it, mishap? Have you chosen the artillery positions? I'm afraid the French will have a headache when they see us building positions now. In addition to placing our artillery in the open and accompanying the heavy artillery of each division, we also have directly subordinate reserve artillery groups, and we must give full play to the power of these artillery. Therefore, our artillery positions must also be carefully arranged, and in some places we can even do better. But this is not the point. What I'm thinking now is, since we have to fight, can we change the shape of the battalion formation on the battlefield? Just like this, we are no longer arranged in a square, but a rectangle. Let our officers mention phalanx when giving orders, which means a square arrangement, and new phalanx is this kind of rectangular one. If it appears diagonally on the battlefield, it can also strengthen our firepower. Your idea is not bad, but we don't have time to rehearse and deploy every regiment now. King Frederick the Great's oblique tactics were also conceived before the battle began. Although I do not support the Prussian approach, the revival of tactics such as oblique tactics is always accompanied by changes in infantry formations. Moreover, this is not the stupid innovation of the Prussians. That is simply the unreasonable behavior of a group of arrogant people. It has some practical value, but crossfire is still troublesome. If you use firepower like this, it is easier to cause accidental injuries on the battlefield. In the square formation, when shooting in units of 5, it is also difficult to control, and not everyone can shoot freely and accurately. If I were not worried about the impact of the French cavalry, Carla, I would adopt a 2-row horizontal formation. That would even give the French an illusion that our troops are unexpectedly more within the allowed battlefield width. Next time, if you encounter an opponent other than the French, you can try it. When little Kaminsky said this, Langeren knew what he was talking about. If the Russian army did not fight the French army, it would be fighting the Turks on the Danube. The Caucasus battlefield is not suitable for these practices. It is often the Cossacks and scattered Russian troops against the Chechens or Turks and Persians. Other places are in the Age of Empires third, the Age of Emperors, but they are still in Age of Empires second, or maybe even the Castle Age. At this time, the only new tactic that can be used immediately is probably the stretched square formation, and the command adjustment only requires the company commanders to bring the people to the position. Even for the company commanders of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th, 6th, and 7th companies in the front, such a square formation is very comfortable. Even if they want to move forward, they just move forward a little distance. Only the 1st or 8th company is injured. This is probably the case. They need to walk a longer way, to reach the designated position, and they may even need to walk faster than the fast pace to get there. But there is no way. If the disadvantage of the new formation is that it is indeed more leg consuming in short distances. However, considering the benefits that this tactic can bring, some losses are still worth it. As for the larger regimental square formation, Solovyov has no idea of adjusting it. After all, there is no tactical need now. The French on the other side were indeed a real threat, but Napoleon was really overwhelmed by the orderly deployment of the Russian army. Of course, he was not a small person. Chapter 434, A Battle of Flesh and Blood, Solovyov vs. Napoleon. Napoleon did not make up his mind to attack Elor because of insufficient and scattered troops. Bernadotte is still on the road. Soult and Augereau are separated on two different roads, but the French cuirassiers successfully launched a roundabout attack at Hof, forcing the Russian army to retreat. However, after Napoleon defeated the Russian army at Hof, he came to report the victory to Napoleon and said that he was willing to die for the emperor. It is a good thing to win a battle and to gain the loyalty of subordinates, but the problem is that it does not bring double happiness, so it is not happy. After all, the Russian army in front of them is now gathering its own forces and preparing to attack in this place while they are strengthening their fortifications. There is no way for the French army, after entering East Prussia, this supply problem is too difficult. Whether in Italy or Germany, it is easy for them to get food. It is also okay in Poland. Although the products there are not rich, the Poles regard the French as liberators, which is much better than the Italians. During the Italian campaign, when the French army had the upper hand, they sided with France, and when the coalition had the upper hand, they sided with the coalition. The Russians' deployment is quite clever. They used strategic maneuvers to separate us, and they occupied the main traffic routes. If the terrain here was not relatively flat, I would have wanted to withdraw. This is definitely not something Langeron could come up with. He is just familiar with us. Your Majesty, then who could it be? Bagration or Kamensky's son? No, these two are both brave generals. If Russia had Bayer, they could compete, especially Bagration. He has a set of rearguard battles, but unfortunately he lacks wisdom and strategy, and this is not something he can do. Seeing that these people were denied, Dirac remembered that Berthier had angrily accused the Russian army of not being marshaled 2 days ago, sabotaging along the way, and because of optical communication methods, messengers and scouts were often not caught, resulting in extremely limited intelligence. It seems that His Majesty the Emperor has relatives in Russia, all on the Queen's side. However, for Empress Josephine, the more troublesome thing is that Napoleon has to prove that he can find a little girl to have children. This system seems to be. So Dirac said, Your Majesty, the intelligence said that after Marshal Kamensky left the front, the Chief of Staff Langeron took over as the Commander-in-Chief, and the new Chief of Staff Solovyov claimed to be Your Majesty's relative. Yes, this matter has never been confirmed. I just wrote a letter to Josephine recently, asking her if she has such a cousin in Normandy in the West Indies. As for the stepson, this matter is too complicated. How can it be confirmed without a face-to-face confrontation? Because the plot is more complicated, it does make people feel half believing and half doubting, and Napoleon cannot confirm this matter. Then, it seems that few people on the opposite side of the Russians know about this matter, and there is no big publicity. Napoleon has never taken it seriously. Now Dirac, as the Grand Marshal of the court, that is, the chief steward of the court, suddenly asked such a question, so he could only selectively skip the main question. But this man has been to Paris, and is a little famous. If Your Majesty is the Minister of Police, perhaps he can provide some information. You mean Fauché? Ah, Russian surnames are only small nobles, which are easy to distinguish. There won't be a bunch of Dolgorukovs. Among the Russian generals on the opposite side, there are at least 3 in this legion, 1 in the cavalry and 2 in the infantry. Obviously, His Majesty the Emperor was a little off topic. This was a bit unlike him. He was even paying attention to the Russian position and his eyes didn't even come down from the monocular. Then Napoleon was still looking at the Russian position, but he remembered the ridiculous things about his sister Paulina. What a hell. Although the family is close, except for the eldest brother who is more reliable in some things, the others are really The only time in Jerome's life that he was reliable, Napoleon didn't believe the intelligence he got. But Paulina was different. Among his sisters, Napoleon preferred this ridiculous second sister and even indulged her a little. After all, besides her love of hooking up with men and having some romantic affairs, she would not always cause trouble or not work hard enough like her younger brothers. This kind of leaky little cotton jacket is more considerate, but also very troublesome. When Derek heard this, he did not understand the situation at first. But Napoleon himself then began to mention the problem. If it is this Solovyov, he used to be a military attaché in Paris and often went in and out of Madame Rakamia's salon. It seems that in addition to some literary skills, he is also keen on inventions and is also a poor amateur mathematician. In addition, he has something in military theory. Although it is not enough, it is always much better than Langeron. Just talking like this is indeed a bit abstract, and it is difficult for ordinary people to understand his brain circuit. Your Majesty, but there is no connection. It must be this kid. Although his math level is very poor, that is, he can only master calculus, but if we talk about some inventions, I saw an article about land surveying in a Berlin journal some time ago. In terms of communication methods, it must be related to this. As for such a carefully arranged defense line now, it is obvious that they want to fight us. Your Majesty, but our troops have not yet assembled. Berthier interrupted at this time. Berthier, the more they build fortifications and don't want to leave Elor, the more advantageous it is for us. But if we want to launch an attack, we need to take down the high ground in front, open up the intersection, and then attack from several directions. Obviously, this young man has learned something from Moreau, but we are not Austrians. He will only bring trouble to himself, and we will win the final victory. Speaking of which, Napoleon was still a little overconfident. But it was naturally Napoleon's wish to gather the troops in this way and let the two sides join the nearby troops to launch a decisive battle. The longer they stayed in this place, the more disadvantageous it would be for the French. Since the Russian army gave up the strategy of avoiding war and turned to a battle, the problem could be solved. Napoleon was still very confident in his army. Except for the 2nd Army, the 8th Army and the 9th Army with average combat effectiveness, all the French troops were on the nearby battlefield and maintained a relatively positive posture. It is better to solve the problem in the battle than to avoid the Russian army all the time and fail to solve the problem. The British and the defeated Austria behind them will not always be so quiet. As for the issue of relatives, Napoleon automatically ignored it. France appointed generals from abroad, that is, the lascivious Marshal Saxe, who was more famous, and they were generally generals from France. As for the period of the Great Revolution, even generals from the Spanish colonies were hired. It was purely because the First Republic lacked talent reserves. Many generals either went to the guillotine, went into exile abroad or were dismissed. Doppel of the Cuirassier division was a very senior aristocrat. The citizen representatives and special commissioners wanted to dismiss him, but because he had a good mass base and was protected by his cavalry, he continued his military career. As for the 3 commanders at Toulon, only the last one was a general from the old army, and he was killed in the battle with the Spaniards. The painter's father was a soldier after all, and he had seen pigs run, and it seemed that the medical students could not save the French. As for Solovyov, even if someone really wanted to recruit him to Paris, it was unlikely. After all, for him, most of his fiancés and lovers were here, and Paulina was just a customer seeking medical advice and a close relationship. As for the mother of the child, many people would not think of this. Now seeing this pile of fortifications, Napoleon still thought he would win, and he was indeed too conceited. As for the pre-war deployment, except for Soult's 4th Army in the southwest, the rest of the troops were deployed in the east, which cut off the roads for the Russian army to return directly to Russia. If Langeron wanted to jump out of the circle after fighting in Elor, he would definitely have to walk a little further. In this situation, if the Russian army wanted to fight, the French army would really be happy, and the Russian army is still making intensive preparations. 2 German generals, Baron Sacken and Baronessen, led their troops forward as division commanders, while 5 of the remaining 7 divisions were deployed around Elor, with Kaminsky the Younger and Okhtyrov monitoring Davout's actions in the east. The Prussian army was in the west, and Lestock's troops were said to have another day's journey to get here. If they were deployed, they could only connect to Bagration's column and ensure the safety of the entire right wing of the corps. Solovyov dared not be idle now. Langeron took a few staff members to inspect Kaminsky the Younger's position. As the chief of staff, he had to deal with various aspects of the work, including the deployment of troops in various positions, and communicate with the division and brigade commanders. As for the current formation, he was more worried about the southeast road in front, where Baron-Essen was located. From the reconnaissance, it can be known that Napoleon is in this direction. For this opponent, his cheap uncle, it is really not easy to deal with. It takes courage to fight him. Solovyov thought he had no problem with courage. He had been in the army for 11 years, from following Suvorov in the expedition to Italy to the rearguard at Austerlitz and the fierce battle at Poltsk. He had never been afraid of the French. After all, he was also a little lucky. Bullets and sabers always greeted his hat. Now, it was his turn to show his skills on the battlefield of Elor. He had the confidence and had been fully prepared. Even in strategic maneuvers, he had shown the results of his years of military service. As for what the result would be on the battlefield, and whether he could win on the battlefield, nothing could be seen before the dice were rolled. When Langeron came back, he would go to the southern position for inspection. Before the war, the deployment must be completed. The weather was not good. It was still snowing. When Langeron came back from Kaminsky, his hat was covered with snow. What is this? A snowman? I served in the Russian army, and I'm afraid I've adapted to the local customs. How is it, Michel? Is everything fine? No situation. This is the worst, but Napoleon is already in the southeast. He has gathered his troops and blocked the road to the east, which is still disadvantageous to us. Then we can only fight him. Maybe we can launch an attack. An attack? Why? Your attack on Murat and Frankovo 2 days ago caused chaos in the cavalry corps. If 2 enemy armies had not taken the main road to the east, we would have had to withdraw troops to ensure our retreat and we would have eaten him there. Having said that, Solovyov looked at Langeron and didn't say much. Why are you looking at me? In comparison, it looks more like the two of us are fighting against Bonaparte. And you don't need to be humble. Many of our actions are planned by you. Bagration and I are more likely to endorse you and communicate with those generals to implement the entire battle plan. Yes, we will fight together, it's you. I'm very optimistic about you. Although our direct way back from the east has been cut off, we still maintain the initiative on the battlefield, which is a good thing. If it were in the past, we would have been passively chased, instead of being able to calmly build positions here in a one-on-one environment like this. We seem to have achieved what we couldn't do in Austerlitz 2 against 1, which is not easy. Yes, it's mainly about the overall progress of the army, not something that can be solved by 1 or 2 people. So, implement your idea, Michel. I will help you mobilize these generals. Their qualifications are much deeper than yours, and it is not so easy to mobilize them. It seems that the positions of Langeron and Solovyov have changed subtly. It is more like the chief of staff is commanding the army, and the commander-in-chief is just the one who makes the decision. Although Langeron is not yet at the age of being in his 70s or 80s, and commanding the army in his sleep, he is willing to give up the core role on the stage, which shows that he supports Solovyov. Well, we should make them restless first. Since they will not attack today, we can send cavalry to cover the mortars and cavalry guns at night, to give them a surprise. As for the artillery group, ask Yermolov to come over. I have something to ask of him. Solovyov had to make the first move when facing Napoleon. Chapter 435. A bloody battle. Young people cheat and steal without moral ethics. Yermolov was an artilleryman, and he was also the artillery commander in charge of a cavalry artillery group. Solovyov called him over, just to seize the initiative and make Gorgero, who was currently closest to the Russian army, uneasy. According to his estimation, Napoleon's 4 armies were on one side, and Soult was in the southwest. The troops on both sides were separated by the terrain, but they could still pass messages to each other through the forest. If they insisted on launching an attack, opening up communication, and compressing the Russian army in Elor, it would be very disadvantageous for the overall situation. However, considering that Soult's combat effectiveness was relatively strong, and he had a large number of troops, Solovyov was not sure about using fishing enforcement on him. When he made the suggestion, Langevin had also read the reconnaissance report, and the night attack could not be directed at Salt. No matter how you look at it, this side is more suitable, and if you want to turn the tables, it is most appropriate to cut Orgero. Mishap, do you need our artillery again? This time it's not for communication. Although I have thought of a way, I'm afraid it's too late to make an oil lamp temporarily. How many cavalry guns do you have? There are 36. Do you want to change the deployment of the artillery? Pull out 12 cavalry guns and those useless mortars. Take the artillery. Don't go to Essen or Sacken, those Germans. Transfer the reserve troops there, and you have to cooperate with them in the attack. However, those mortars have to be abandoned, and it's best to destroy them all. The fat man Yermolov guessed Solovyov's thoughts. You want to lure the French to attack? If it was Napoleon, he wouldn't be fooled. But we are not attacking his guards camp, but Orgero of the 7th Army here. You know, I captured the former Minister of the Army, General Scherer, and I was able to obtain a lot of information about the Italian Corps and the Rhine Corps from him. This Orgero, this trick may be useful. You, Ariazon, really like to play tricks. How about you trick the French? The French like to do this, but we are more cunning. The task that Solovyov assigned to Yermolov was to lure the enemy. As for taking the initiative to attack, this is more active. The French flanks are completely scattered, and squatting cannot solve the problem. Then, these artillery pieces need to be mobilized. As for the infantry, the 2nd Division cannot always be the model worker. Now this division is deployed on the flank to defend and support the Russian army on the east. In addition, another point is that the 2nd Division has to be used last. At this time, the only option was to bring up the 6th Division. However, the division commander was injured, and another person was needed. Bagrat had done a good job in Pultusk, so Bagration valued him very much, and suggested that he be promoted from the position of brigade commander, to lead the 6th Division to join the battle. As for the subordinate infantry regiments, only Bagrat's brigade was on the battlefield at this time. It seemed that this brigade commander was actually the division commander, and there was no difference. As for this attack, in order to ensure the situation on the battlefield, Solovyov had to go to Baranesen in person. After all, his defense zone was blocking the intersection, and Bagrat and Yermolov needed his division to withdraw. Beohung, if we go to Baranesen's camp at this time, we might be able to have a good meal. A good meal? Cossack, don't you want to eat? There are no women here, it's really boring. You Cossacks have a song about Cossack girls hitting horseshoes. You should have heard of it, right? Your mustache is very suitable, but you are a leader after all. You have to find a better girl. Your sister is too young, and still in girls' school. Otherwise, I would propose to her. Solovyov's face changed when he heard this. You Cossack, you haven't even seen my sister. Why are you still thinking about her? And for this kind of thing, you have to find my father, Sergei Osipovich, and get the consent of this retired major. Ah, I know. I'm just saying it casually. You're getting married soon, so you have to settle down and stop going to that French vixen. That little widow is quite coquettish. But Madame Rakemia is one of the 3 goddesses in Paris. God knows what the French standards are. I like her only as a lover, and I'm the only one who can enter her boudoir. General Moreau and Lucien Bonaparte didn't do this when they were in Paris. They were only in the reception room. Beohung listened and whistled to make a noise. Okay, new general, we should prepare our horses and go to the Germans for dinner. As for Baranesen, he was indeed cooking something. When they arrived, it was almost night. Before the night attack, Baranesen had to complete the deployment of his troops and organize defense in the fortifications on the spot. The most regrettable thing is that there is no suitable reverse slope here, so the suppression of the French artillery is not that strong. Baron, what are you cooking here? I came here without eating. Do you mind an extra set of tableaux? It's your canned food, Miss Ha. Seeing those empty glass cans, Solovyov understood. It looks like there is nothing better. If you want fresh meat, you don't have to kill the horse. My mount was killed by the French. However, when it comes to the issue of horses, Solovyov always thinks of Duke Mu of Qin and King Zhuang of Chu. The relationship between the two of them and horse meat is very interesting. Give me some sweet wine. I don't mind horse meat. That's great, but in this weather, the meat will probably freeze. That's better than frozen fish. The brothers have worked hard. Now they should have some meat. It's better than the French over there who can't even dig out a earth apple. I remember you said that if it sprouts, it's still poisonous. Then the earth apple will become a poison apple, which will be hard for the French. So, I came to thank you, Zapriev, if it's rum. You are a general who doesn't drink strong liquor. This is good. Thank you. Solovyov didn't rush to drink, but assigned tasks to Baronessen. Are your soldiers here all behind the bunker? According to your method, do you want us to take the initiative to attack? You always want to catch the French fish, and now they are all here. Obviously, the Baron still has some opinions about his previous desire to run away. We are not taking the initiative to attack, but through night attacks, we will make the French restless and disrupt their deployment. Yermolov's cavalry artillery and Bagovat's infantry brigade will move over from your flank and attack Orgerov's flank. If he can't resist this provocation and directly launches a counterattack, it will be perfect. You want us to stop the French attack. Stop it temporarily. I remember that the Moscow Grenadiers regiment is with you. I have 7 regiments, but they are seriously short of personnel. A battalion only needs 6 companies. We can also form a rectangular formation. If we need to shoot, we can form 2 rows. At least we look like there are a lot of people. You've grown your brain, Miss Ha. No wonder you were made chief of staff. When will you lead the troops alone? I will not be allowed out for a while, Baron. Your task is to stop Orgerov's attack and retreat in an orderly manner when necessary. After Bagovat retreats, the commander-in-chief will send a brigade under Tuchkov to cover you to Elor. After the soup was cooked, the generals and officers did not care about their eating manners. They were hungry anyway. Orgerov could never have imagined that the Russian army would attack at this time. The French army was not in a good situation now. They lacked food supply and had to watch the smoke rising from the Russian army. They could only share some looted food. The supply had reached the bottom. The bridges on the Ar River and the damaged roads along the way were not fully repaired yet. The amount of supplies that could be transported was also extremely limited. At this time, Orgerov's own food was not much better. In the ice and snow of Poland and East Prussia, it was difficult to catch a chicken. When resting, he could not sleep well either. After all, he only had a little pitiful food. Orgerov was about to fall asleep under a blanket when he heard the sound of artillery fire. Where is the artillery fire? Marshal, the Russians are bombarding our camp from 3 different directions. These Russian bastards really don't let us sleep well. Orgerov could hardly hide his anger, but there was no better way. He could only organize the French soldiers who were sleeping in their clothes to line up to fight. The Russian artillery fire was divided into 4 groups. Yermolov divided the cavalry artillery he brought into 3 teams. He had planned the retreat route in advance, and the Cossack cavalry would cover the retreat after the infantry. The mortars were arranged in advance and destroyed after they were fired. These artillerymen only cared about their shells falling into the French camp and gave up after the success, creating a false impression that the Russian army launched an attack and retreated in a hurry after the battle. Therefore, they had to do something similar here. Bagovat sent out the chasseurs to attack with a skirmish line, constantly shooting at the French army that appeared. In this situation, Orgerov got excited and ordered the troops to pursue. The French soldiers were indeed very annoyed by the Russian attack, so they first formed a column to attack, and the battalions and companies behind them quickly formed a horizontal line to shoot, and then launched a bayonet attack. However, the battle situation at night was still quite chaotic. Solovyov could not confirm the battle situation and could only make a rough judgment based on the firelight from the French position. At this time, the order he gave to Bagovat and Yermolov was to hit and run. As for organizing the troops to retreat, he went to Baronessen to allow the troops to retreat safely to his flank and then return to the starting position during the day. To the southeast of Elor, Bagration was urging the troops to build positions, part of which was a new position prepared for Yermolov's cavalry artillery, placed in the entire Russian artillery group, and at the same time, Bagovat's troops had to join the defense of the city of Elor. This place is so small that many Russian soldiers still set up tents in the wild or find places to camp by themselves. They had to dig trenches and a bunch of potholes, cover themselves with blankets, light bonfires in them, and huddle together for warmth. But compared with the French army, at least they still have rations for a few days, and even supplies to support their retreat to the north. In addition to the troops that launched the night attack and Baroness's guard troops, the Russian army can still sleep well this night. The Russian artillery also attracted Augereau's attention, especially the mortars that ran under his nose to provoke. The 14th Front Infantry Regiment of the French army launched an attack, and the Russian army quickly retreated. Augereau's division commander was worried that this was not fishing, or that the Russian army was cheating and running away after the night attack again. Therefore, they asked Augereau for instructions. "Your Excellency, Marshal, our general thinks we should launch a pursuit. If it's like what happened in Frankovo, the Russians will probably run away again." No way. Although Augereau has always been brave but not wise, he is not completely brainless. Now he has some doubts. However, based on the situation on the front line, the two division commanders suggested launching a limited pursuit, at least to drive away the Russians, and then launch a pursuit if everything goes well. "Your Excellency, this kind of attack by the Russians is not the first or second time. In Poltsk, they dared to hide their troops and launch a counterattack, causing the 5th Army to suffer. This time, I think we can fight." Augereau thought about it and issued an order that he later regretted. "Launch a pursuit and drive all the Russians out of our camp." However, he did not ask His Majesty the Emperor for permission. Although Napoleon had gone to bed, Berthier was still on duty. After hearing the sound of the artillery, he quickly sent scouts to Augereau to find out the situation. After reaching the conclusion, he couldn't make the decision on his own, so he had to tell Direct to wake up the Emperor himself. "Wake up His Majesty at this time, right? Direct, don't worry about it. His Majesty only needs 4 hours of sleep anyway. Even when he has sex with women, there is a time limit, regardless of whether he is intimate or not." If Solovyov knew about this, he would probably complain that his uncle and aunt couldn't have children because their lives were too regular. After all, it's not that the two of them are completely infertile. Madame Stanel is in her 40s and can still have children. "Okay, I'll wake up His Majesty." Then, after Napoleon learned about the situation, he was furious. How can Augereau launch a pursuit without permission? There should be a request. What if Langeron is trying to lure him into a trap at this time? Chapter 436, A Battle of the Meat Grinder, the French and Russian sharks hooked. Napoleon's judgment was correct. This night attack was to lure the French army to Augereau's 7th Armeniary law, and it was too late to stop it now. So, he considered taking advantage of Augereau's attack to ask Davoutini to split up their forces and Soult to support them on the southwest road. "Since the Russians have made a move now, we will attack them and seize their supplies by the way. Your Majesty, in this situation, I can't help but think that this is like Hohenlinden. Langeron didn't leave when he got here. Obviously, someone wanted to fight a battle, and it was even inevitable that he would fight with us here." Although his position was very methodical, there was also a problem. That is, we are not the Austrian army. Our soldiers can complete this combat mission. They can overcome difficulties, win, and meet in the city of Elor. It was good for Napoleon to have this confidence, but Augereau's counterattack against the Russian army was now difficult to withdraw. In this night attack, the Gauart's main task was to cover the artillery's arrival at the position. After the 3 groups of cavalry artillery continued to bombard for a while, when the French army was about to pursue them, they abandoned the mortars they brought with them on the position, and light infantry and line infantry alternately covered them. The group of mortars and 6-pound guns that had been firing had never stopped firing during the entire battle. This was also to contain Augereau, so that he could not concentrate on the direction of the Russian night attack troops' retreat, and to cause him to misjudge at night. And Augereau did give him a chance. After being distracted in this way, he did not go all out to pursue the Gauart and Yermolov, but adopted a strategy of dividing his troops to fight the enemy. It was just that at night, the Russian army could not see his movements clearly. Solovyov saw that the 4th Chasseur Regiment under Gauart had returned smoothly, and Yermolov's artillery had also returned. How is it? I can only say that the French counterattack is quite fast. If I were hungry, I wouldn't be able to run so fast, and I would keep chasing. With Yermolov's body size, if he didn't eat, he obviously couldn't maintain the consumption. Okay, obviously we have to lure the French into the trap. If Augereau chases us, we can let the artillery of Essen entertain them again here. At this time, Bagauer did lead his infantry regiment to fight and retreat, or to lure Augereau into the trap. Solovyov himself felt that in war, this kind of calculating approach can only work in special circumstances. The current French attack is a response to the Russian attack, but there is also a serious problem. That is, the French soldiers are more proactive. Solovyov initially only lured the enemy and disrupted the French deployment by letting Augereau take the bait. Then he launched a battle in the confrontation and consumption, controlled the rhythm, and started the battle when it was advantageous to his side. The small stick was beaten by the big stick. However, the French soldiers were staring at the lack of supplies. Under the command of the regiment commanders, they did not wait for the orders of the division commander and the army commander. After chasing Bagauer, they directly attacked the position of Essen. The reason was, of course, that they had tasted a little sweetness. When Solovyov asked Bagauer to lead a brigade to cover Yermolov's artillery, there was this problem. He always asked the soldiers to take rations with them and eat before the battle. This habit came from some Roman military battles mentioned in Frontinus' book. It was also to ensure the combat effectiveness of the soldiers. It was always right to have something to eat. Even on the bodies of the dead Russian soldiers, the French soldiers searched for unopened glass cans. For the sake of these stuttering French soldiers, they would attack desperately. Even if the result of eating canned fruit at this time was not good, it might be a stomachache. That's great, mishap. You see, the French are coming to my position. Then we have no choice but to fight back, disrupt the situation, and prevent Napoleon's troops from being concentrated. Instead, they will be sent in one by one to burn firewood. This is the most beneficial to us. Baron also agreed that in this kind of melee, even the communication between the regiments and battalions in the army often faces the problem of inconsistent pace. What's more, Napoleon has to mobilize his corps in 4 directions, even after the watch. When his messenger arrived at Augereau's temporary headquarters, it was too late. The 2 divisions of the 7th Army had launched an attack on Baron Essen's troops, and the offensive was very fierce. Fortunately, the Russian artillery's counterattack was very timely. Baron Essen's artillery was scattered on the positions of 3 brigades, and dealt a resolute blow to the French army that was attacking in front of them. The effect seems to be quite good. Since the Russian night attack force was not Baron Essen's force, but part of the 6th division brought by Bagauer, the French army chased too fast in the counterattack, and ended up being tricked. This blatant strategy is like Zhang Fei's strategy, with a 100% chance of being tricked, and those who were tricked may feel ashamed. However, because the artillery group was deployed in a dispersed manner, this only caused some losses to Augereau's frontline troops, but it was still bearable. If the artillery was deployed in a concentrated manner, it would be a blessing to be able to severely damage 1 or 2 French regiments in a sudden fire. As for this wave of counterattacks, Augereau still had time to organize a counterattack after being hit hard. In this regard, the French army is more efficient than the Russian army, and it is also the tradition of the French army staff business. Even when the Scots in the French army went back to counterattack London, their marching speed was much stronger than the dumbfounded lobster soldiers. On the Russian side, although it has gone through several rounds of staff reforms and has picked up the staff tradition, the chief of staff himself has high quality and is often dragged down by the command structure. If Solovyov had not used optical communications during the day, there would have been trouble. He quickly passed the message to Langevin from the position in Essen, and this problem arose. Usually, when Solovyov and the staff trained by Sukhterin and the staff department are there, the operation efficiency is still good. Today, half of these people went to Baron Essen's defense zone with Solovyov, and some problems arose. There are always such traditional jokes of bureaucracy in the Russian army, which can be seen to be very abstract. Napoleon changed the deployment at night, and he had to meet Solovyov's night attack, and then launched an attack on the Russian positions from several directions across the board. In this way, the Russian staff were in a mess. Although Napoleon still followed the order and designated Davout, who received the order last, to launch the attack first, and then Ney and Augereau joined the battlefield. As for Solt, he had to launch the attack when the Russian army's attention was attracted. In this way, he was going to play a lever in the war to attract the attention of the Russian army to the east. Langevin was in the headquarters, watching the staff work of these young officers, and felt a headache. The Russian military academy has only recently begun to recruit staff students in St. Petersburg and Moscow, which is completely backward. The general staff is a very advanced head, but when it is running down, it often faces these strange problems. But Solovyov went to Baronesson's position to command the night attack, and he had to wait until the afternoon to come back. After all, Augereau has started to organize the attack again after the setback, and launched a round of attacks on the position of the 8th Division. Yes, literally, even when the French army was hungry, they were still so high-spirited. I just don't know why the Emperor's opening remarks today actually added such a strange word as Slava France. Some French people with big imaginations were still imagining. Fortunately, Solovyov didn't know, otherwise he would have thought that Napoleon who came here today was played by a comedian. Although Clavier is also a comedian, he is from France. The comedian Solovyov mentioned, his area has the Sumy Hussar Regiment, the Kharkov Dragoon Regiment, the Mariupol Hussar Regiment, and the Kiev Grenadiers Regiment. The above numbers existed in 1807, but they had long disappeared when he came. As for a bunch of strange things, they are somewhat similar to the Azov Lancers Regiment, which is not in the sequence of the East Prussian Corps. And in that movie, Rozevsky fought against Napoleon, and he knew that there was a Rozevsky in the Pavlograd Regiment, who liked to call people brothers. That actor, in another TV series, played the policeman Mikhail Solovyov and his own father. This kind of thing can't be more confusing. With the French attack, Langevin felt that something was wrong, so he quickly sent a signal to Baronesson through the communications officer. Solovyov was able to receive the signal on the battlefield filled with smoke, which was also his good habit. He always kept an observation post to watch the direction of the headquarters. What? The headquarters is in danger. Return quickly. It seems that you have to go back. Mishap. Leave the command here to me. Most of Bagauet and Yermolov's people have withdrawn, and the rest depends on us. Okay. Baron, I wish you good luck. But when Solovyov left, he was not very confident about Baronesson's direction. After all, behind Augereau might be Napoleon's headquarters, and there were Murat's cavalry and guards. At this time, the guards were divided into infantry command and cavalry command. Murat's best friend and childhood friend Marshal Bessières was the cavalry commander, while the infantry of the Imperial Guard, that is, the group of complaining soldiers, officially known as the Old Guards, was commanded by Lefebvre. If Napoleon's Old Guards tour group was attracted from this direction by mistake, Baronesson would be under great pressure. So, he and Beohang rushed to Yermolov who was retreating. Yermolov, don't send your cavalry artillery back to the 7th Division. Go directly to the position of the Pavlovsk Regiment next to the reserve artillery group. What's the situation? In this direction of our night attack, there may be stronger enemies, such as Bonaparte's guards. Okay, this always requires some methods, but where can you transfer the infantry to cover me? Those grenadiers are very precious. Yermolov, the fat man, had a quick brain reaction and immediately pointed out the problem with Solovyov's iron barrel formation. Bagauet should be placed on another route. How about transferring the 20th Chasseur Regiment? Of course this is good. Although it's a little worse, the Chasseur Regiment that has been through the war is always better than assigning a group of new recruits. After launching the attack, Napoleon also found something wrong. His attack method did attract the attention of the Russian army and caused chaos on the battlefield, but the defense areas of every regiment and battalion of the Russian army were reinforced with hot water and ice. Even the ground nearby was not very friendly to the heavy cavalry series of cuirassiers and dragoons. When the troops under Augereau reported, he keenly noticed this detail. This Solovyov's little tricks are endless. Although we have not fought with Suvorov, we can still feel something from his disciple. Not entirely, Your Majesty. Grouchy, your dragoons should not move in the direction of Augereau, but move to Ney. Napoleon did not think of what Grouchy meant at first. He just wanted to change the deployment and then transfer all the heavy cavalry under Murat to the direction of Ney, or concentrate and launch an attack after the French army drove the Russian army to Elor. Your Majesty, but you mentioned Suvorov. He always took the initiative to attack, not to defend like this. After hearing this, Napoleon also understood. At this time, Solovyov wore a monocle instead of a single-handled eyeglass. As soon as he returned to Langevin headquarters, this look would attract onlookers. Indeed, monocles will not be a problem 50 years later, and they are almost becoming the business card of old junkers. But for a young Russian general, such a look, this thing embedded in the eye socket, is still a relatively new thing now. Michel, what's the matter with you? Aha, Count, I just thought of a problem. Now the French offensive is so fierce, the defensive strategy we should adopt is to deploy troops in brigades to support any area that may be attacked, but it will cause chaos. Only the combined grenadiers battalions and reserve regiments drawn from various divisions will join the battle at this time. Solovyov may not have learned the offensive skills from his teacher, but he has been trying to improve his defense system. Napoleon would probably soon find out that, if he used a sharp spear to attack this solid shield, neither side would end up in trouble on the streets of Elor. Chapter 437, A Battle of Flesh and Blood Mill. What is this? Now Bonaparte is launching attacks in several directions, but there is no movement in the southwest. Count, is there something on my face? It's just this lens. It looks a little strange. Nothing, it's just a personal hobby. Now we have to do a good job of defense, and we may even need to launch a counterattack in some places. What is your plan? You are the commander-in-chief. I need to complete the plan according to your ideas. Langevin and Solovyov cooperated well. Since they arrived at the East Prussian Corps, they have skillfully mobilized the army in the past few months. Even Langevin sometimes kicked the ball to Solovyov when he couldn't make a decision. He dared to kick, and this kid really dared to catch it. But at this time, for the Russian army, the situation is more tense, and this Frenchman and a Russian who changed the core program need to make a decision. Well, I still need to make this decision at this time. But one day, Michel, if you are in the position of commander-in-chief, you must be more decisive. Langevin's own headquarters is located in the church in the town. He now observes the movements of the French army through the church bell tower. Although the distance is a bit far, it is still very clear with the telescope. Bonaparte's idea is to launch attacks from several directions and then respond to each other from a distance, so that we can be driven out of our current position and he can concentrate his forces. In this case, we can't rush to take out the reserve. But after we attacked Augereau's troops at night on the southeast road, it is obvious that Napoleon's method is to launch a counterattack along our attack. If we want to defend, we also need to launch a counterattack in the right place. Are you still going to attack on the road? Langevin pointed to the area where Essen and Augereau were currently exchanging fire. The smoke brought by black gunpowder surrounded that place. If the battle continues for a while, the infantry of both sides will begin to slack off. At this time, if we follow the method of the 7 Years' War, we should put the cavalry into the battle to cause chaos in the French army. But that was the Bourbon King's army, and the current French army would not accept this. If you send out cavalry, the effect may not be very good. The battlefield there is too narrow. Langevin pointed out this problem. Although the infantry line can still be put down, there is no chance for the cavalry to bypass. After returning from the night raid, Bagauet was assigned to the rear and did not immediately join the battle. Therefore, some troops also need to be replaced to support Baron Essen. Transfer the Selench regiment and the Smolensk regiment. I think these two regiments will be handed over to Essen, and he can make good use of them. Before Apraksin arrived in Smolensk, General Rosenberg was in charge there for a period of time. Essen was familiar with Rosenberg's methods, and the Smolensk regiment was one of the more elite infantry regiments in the Russian army. It was good at attacking and defending, and the more severe the environment, the more tenacious it was. As for the Selench regiment, there was no way. Apraksin arranged it this way when he transferred reinforcement. But Solovyov was still relatively clear about this regiment. Although he was there for only 2 or 3 months, the tone he set for this regiment was still good. Moreover, this was also the reserve army that had participated in the battle less so far, and the morale was relatively high. Who should be in charge? At this time, Bagration stood up. After all, he was Langevin's deputy. Now let me go there. If the French offensive is fierce, we can start a rearguard battle there, and let the 8th Division withdraw safely. However, when I go there, I have to unify the command, and the Moscow Grenadiers will be the rear guard. Bagration and Solovyov still have deep feelings for this regiment. They fought with them in Italy and Switzerland, but they were unable to catch up with the frontline battle in Austerlitz due to the long journey. Moreover, they are indeed good at fighting tough battles. Bagration was able to avoid being caught up by Messina, the old soldier, on the mountain road in Switzerland, thanks to the heroic performance of this regiment in the rearguard battle. Who will command the 4th Division now? Solovyov raised this question, and Bagration understood it and answered. Somov's words won't work. Let Barclay take command. Although he didn't fight well in Hof, he still has some skills to bring back a brigade intact in the face of the attack of the French cuirassiers. As for the current arrangement, the 4th Division has 5 cavalry regiments, 6 infantry regiments, and 6 artillery companies with 12 guns. This is the most important force in the hands of the Russian army. This division will not be used unless it is the most critical moment. After Bagration arrived in Essen with 2 regiments of the reserve brigade, he could also find that the battlefield was so chaotic. The Russian army was holding its position. There were many bodies of soldiers from both armies under the artillery position. It can be seen that the battle was very fierce. Baron Essen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Bagration coming. You have to suffer more when you come here, especially be careful of those Frenchmen. They take turns to attack, and they are simply desperate. What is this for? When Bagration asked the question, Essen was still confused. I don't know. These French soldiers are attacking our positions with red eyes. Maybe they are not going to seize our supplies? It is very likely that this is the case. In this case, we should hold on even more. The 2 infantry regiments that arrived later deployed on the flank of Essen and joined the battle. After seeing the arrival of the Russian reinforcement, Augereau ordered the 1st Division on the left wing to adjust its formation, but the French marshal felt more and more dizzy and started coughing. This performance is also very simple. Unlike the performance of killing the French army on the battlefield, the insects carrying pathogens may have killed more French troops. In addition, among the French army, there are no masks except doctors, so it is not surprising that something went wrong at this time. Maybe it is mycoplasma infection. In this case, Augereau's command was naturally greatly discounted. He felt that it was nothing when he set out, but the situation is not good now. So he had to choose to rest behind a stone wall. At this time, Bagration was not in a hurry to attack. After he arranged the 2 regiments, he was also paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. Before coming, Langeron and Solovyov emphasized that they should use the existing positions in Essen and the temporary positions left by Bagvat to block the French attack, not to launch a counterattack. To put it bluntly, it is to actively defend and launch a counterattack locally to contain the French army. This requires too high a quality of the commander. If it was someone else, the headquarters would not be very confident, but Bagration could lead the team wherever he went. Solovyov continued to sort out the reports from the various divisions in the headquarters. It was obvious that Napoleon's attack this time was to attack in a combined force. It was just that the separate attacks made the Russian army unable to distinguish the primary and secondary. After crossing the forest and leveling the front line, the army should launch the next round of attacks against Elor. At this time, the Russian army had shown extremely strong resilience in defense. Langeron felt that he could not wait in the church all the time, and he would also go to the front line to supervise the troops. Little Kamensky in the east was now entangled with Ney. In Yankovo, he met with Soult for a while and got rid of the pursuit of the French army with great difficulty. Now here, he has to face the warrior marshal of the 6th Army again. You know, Ney, this guy, is still quite reckless when attacking, and commanding an army is still handy for him. When Langeron came to him, he saw that the pressure on the front line was very high. The 2 divisions of the French army here were not the most. After all, each had only 4 regiments, not the 5 regiments and artillery divisions of Davout and Soult. But when little Kamensky saw Solovyov's look, he couldn't help but complain. You definitely didn't learn this from Paris. The women in Paris would let you dress up more beautifully, not with a lens stuck in your eye socket. Of course, little Kamensky didn't know that monocles were not popular among soldiers at the beginning. The audience at that time was even the opposite of the temperament of the soldiers. Judging from Solovyov's situation, his character was probably incomparable to this kind of people. It's not true. This is our company's latest product. I just think that when organizing defense, it might be more comfortable to look at the map like this. You know, I often stay up late to look at the map and do staff work, which is still very hard. While they were talking here, the French army continued to launch an attack, but it did not affect their chat. Although it was indeed very hard during the war, due to the stubborn resistance of the Russian army, the French army only captured a little area on the periphery and was unable to break into the position set up by Little Kamenetsky. He even had 2 dragoon regiments in his hands and did not join the battlefield. The French did not consider the backhand and directly attacked like this. That's nothing, but there are often artillery shells flying past us. When Solovyov said this, a solid bullet flew past the front of the village where they were, breaking a small tree. If you keep talking like this, it seems that the French want to drive us out of the front line positions. Little Kamenetsky couldn't hold it anymore, and said this directly. It's not that easy for him to drive us away. Now, the French army has left no infantry reserves, and has thrown all of them in. It's obvious that they want to quickly run over us. If heavy cavalry comes, I don't know if I can stop them, especially those damn cuirassiers. They looked at the situation and really had nothing to say. If the French army threw in cuirassiers, they would definitely not treat them as ordinary Russian troops. If this happened, Solovyov would not be without a plan. The new hollow square he designed before the war can exert stronger firepower on both sides. The weak side has only 1 company's wide side, and 2 battalion squares can be vertical, or at a large angle to form crossfire. In addition, there is the arrangement of the artillery group. Now the French army still has a large number of heavy cavalry that have not joined the battle, but they also found that, although the Russian army's firepower organization is still relatively poor, due to the adjustment of the formation, this firepower is much more fierce than before. When the French army rushed to the front, they were often killed and wounded by the torros of Russian chasseurs and the concentrated Russian artillery groups, so the offensive was often delayed. However, their artillery was well organized. Although they could not suppress the fierce firepower of the Russian army, the casualties caused to the Russian army were also increasing. After seeing this situation on the battlefield, both sides could not help but sigh. They had never seen such bloody and meaningless battles before. The casualties on both sides were still increasing. In this relatively cold weather, if the soldiers were shot and fell down, if no one took them in time, they would be bleeding too much and losing body temperature and wait for the final outcome of death. After a morning, whether it was Bagration and Essen against Agero or Kamenetsky against Ny, they caused unprecedented casualties on the battlefield. Even when Langeren went north from Kamenetsky to Dokhtyrov, the shock did not seem to disappear. The same is true for Solovyov, but what needs to be done now is mainly defense. It is best to let the French army retreat in the face of difficulties, but Napoleon obviously will not accept this. He will continue to attack. Correspondingly, the Russian army must now defend here. Without formal orders, they cannot retreat a single step and must withstand the French attack on their respective fronts. The tenacity of the Russian soldiers did not allow the French army to make any progress in the whole morning. Napoleon also felt that it was troublesome to see this situation. Since the 6th Army and the 7th Army were both in a stalemate, the decisive factor in the battle was Davout's containment attack and Soult's side. If the Russian army's attention was drawn to the east, and even the reserve troops were pulled to the most intense area at present, then Soult could launch a flank attack from the southwest, when part of the Russian army's strength was withdrawn. This time, it seemed that they were going to win by surprise. However, the Russian army was obviously still well managed in defense. Although they would feel exhausted, the pressure on the French side was not small. It was just that Davout's attack did have some methods. His current attack had made Dokhtyrov exhausted. Only Yermolov's 12 cavalry guns were missing, but Dokhtyrov still had 60 guns available. To be honest, what he lacked the most was the cannons, but Davout's 46 guns could temporarily suppress his division. Under such circumstances, the Russian army had to hold on firmly, and on the other hand, they really needed the remaining reinforcement from Prussia, even if they just squatted in the city of Elor and moved the 4th division to the required direction, which might change the situation on the battlefield. Chapter 438, A Meat Grind Battle, The Struggle of the Podolsk Infantry Regiment. Seeing that Augereau's attack was not going well, Napoleon began to miss lands. The Fifth Army suffered heavy losses in Poltusk, and was arranged by him to the rear of the Warsaw Defense Army, so it was not brought to Eylau. The current performance of Augereau and Ney has made Napoleon unable to bear to look at Augereau, but he still has some expectations for Ney. Although this guy, Lengerie, is reckless, his brain is not always short-circuited. Today, his attack made Little Kamenski very uncomfortable. If the Russian headquarters did not make the right decision and put the reserve troops here with Little Kamenski, then Davout-Steter from the north would be very successful. In this case, the entire battle situation, the Russian iron barrel formation will also be pierced. However, everyone in the headquarters can really sit still now. After observing the movements of the French army in front of Little Kamenski, Langeron initially considered sending the 4th Division, but the French army also made moves in the southwest and northeast, and the pre-war reconnaissance had already understood the situation. Therefore, even though Kamenski's 14th Division was in a tough battle, he did not make any move after seeing the battle situation on the scene. Even if the 4th Division really wanted to move, it would have to wait until the Prussian army led by Lestock entered the battlefield. In the latest report, the Prussian army was very clear that they had escaped Bernadotte's pursuit, but because of the long march, it was indeed difficult for the more than 10,000 troops to gather together. However, the Russian army did not fail to receive support from the Prussian army. In East Prussia, there has always been a Prussian artillery fighting with the Russian army, and it has performed well in several rearguard battles. At this time, there are also a few Prussian cavalry units drawn from Königsberg that can be pulled out. They can't even be called corresponding cavalry, because the cuirassiers have no breastplates, the dragoons also lack carbines, and the hussars are dressed in Hungarian style, but the number is very limited. When seeing this support army, Solovyov even felt that Prussia, which had run out of resources, had no obligation to help them. Such a teammate is more reliable than Austria, in that he can use all his little things to support the Russian army's actions. If Prussia had not given his head to France, this war would not have been impossible to fight. Even the Austrians might tear up the treaty and join the anti-French alliance. In 1806 to 1807, the drama of 1813 might be staged. For Russia, it seems that there are always German teammates digging holes. Now, this Prussian cavalry is only placed on the right wing of the entire army, keeping an eye on the movements of the French army of Soult, while responding to the arrival of Lestock's corps on the battlefield. The situation is indeed not very good. After a morning of fighting, although the Russian army held its position, the pressure was very great. Bagration and Kamenski had to take turns to withdraw soldiers to reorganize, replenish ammunition, accommodate deserters and wounded, and then want reinforcement. Let Bagration and Essen retreat. Michel, send someone to convey this order immediately. If we let Augereau in here, we should still use artillery. Of course I know this. You go and convey the order now. I can't help but think about it. At this time, we didn't retreat in the morning, and now we have to retreat again. The inconsistent orders will indeed cause confusion. But Count Kamenski the Younger cannot retreat. Let Bagrat go to him. Okay. Solovyov began to convey the order according to Langeron's instructions. Bagration and Essen retreated from their current positions and retreated to the preset positions between Kamenski the Younger and Eylau, where there were some artillery and reserve infantry as support. And Kamenski the Younger, under the premise of ensuring that he would not be outflanked by the French army behind him, still had the order not to retreat a single step and to block Ney at the existing position for a day. At least they had to wait for the Prussian army and part of the Russian army that was still outside the battlefield to join the battle, and then the mission would be completed. But Solovyov could only simply convey the specific details to the Count. The commanders of the Russian army in this battle did have a lot of fresh blood, but they all seemed to be a group of generals who had just shown their talents in the Second Anti-French Alliance, and many veterans were replaced. They were all very enthusiastic, willing to accomplish many things, and had strong initiative. The only problem might be a lack of patience. If they were asked to launch a counterattack now, they would probably be impatient to do it. It's really hard to get through this day. Napoleon also found something strange. The Russian army was in high spirits and was able to hold its position, but from the current situation, it can be seen that the French army has the advantage. But the French emperor also found it strange that the Russian army was very patient and had not yet taken out the reserve. Your Majesty, the Russian army in the southeast has retreated to Elor. Just now they had a brigade arrive there. Why did they retreat? Napoleon was also a little hot-headed at this time, and he did not understand the purpose of the Russian army's operation. Berthier, ask Augereau to pursue the Russians and stick to their retreating columns, especially to retain the rear guard. We have to open the door to victory here now. Your Majesty, judging from the current situation, convey the order, Berthier, and ask Soult to wait for the opportunity. At least the Russians are not active in the forest now, and our contact with him can remain unimpeded. Napoleon has not used Soult's troops, but has been waiting for the actions of Davout and Ney. Now that the Russian army has retreated, it is necessary to let Augereau on the main road launch a pursuit, so that the Russian army cannot effectively reorganize. However, it is not an easy task to break through Bagration's rear guard. He left behind the Smolensk regiment and the Moscow grenadiers. These two troops are very resilient in the Russian army. The French army rushed over with bayonets, arranged in columns, but it was difficult to make any progress. In this way, the French army had no chance, but Augereau's pursuit troops were all repelled by the Russian army. As for the Russian army, Langevin was relieved. At this time, it is Bagration. In addition to the bayonet charge of the French army being repelled, their cavalry also launched an attack, and even went around to the back of the two regiments left by Bagration, but they were quickly beaten back, because of the new phalanx formed by the Russian army. The new phalanx of the Russian army obviously had some effect. In a smaller area, with the help of the bunkers in front, the artillery continued to bombard the French army, to interfere with their actions, and the rectangular phalanx could also exert its firepower, causing considerable casualties to the French cavalry and infantry. Even after the formation was reorganized, the shooting accuracy of the Russian soldiers improved for a time, causing the French soldiers of the 7th Army to even think that they were blocked by the Russian guards. It was still the Battle of Austerlitz. The sensory impact caused by the new rifles of the Russian guards was too great. Although the First Army did not become a laughingstock, it also aroused the high vigilance of the French army. In fact, most of the Russian soldiers who stayed behind were well-trained veterans, many of whom had served for more than 15 years, and were familiar with all kinds of skills. That is, their physical fitness had declined a little, but experience could make up for many deficiencies and even improve their combat effectiveness. Although Bagration accepted the rectangular phalanx invented by his junior brother Solovyov, he still arranged the infantry into 3 rows according to the Russian tradition when lining up. The main task of the 3rd row was to load rifles, so that the soldiers in the first 2 rows could reduce the loading steps. If they were in a hurry, they could take out a rifle from the back row and smash the butt of the rifle on the ground. Even if the final loading step was completed, the speed would be greatly improved. The French army's illusion came from this. They also knew the shooting skills of the Russian soldiers. At this time, those rigid and dogmatic things no longer existed in the French and Russian armies. They were all fighting with all their might. As for the accidental injury to the front row, the veterans of the 2 Russian regiments were not too worried about this problem. They might be knocked down by the enemy's firepower during the battle, but knocking down their own people, that is, stray bullets crossing the battlefield, and accidental injuries in the crossfire of the 2 sides of the phalanx, would not happen in their own team. Now the Russian army's persistence also forced Augereau to readjust the deployment and even wanted to seek reinforcement from Napoleon. Your Majesty, the 7th Army lacks cavalry, and has only 1 hunting cavalry regiment. I know that the only ones who can be mobilized for him now are Lasalle and Wattier, otherwise we can only let the Bavarian cavalry meet their relatives. When saying this, the 2 Russian regiments were like reefs covered with green moss on the peninsula, that were hit by blue waves, standing there motionless. If the Russian army completed their rearguard mission, the French army would still need to gnaw the Russian army's hard nut one by one, and the price to pay would be very considerable. After thinking for a while, Napoleon finally decided to let Lasalle's hussars go up and detour to the side of the Russian army. In such a narrow space, Lasalle's hussars actually managed to get through and ran into the Levitsky brigade, which was still in the retreating column. The Russians were attacked mainly by the infantry at the back. The Arkhangelsk regiment was attacked first, and because they did not have time to form a square, they were dispersed by the French cavalry. Although the loss was not large, there was a certain degree of chaos in the Russian army. The 7th Chasseur Regiment, a relatively old chasseur unit, was thrown into disarray by the scattered infantry and had to work hard to maintain order. It's really embarrassing. If this group of hussars rushes over, Bagration's retreat will be in trouble. Langeron was also sweating. He was even ready to ask the Russian cavalry that had retreated to rejoin the battle and drive Lassalle's hussars back from the main road. However, this worry was unnecessary. Solovyov saw a Russian army that had arranged 3 beautiful battalion formations, forming a V-shaped formation on the spot, shooting at the French army that dared to enter their range. It seems that one regiment still withstood the pressure. It should be safe now, right, Michel? It's still a long way off. 5 light cavalry regiments rushing together may not be able to defeat our infantry, but who knows what will happen if they charge like this? What if the French army deploys the guards? Deploy the guards? I don't think Napoleon will deploy the guards in the current situation. Not now, but Bonaparte will definitely bet on it, and we can't help but follow him then. Indeed, the guards have not yet been deployed, and the 4th Division is the only force that the Russian army can count on. However, Solovyov was also curious. The Podolsk Infantry Regiment has less than 10 years of experience, and the combat effectiveness shown by this regiment is far from the level of a new regiment. Even if he gave the Selench Regiment a special treatment, improved the training methods, and continued it, he did not achieve such an effect. The Podolsk Regiment is really amazing. It has held out for so long under the impact of the French cavalry. This regiment was transferred from the naval infantry. When a staff officer said this, Solovyov couldn't help but think of a steel plate impression of Russia. The Russian navy was invincible on the shore. The Podolsk regiment not only repelled the attack of the Lassalle Hussar division, but also protected the retreat of the rear guard. The only difference is that there will be no strange things coming out of the woods. Augereau could see the situation of Lassalle being repelled through the telescope. He now had no way to deal with the 2 regiments left by Bagration, and could only let the other side form a 6-battalion square and evacuate from the battlefield. Even when the French army came to the position left by the 8th Division, they only seized a few damaged cannons, a pile of empty glass jars, empty wine bottles and a pile of broken glass. After the Podolsk regiment received the retreat of Bagration's 2 regiments, it also took advantage of this stage of the French army's adjustment to withdraw from the battlefield. In fact, both sides were very dissatisfied with the battle here. The Russian army had to abandon several preset positions southeast of Villars on the first day of the war, especially the 2 built in the village. They were even attacked by French cavalry during the retreat, causing some troops to fall into chaos without any preparation. But they finally completed the task. The 8th Division and the reinforced reserve brigade finally withdrew, after losing more than 2,000 people. As for the French side, they captured the Russian positions, but problems also came. The French army did not capture any major positions before the Russian army took the initiative to retreat. In addition, Lassalle's hussars were repelled by the Russian army during the detour, which was beyond Napoleon's expectations. He knew that the Russian soldiers were very resilient, but he did not expect that at this time there would be a regiment that could withstand Lassalle's attack, and the brave division-level general was shot and wounded and had to withdraw from the battlefield. But the battle had to continue, and he had to find a way to break through the Russian iron barrel formation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439, A Battle of Flesh and Blood. What is Sert up to? What the French saw on the battlefield after the Russians retreated did make Augereau and others laugh and cry. These soldiers now have to collect all the leftovers. If the Russian soldiers knew that the French had to eat swill while fighting them, they would not know whether to sympathize or ridicule them. But when someone creates a true pot in the future, they have to consider that the patent is probably in the hands of the French. Bagration and Essen retreated safely back to Elor. It was really a close call. We were also sweating when we watched it. The Podolsk regiment fought well. They should be commended. Don't talk about this issue for now. We have now opened up the main road in the southeast. Even if we set up the battle array according to the current situation, it can only ensure the safety of Kamenskий's flank. Bagration's face was long, and now it looked even more serious. And when they said this, Davout's attack had already begun to work, driving Dokhtyarov and Tuchkov's troops out of the first line of defense. From the battlefield, the Russian left wing had actually been bypassed, and Davout once again changed the battlefield situation with his hard work. When the report came, the people in the headquarters were obviously unhappy. This bald guy is really amazing. My iron bucket formation was not beaten like this in the other two routes. Miss Cap, what are you going to do? If we transfer the 4th Division, Davout's side will be blocked by us, but it will be difficult for us to stop Napoleon in the southwest and southeast directions, and the front line will be further compressed to Elor. The outer positions have been breached, and Elor is actually infinitely defensible. We can only cause great setbacks to the French army on the battlefield, and then choose the next action phalanx. He did not say a retreat, but the psychological expectation of every sentence was implying a retreat from Elor. But on the battlefield, several key positions could not retreat a single step. At least now the 5th Division led by Tuchkov can still ensure that the road to Königsberg in the north and the road to the west are also unobstructed. Napoleon also had good intentions in Elor. He cut off the main road in the east, so that the Russian army could not consider returning to the side of the border by the shortest distance. They could only stay to fight, or be further compressed by the French army. If Soult was not in the southwest, Solovyov might have considered changing the strategy, cutting off each other's retreat, and finally having a decisive battle to the death. However, when this risky plan was proposed, those who advocated the war could not agree. After all, it was too risky. It's not that everyone is not courageous enough, but this kind of gambler behavior is indeed a bit crazy. It's just that, if Napoleon is not given some strength, he will continue to oppress, so he can only fight here. As for the attack launched by Soult, it seems to be a 50-50 fight with Sakon, but he has been looking for the weakness of Sakon's formation. Solovyov's iron bucket formation is indeed more dependent on the commandability of the division commander, army commander and commander-in-chief, as well as their personal determination. The ones in the east, even the more hesitant Dokhtyarov, fought bravely and followed orders resolutely. This is not a contradiction, because Dokhtyarov had this problem. He followed orders well but acted hesitantly, which Solovyov had seen in Dürrenstein. But Essen and Sakon, the two German officers, although they were both called Krafts by the soldiers, Essen was obviously more outstanding, and in the battle of this day, as the central axis of the battlefield in the southeast, he cooperated well with Bagration, Bagovat and Solovyov. Baron Sakon, Solovyov could not explain his movements. Although Baron Sakon still had some ability, and was better than Essen in commanding troops alone, he was not resolute, and like an Austrian, he had his own considerations. Therefore, he had been considering the issue of follow-up reserves. If Barclay took the 4th Division out, should he leave Somov's brigade as a reserve, so that the troops could be split up and used? When he was thinking about this problem, everyone noticed his monocle. Of course, this won't cause any fashion. After all, it's a new product, and it will probably have to wait until we return to St. Petersburg to cause a fashion trend. And then, I'm afraid that the Germans with deeper eye sockets will prefer this. This side of Sakon. The east side I'm worried about is here. Sakon's full name is von Osten-Sakon, and Solovyov meant it as a pun. After all, the name is there. Soult's attack is obviously testing our weaknesses. The intensity of his attack today is much smaller than in the previous battles. He did not launch a fierce attack like the three armies in the east. Perhaps they are trying to contain us? I'm afraid it's not just containment. Count, you should also consider the attack from Davout's side. It is obviously to attract our attention. If our previous cooperation was a strategic feint to the east and attack to the west, I'm afraid Napoleon has already used this method to attack the northeast on the battlefield, and the main purpose is probably in the southwest. What he said was not wrong. Although Solovyov was the one who planned the strategic maneuver, without the close cooperation of the generals, and putting aside their past grudges, it would be impossible to move the battlefield from the Vistula River front to here, and the Russian army's own losses were not very large. Solovyov did not realize that he now understood Napoleon's thoughts, but Napoleon thought it was mobilization or war mechanics, while Solovyov was acting as Russia's moving Great Wall, and using the 36 stratagems. Fortunately, the booklet that Mark took away did not contain all the information. It just looked like a kitten teaching an old lion kung fu, which looked strange. What Solovyov feared was that Sert would cut off his support, and then his strategy would be problematic. Therefore, he also thought of splitting up the reserve. In this way, he would be even less able to attack. And the current situation in Sakon was indeed confusing. Langeron looked at Solovyov and decided to let him go there. At this time, Solovyov handed over the work in his hands to the Chief of Operations of the General Staff and General von Steenhiel, the Quartermaster General, and set off with his entourage. Langeron focused his attention on the 3 battlefields in the east, and he was going to Sakon. But when he arrived in Sakon, Solovyov felt that the atmosphere was very strange. Not only was it strange that he wore a monocle, but he also had a whip in his hand, which made people feel more abstract. General Sakon happened to capture a French colonel. Judging from his heavy cuirassier, he was a cuirassier. What's going on? Michael, this colonel fell off his horse during the French charge and was captured by our people. You are really lucky. You captured such an officer. He should be a regimental commander, right? Yes, we know he is from the 5th Cuirassier Regiment. Aha, it seems I have to ask him carefully. He even took the horsewhip and pressed it directly on the cuirassier of the big man. Colonel, it seems that you are not very lucky. It is easy to be like this when leading a charge. Sometimes the cavalry under your command are brave, but not as brave as you. What do you want to say? But as a general, you seem a little young. There is also a 37-year-old bold marshal in France. My age is only equivalent to your brigade general. What's so strange about it? In Prussia, this position is not even a general. Listen, what I want to ask is what Marshal Soult is going to do now. The attack of the cuirassiers should be a general offensive, but the fact is not like this. I have nothing to say, General. You can now choose to deal with me with your barbaric methods. Russians are not barbarians, and we also love French culture, even French women. I'm fortunate to have developed a friendship with Madame Rakamiya that goes beyond ordinary friendship. As for you, Colonel, we will not shoot you. It is not in accordance with the rules. But as a soldier, you officers and your brothers, the lives are in the hands of your emperor. A truly brave soldier, if it is not such bad luck, would rather die in battle than be a prisoner. Baron Sakon looked at Solovyov and felt a little strange. I have never heard that he has German ancestry, but his speaking style is changeable. Today it is indeed strange, and he directly turned to the tone of a Prussian soldier. After all, King Frederick the Great believes that death in battle is a better reward. And from this colonel, there is no situation to be asked. All we know is that the 2 commanders of the Cuirassier Division, General Nansuti is not on the battlefield. Doppel is in the front line to command, and this Cuirassier attack was launched together with the light infantry of the Legrand Division of the 4th Army and a group of hunting cavalry temporarily transferred. In fact, the loss caused by the Russian army to the Cuirassiers was only 2 dead and 1 wounded, and the unfortunate commander was captured. However, Solovyov remembered that Balzac had a book about a cavalry colonel, so there should be some prototype, and this unfortunate guy was really tall. Solovyov was no longer in the stage of being a beautiful girl at the age of 15 or 16. He had grown to be only slightly shorter than the Tsar himself, but there was still a big gap compared to this giant. As for effective intelligence, although the colonel was also a French chatterbox, he only revealed the arrangements that the Russian army could see. Solovyov could actually analyze something according to this statement. Soult's various probing and diversionary attacks were just like what the old soldier Messina had done in Zurich, to hit the Russian army's weaknesses. Baron Sakon, unfortunately, suffered a tragic defeat in General Korsakov's column at that time. Baron, don't you think the French haven't launched the final decisive attack yet? That's right, just like in Zurich. But you are not that Korsakov. Although it may be disrespectful to the emperor, if a favorite minister has no ability, he should not volunteer to fight on his own. If this was said out, it would be too destructive. After all, except for the 5 Olov brothers and Potemkin, the true nature of the rest is really hard to describe. It's a good thing that it was said at the front line. If it was said in the court, it would offend people. I understand what you mean. You are really a disciple of Alexander Vasilyevich. You have inherited the art of speaking, right? I'm not a running hare, but a greedy fox. Ah, it's interesting. Now let's talk about the most important core issue. What exactly is Salt going to do? He is probably looking for your weakness, or waiting for Napoleon's instructions to launch an attack at an appropriate time. That makes sense, or both, and then he can make the final blow. And after asking so many questions, we only saw 2 regiments from the Legrand division and the Level division. Saint Hillel seemed to have disappeared. You know, Salt likes to use this guy to launch an attack, or to hold on from the front, so that Level and Legrand can use the hammer and anvil tactics. These people are all learning from Bonaparte to hold the reserve troops, but what they are going to do, judging from the actions and results, are still different. That makes sense. If you run into trouble, I would suggest that the 4th Division currently led by Barclay be split off to support your retreat. It is necessary to place Bagvout on your left wing. This road is narrow for us, and the enemy as well. And that ice lake, although frozen solid, no one should let the main force go here in this season. Unless the French want to be something, just be the local on a drowned ghost. This is still a bit humorous, and Baron Sacken is now a little relaxed. Okay, but I don't think we should give up this front easily. It is still very beneficial to us. Not necessarily. You have cuirassiers here. When the killer moves appear, we will have to shrink our troops. If necessary, organize a retreat, preferably at night. The size of our corps is still enough to consume the French for a while. Most importantly, you must act according to the deployment, and cannot retreat at present until the reserve arrives, and there is an order directly from the headquarters. Baron Sacken was relieved and commanded the 3rd Division to continue to hold on. Well, Michael, I think you are right. But there is another problem. If the French connect the front lines, they can use several army pairs to attack us on one front, and there may be large-scale infantry and cavalry maneuvers. At that time, the other divisions will also be affected. It doesn't matter. We just need to fight bravely here now. Chapter 440 A meat grinder battle Russia's weather controller technology. Baron Sacken was determined to defend the position. After all, the path on his side was quite critical. If there was a problem, he could only run away after the Prussian army arrived, instead of staying here now. Solovyov supported his idea, and promised that the Somov brigade could join the battlefield as reinforcement at any time. Considering the distance between these Russian positions, Somov could indeed join the battle at the right time. While they were fighting fiercely, Davout had led the French Third Army to achieve significant results. Under the tenacious defense of Tuchkov and Dokhtyrov, they captured 2 outer positions. After the Russian infantry in these places were driven away, the French army could now send out light cavalry to bypass Tuchkov's flank. This was more dangerous for the Russian army. Although the 4 French armies were blocked by woods, this could also cover the French cavalry's maneuvers behind them. As for the artillery, it was embarrassing to say the least, except that Yermolov's cavalry artillery caught the French army off guard, which was a bright spot. Obviously, the Russian artillery firepower is stronger, and even the reloading speed is faster than the French side, but there is still a big gap in organizing firepower. Now the Russian army has shown the usual tenacity of their infantry in the first day of the battle. This led to the French army not opening a small breakthrough until the afternoon, when Davout was the first to open a small breakthrough. If the Russian army mobilized the reserve to plug this hole, it might be blocked there. Of course, Napoleon's idea was to attract the reserve forces in Langerand's hands by attacking the Russian army in the northeast, and then attack from Soltany, so as to change the situation in one fell swoop. He even received a report that Ney had repeatedly fought with the Russian army around the outer artillery. Although the battle was very difficult, significant progress had been made. The Russians are really tenacious. If it were the Austrians, we would have entered Elor now. Napoleon said this with contempt, which did explain some of the Austrian army's combat effectiveness. Your Majesty, shouldn't we? Berthier, Do you want us to launch an attack with cavalry? Although Lassal's attack was effective, we only took advantage of the Russians' retreat to capture a few inconspicuous villages. The real battle is still to come. And by the afternoon, the weather began to change. Seeing this kind of weather, half of it is a gust of cold air blowing from Siberia, with flying sand and rocks clattering. Since it is winter, it is inevitable that some strange things will happen. Ney and Augereau encountered this problem during the offensive stage. As for Davout, he was resting here due to the retreat of the Russian army, and he did not catch up with the drastic change in the climate. Langeron witnessed the change in the weather in the church in the city of Elor. Damn it, it looks like the weather is going to change again. Sir, maybe God can't stand the behavior of Napoleon, the enemy of Christ, and will send down such a change. Langeron is French. The French can invite the Pope to work in Avignon. After Langeron left France, there were strange priest beliefs such as rational religion. It is normal for them not to believe. The Russians are pious and superstitious. Alexander even thinks that he and Larissa can't give birth to boys, but only girls, even with external forces, which is a punishment from God. At this time, it is indeed a rare good thing for Russian officers and soldiers. Weather changes always mean that God is on their side. Langeron can only say in his heart that you Russians should do more feudal superstitions. This can actually boost morale and even cause some reversals. When talking about this, Langeron probably forgot that before he went to the war, he had already completed the naturalization procedures and became the Russian Count Alexander Fyodorovich Langeron. But his complaining soul will not stop as long as he is alive and his mind is clear. It seems that God is on our side. He saw not only snowfall, but also short-term strong winds. This kind of strong convective weather would be thunderstorms in summer. Now, it's a pity that it is snowing instead of hail. Langeron initially thought that the bad weather would affect the plains, but he didn't expect that the strong winds were all on the Russian positions, while the blizzards were on the French positions, covering Augereau and Ney's troops in the wind and snow. Only a few Russian positions were affected by the blizzard, probably because they were not pious or believed in some other religion. This was also circulated within the Russian army afterwards. But, sir, you believe in a different church than us, which is strange. Langeron's servant was also a complainer. Then what do you believe in? When I was in Paris, I believed in the Western Catholic Church. I was different from those Lutheran Germans. Maybe you soldiers are all devout in your faith. Doesn't that explain it? Langeron's explanation was really impeccable. As for the strange weather, Napoleon could see it, but he also saw clearly that the French army had to stop because of the weather. That won't work. Damn it. At this critical moment, the Russians have mastered the weather again. The blizzard in Pultusk and the strong wind in Morangen. If it weren't winter, there would be lightning and thunder. The weather controller was almost out of the emperor's words. But this thing is the elite technology. If someone interprets the comments of Langeron, Solovyov and the emperor himself afterwards, they might have some illusions. Ask Augereau to stop the attack and stop moving forward. I'm worried that this reckless man will make a joke again. However, in this weather, even if the messenger arrived at Augereau's side, he would not be able to stop his advance in time. On the Russian side, artillery has been prepared from two directions. No matter whether it is Ney or Augereau, as long as they get out of the woods from the blizzard, they will probably face a barrage of shotgun fire. Then, Ney actually ordered to stop advancing at this time. Although he is a reckless man, his brain is sometimes online. Now his wish is to reorganize the troops and then launch an attack. On the other hand, Augereau was marching in the blizzard and did not notice where he was. When Solovyov returned to the headquarters, he could not ride a horse in the heavy snow and could only ride a sled back to Elor. As for Langeron and Bagration, they are now waiting for the French army to come out of the blizzard. If they don't come out, it's better to take this opportunity to stabilize the defense line. Even at this time, there is good news for the Russian army. That is, the Prussian army commanded by General Lestok has approached Elor and is expected to arrive at night. Come and see, Michel, our reinforcements are finally coming. Also, how is Sakin's situation? Serta looks like he will still launch an attack, but the weather is so bad now that I can only come back on a sled. In addition, placing Solov's brigade behind Sakin can support his actions and allow the 3rd Division to withdraw safely. Do you want to leave Sirte with an empty camp? If that's the case, it will be unfavorable for our army. We can only let Sirte and Sakin fight to consume each other so that we can contain the French army with the largest number of troops. Well, that's the only way. Langeron then sat in front of the table and said to the generals here, we should also take advantage of Bonaparte's army being blocked by General Blizzard to have some bread and coffee. The French are really the ones who can't change anywhere, but everyone is hungry. However, Solovyov, the youngest at the table, went back to look at the map with his staff after eating a few bites. He needed to understand the current situation of the battle. The French army has made considerable progress, especially along the way of Davout. If Davout continues to attack and advances towards Elor, our entire left wing, as well as Count Kamensky in front, will be in danger of being surrounded. In this way, General, we should suggest to the Commander-in-Chief to send reinforcement to stop the French army at the horse farm. The idea is good, but Somov has to leave Sakin as a reserve. It will be difficult for us to act unless Lestok arrives here. In addition, except for artillery, it is best not to mix the Prussian army with the Russian army, especially those mechanized infantry. What Solovyov is most worried about is that when a team of Russian troops launches a bayonet attack, the Prussian troops next to them are still pulling the barrels of their guns. However, thinking of this, after the defeat of the Prussian army, many officers and soldiers were released, but they cannot return to the battlefield due to the constraints of the treaty between the two sides. After the end of this battle, if France cannot be defeated, it is likely that some of the Prussian army will come to Russia to serve, regardless of whether they are soldiers or officers. By then, he could make a lot of money. Solovyov had already thought of the structure of the new Russian Imperial Prussian Corps in the future. As for his calculations, there are still many people in Prussia who are not clear about his strange method. As for now, the most important thing is the front line. Augereau finally got his 2 divisions out of the blizzard and appeared in front of the Russian position in a horizontal formation. But for him, the very bad thing is that no matter who commanded the Russian army, a large number of artillery were prepared at the most important front position. The front line of the entire French 7th Army was greeted by a mixture of grenades and shotguns. For a while, the Russian generals thought they had seen it wrong. You know, after this round of shooting and explosion, not only blood and flesh flew everywhere, but even a blood mist could be seen blown out by the wind. That's really a bit of a mess. Blood turned into wind, and sand turned into rain. The French army is now under artillery fire, and the losses are also very huge. Augereau's mount was killed, and the casualties of his officers were also extremely heavy. In fact, this was the first time in a normal war that an army was bombarded with such a high density of firepower. Moreover, the Russian army continued to bombard. Even the French army could not bear this level of attack. After the bombardment, Langeron also sent out cavalry, not to harvest, but to drive these French troops away from the positions in front of them, taking advantage of their chaos to expand the results of the battle. Although Augereau and the wounded generals were rescued, this wave of cavalry counterattack by the Russian army was indeed difficult for them to stop. Seeing this situation, Napoleon had to take out Murat's heavy cavalry to support the 7th Army to retreat and reorganize, but the series of results that had been achieved before were gone. But Langeron did not pursue, and he issued an order at this time to disengage after following the pursuit. This move also looked familiar, but the Russian army was currently tense on several fronts and had to take this approach. At night, the Russian army was finally going to hold a new round of military meetings. We do need to discuss this issue now, which is to shrink our troops to the vicinity of Elor and ask the French to merge their forces. Although this is not good for our army, it is not without other benefits. Langeron's proposal this time was also very clear. In fact, it was to shrink the position while the French army was in a state of confusion. The next step was to find an opportunity to escape in time from the north. As for the battle in Elor, it was already a huge consumption for the French army. As long as the French army could not achieve their goal, it would be a victory. In addition, Langeron found that Solovyov was not only good at defense, but also had a black heart. Through this battle, the Russian generals also knew that even without the emperor's macro-manipulation, it would be difficult to repel the French army commanded by Napoleon in the face if they performed normally. At least they had to undergo military reforms to further strengthen the combat effectiveness of the Russian army, and perhaps there would be a chance to compete in the future. This winter, the biggest achievement may be to interfere with Napoleon's plan, to take advantage of the opportunity to rest around Warsaw and use Poland as a rear to supplement troops. The French army maintained its combat effectiveness to a large extent in this way. Veterans led new recruits and quickly made them familiar with the weapons in their hands. They were also added to various units and familiarized with military regulations. As it is now, except for the 8th and 9th armies in the rear, the French army from Germany to Poland and East Prussia did not have the opportunity to complete winter training. Instead, they were caught by the Russian army and even attracted to places near the Russian border. If the French army had enough time to recover its combat effectiveness, it would be even more troublesome. After all, at the beginning of 1807, the armies of both sides had to toss for a while in Poland and East Prussia. Since it was a battle, even if there was no winner, there must be a result, right? Chapter 441. A meat grinder battle. The morning after the battle. For the French, the consumption was too great. Soldiers fighting in such an icy and snowy environment, once they were shot and fell, if no one took them to the relatively safe first aid station and the field hospital in the rear in time, they would probably be called by God to a place with abundant water and grass. If you die here, no minister will wipe your tears, and you will be buried hastily, or put in a coffin. For both sides, the situation is not optimistic. That is, the soldiers who are injured in winter have a lower chance of infection. But this is not a benefit. After all, no one will have an easy life after being injured. If you see that the field hospitals on both sides are full of wounded soldiers, you will know that neither side is having an easy life. These were delivered again today, General. You come here to see them, and I can't say anything. Only seriously injured people are sent to me. You will know after seeing them. The environment is still quite bad. Even if it is improved, disinfection measures must be carried out. It still smells bad. There is no way. According to the pathogen theory you mentioned, there are microorganisms and pathogens in the environment. Our conditions here are limited. We should thank God for being able to maintain basic cleanliness. Well, we can only meet the disinfection measures required by the doctor in St. Petersburg. If it is a therapeutic drug. Because I have been devoted to the army, and I have a lot of work on hand, I can't complete these tasks one by one. I don't believe that there are omniscient and omnipotent people in this world. Even God himself sometimes makes mistakes. You can't say that. That's true, but I've been to France and Italy, and there are such people there. Okay, you can go and do your thing. It's better not to disturb the doctor's work here. Solovyov then left the field hospital, but considering that organic chemistry was something that Russia could do well, those chemists were not even sure whether their parents existed, let alone liquids. Therefore, even if he knew the general route of sulfonamide drugs, he did not have a very good solution. Perhaps some traditional medical methods were more useful when it came to hemostasis and disinfection, such as processed Chinese medicine and its hemostatic effect. From this point of view, trade with China was still very important, especially in terms of providing a large amount of medicinal materials. However, when he left St. Petersburg, Alexander had not yet decided who to send to Beijing to submit the new letter of credence and tribute. That was not something he could consider now, but after walking out for a while, he heard the sound of a balalaika. However, the song was still relatively old. The balalaika is still more popular than the bayon now, but it was not so pleasing to the eye in the hands of the quartermaster Statsenko. After all, when Solovyov was in the Selenge regiment, he always thought that this guy who was in charge of the military supply was stealing, but there was no evidence. What are you playing, Stashenko? The song that starts from Petersburg. You mean the song that the horsemen sing on Tverskoy Street in Moscow? That's it. But how should we call you, young commander? You are a general now, and the chief of staff of the corps. And you are also the adjutant general of the emperor. After all, you are also a general, not a colonel. These old soldiers started to make a fuss again, and there were more people saying this later. You said that. Oh, if he is a master, it still makes him look a little old. After all, he is still a young master. After all, he hasn't married yet. Soon, when the war is over, and the year of my secret engagement is up, we can get married. Whose family is your wife from, sir? Stashenko spoke like a chameleon, and he had changed his words at this moment. Speaking of which, it has some connection with our regiment. We don't need to guess. It's probably the granddaughter of old Prince Krimsky. This girl has a lot of good points. Stachenko, you talk like that. Did Siberia freeze your brain? That's absolutely not the case. If you want to talk about the origin, it's the old Selenge regiment. That's too easy to guess. Okay, that's it. But Solovyov looked at Stachenko. This guy was holding a pipe, but it didn't smoke. That's why he spoke in a weird tone. Why don't you light your pipe? This thing looks clogged, so I just hold it in my mouth. I don't care about the pipe. You know I don't smoke or drink, especially among women and children. There are no women here either. And you know, in Poland, Polish women were pretty good. They were all slim and strong. But here there are so few people. There's not even a big and strong German woman. These guys. Solovyov held back and didn't complain. In St. Petersburg, it was just the opposite. Of course, Lois's figure was a mystery. She had given birth to 6 children, and was only a little plump. She had some fat on her belly, but she was still pretty slim overall. As for the Polish girl, she wasn't the kind of big and strong, but she was too strong. If there was a relatively strong German woman, it would probably be Lois's relatively strong sister, whom Czartoryski unfortunately married, and gave birth to his son. I say, you guys, you're still chatting now. It's almost dawn, and there may be more fierce fighting. It doesn't matter, little commander, just sit down, and play a song for us. You want me to play this? I'm not very good at playing the balalaika. When I was in the palace, there were a few people who played guitar around the emperor. That doesn't matter, you try the tone. Speaking of which, although Solovyov's time in the Selenge regiment was short, his prestige was very high, probably because he mastered the core technology. As for the balalaika, it was hard for Solovyov not to think of that song. The Volga River is covered with ice and snow, and a troika runs on the riverbank. The problem is that this song was also written after 1901. After listening to it, the old soldiers who were born as serfs in the Selenge regiment were moved. Except for the old emperor and the great marshal who are no longer with us. It is people like you who still care about us soldiers. Solovyov thought about it, and thought that the rich master had slept with those serf girls a lot. Even if he changed the song, he wanted to deprive them of their pitiful means of production. In the eyes of the soldiers, he was just a master. Although there was a big difference between masters, it was rare to dare to sing like this. After all, Solovyov was picky about food, and was more considerate to servants. He only slept with beautiful young widows and young wives. However, the embarrassing thing was that these people were of foreign descent, or even foreigners. In Russia, he didn't even sleep with a Russian girl. I'm afraid he would have to wait until he married his wife to get her. This was quite funny. Yes, you soldiers have a hard life. You have to leave your home so far away and fight the French. You have to serve in the army for 25 years. You have to sleep in the open and endure hunger and fight against the enemy in a foreign country. But there is one good thing about this. It is that you have to leave your hometown and go out. I'm afraid that few people in the village will have experienced this, right? You are right, that's probably it. Also, you are all glorious heroes in the war. If you perform well in this battle, maybe you can apply for a medal. Soldiers, after hearing this, are in high spirits. It is worthy of being the country that gave birth to your hero. In fact, it was also Solovyov who heard the news and wanted to issue medals to Russian soldiers. Paul implemented it for a while when he was in power. After Alexander came to power, he thought that the Ministry of War and the masters in Petersburg could be restored, and the St. George Medal was awarded to the soldiers. It was a good policy to thank God. At least it could encourage the soldiers to fight bravely. You know, some of these veterans have wives or brothers and sisters at home. Even if some dare to deduct the bonus, it is better to take some money than to get nothing. Moreover, since Prince Kirikin launched the house confiscation reform, the Russian procuratorate has been very harsh on local civil servants. It is not ruled out that some officials have to hand over hundreds to thousands of rubles to the country. Solovyov thought of this and found it ridiculous. The Qing dynasty and Tsarist Russia were surprisingly consistent in some areas and even a little abstract. Young commander, is this true? It can't be false. Originally, the review of officers' medals and soldiers' awards had to go through the headquarters. Although our commander-in-chief is from France, who else is there in the headquarters except the Germans? Ah, no wonder, no wonder. Okay, I won't say more to you. Come and listen to this song. After that, after adapting to the balalaika, Solovyov began to play a more cheerful song. However, these soldiers are really not idle. The Russian army has no political commissars. It can only be said that the commander-in-chief is not at home today. At this moment, Langdurin is indeed hiding in the basement of the church to sleep. Solovyov, as the chief of staff, is very hard. He has too much work to do. He is idle now and dare not go to sleep. He can only keep drinking tea and coffee. It seems to be a very refreshing thing to be a general commanding thousands of troops, but without a good body, even young people may not be able to endure it. Solovyov knew that he was in good health. He hoped that after the battle, East Prussia would be relatively quiet for a while. If he could have a winter camp, he would go to Jelgava to have a good rest. Since he couldn't sleep, being with these soldiers would make him happier. As for these veterans and the Cossacks camping nearby, their knees were really strong. Solovyov's knees were injured by French bullets when he fought in Novi, Italy, so he wouldn't make such large movements. These soldiers were really happy, but the brothers who were on duty in the first half of the night and rested in the second half of the night were also sleeping soundly with blankets and coats and were not affected at all. But when the sun rose as usual the next morning, these Russian soldiers still formed a queue on time according to the prescribed time. According to Langdurин and Solovyov's request, in the second day's battle, the Russian troops on the front line were arranged in 2 rows, and the deployment of artillery and cavalry was strengthened. Some infantry were rotated to the second line as a reserve. Baron II did not retreat, but if Solt launched an attack, he would fight and retreat, trying to slow down the opponent's attack speed. Only when necessary, Solov's 2 regiments would come to join the battle. As for the French side, they also lined up neatly, ready to launch another attack on the Russian army. The formation is not bad, isn't it? Bagration remembered that, when they were in Schengrabin, the French army also lined up in a neat queue. At that time, they only charged once, shouted "Hurrah!" and let the French soldiers retreat and reorganize, and did not fight them directly with bayonets. Today, these French troops are ready to launch an attack after the artillery is ready. However, for Napoleon, the operation of the 7th Army being blinded by the artillery group the day before also forced him to act more cautiously and let Davout, Ney and Solt all launch attacks. For a while, it seemed that there was a change. No one was a feint attack, and now they were all main attacks. It is unknown how effective this kind of random punching style will be, but the pressure came to the Russian side. Although the Prussian army joined the battlefield and was able to pull out the 3 brigades of the 4th Division as reinforcement and put them on the battlefield in need, the Russian army consumed a lot. As for Orgero, in the chaotic slaughterhouse yesterday, Russian officers and soldiers also discovered that a team of soldiers wearing bear fur hats seemed to appear in a relatively far place. Damn, it seems that Bonaparte has come over. Langdurin arrived at the new position in Essen. When he looked south from the artillery, he did see the French guards and heavy cavalry. He also knew that, although Napoleon might not be desperate today, he also wanted to launch a decisive offensive, but he didn't know how to act. What's coming will come. Heh. Solovyov yawned and looked in the direction of the guards. Why, you can't stand it anymore. I haven't slept for another night, and I led the team to attack the enemy at night the day before. That's good. You are much better than Marshal Saxe. Langdurin's words were incoherent, but the French marshal was quite lustful and had vulgar tastes. I don't know if this is a compliment or a complaint, but when fighting, you still need to fight Napoleon for another day. This is also very deadly. If I don't rest tonight, I can barely hold on. If it lasts a few more nights, I can probably buy a small piece of land in the Alexander Nevsky Monastery and bury it directly. Chapter 442, a meat grinder battle. Cavalry, attack, a little scary. Before the battle of the second day began, Napoleon had already noticed that the Russian army still had not given up its position on the southwest side. Originally, he hoped that the Russian army would shrink at night, so that he could connect the front lines of several armies and then launch an attack. This would be an end. As for being caught in such a hard battle, although he was mentally prepared, he did not expect the situation on the battlefield to be so unfavorable, and the Russian army's resistance was extremely tenacious, and it even seemed that the troops were gathering more and more. This won't work, Berthier. The cavalry and the guards must be prepared for battle. Napoleon ordered in advance to use the cavalry, which was a common situation in several battles. But it was the first time to use the guards, since the 1,000-man consular guard of Marengo fought hard. Your Majesty, are you sure you want to mobilize the guards? At this time, the only way to shake the Russians is to send all our reserve troops to the battlefield. There is a tiny gap in the Russian defense in the Ice Lake area. I only know this after reading the report of Augereau's staff. Napoleon was obviously very confident and pointed out the location of the Ice Lake on the map. We will launch the attack from this direction and tear open the Russian defense line. But there is still a problem now. Can the 7th Army still fight? The situation is very bad, Your Majesty. Only half of the troops can be put into battle. For this reason, we have to. Berthier, that's enough. The Russian army is probably also using 2 rows of horizontal formations to bluff, so that their troops appear to be more numerous. If you don't charge at their weaknesses, you won't know. The weakness that Napoleon noticed was also the place where Solovyov was careless. He usually wouldn't use Russian cleverness like this, but now he had to do so, paying attention to the horseshoes of the heavy cavalry and even damaging part of the road surface, so that the French heavy cavalry had no suitable place to launch an attack. However, the small area south of the Ice Lake and Elor, where the deployment of troops is relatively weak, is also one of the few gaps in the Russian army's iron bucket formation. After the arrival of the Prussian army, the high-intensity work made Solovyov a little tired. As for the Field Marshal Saches, that Langevin jokingly mentioned, he was a devil who had a party with 8 actresses one night, and it was not surprising that he died suddenly. However, Field Marshal Saches was an old man when he died. Although Solovyov was the father of a son and 4 daughters, he was not married yet, and he himself found that in such a high-intensity war, the consumption of the body was actually greater than sleeping with a beautiful girl. For someone like Larissa, Her Majesty the Queen was still too gentle, and the consumption of her might even be greater. If it was a wilder one, like Paulina, the men might not be able to bear it. Without good physical strength, it would be difficult to persist in any aspect. As for this negligence, it was indeed one of the few weaknesses that could be discovered after the iron bucket formation was set up. Moreover, if infantry was used to attack, it would be exposed soon. Napoleon wanted to use cavalry to attack, and the cuirassiers and dragoons were dispatched, which was extremely disadvantageous to the Russian army. At this time, if someone in Langevin's headquarters thought of this problem and filled the pit with Lestock's Prussian army to this position, the whole battlefield might have improved. But the Russian army, facing the pressure from both Soult and Davout, had to use the Prussian army to replace the 4th Division to protect the flank. Barclay led 2 brigades to block Davout, and Somov led a brigade to support Sacken. This gap was still exposed. But the night before, if Sacken was withdrawn from the position on the southwest road, it would not be a big deal for the Russian army. The French army, which was separated, could directly launch an attack and show the Russian army some color. If the front lines were connected, the Russian army would also be very passive. Therefore, the Russian army would not take the initiative to withdraw from there, even if it left Sacken as a nail in front of Soult. As for the weakness on the Ice Lake, everyone neglected it because of the high-intensity command and staff work, and Murat's cavalry was going to launch an attack from here. The French cuirassiers and dragoons assembled more than 6,000 people, which was a very large scale. In the previous battles, there had never been so many cavalry units. So when Langevin wanted to mobilize the troops commanded by Manteuffel to resist, the rolling human waves rushed up from the Ice Lake and the only gap in the Russian army's deployment, just like the waves hitting the reefs in Galicia on the Iberian Peninsula. What the hell? It looks like Bonaparte is going to launch a general attack. What should I do? Langevin complained. Of course, when he looked at Solovyov, the kid didn't have any ideas. After all, the trick of that man's preparation could at most kill a few French generals and heavy cavalry commanders, but it couldn't stop the subsequent mixed impact of the French cavalry and infantry. The only solution Solovyov could think of was to set up an arc-shaped defense and let all the nearby Russian troops form a square formation to resist the charge of the French cavalry. This tactic was not the same as the original owner of the jade-thrown golden Buddha, but only at this time, while the weather was barely clear, did he use signal flags and optical signal machines to mobilize the troops. Even with this deployment, it was already late. The French cavalry drove a wedge around the ice lake and even disrupted the formations of several Russian infantry regiments. Several battalion squares were broken. Suka, this Bonaparte. Even Langevin could hear this. Solovyov, who was always very calm, changed his usual way of addressing Napoleon and called him by his surname instead of his first name. Obviously, he was a little anxious. Now Langevin, as the commander-in-chief, was relatively calm. He also had some dragoons and cuirassiers in his hands. Although they might be suspected of being patchwork, it was enough to resist this gap for a while. As for the issuance of this order, some determination was also required. The Russian cavalry has always been used more economically, and this is also because the Cossacks and Hussars always go out and need to be adjusted when they come back. Now, this large-scale charge of the French army has indeed shaken part of the Russian front, but it has only penetrated it. This shaky line of defense can still be defended at this time. That is, the Russian soldiers, they are already very resilient, so it seems that they should be performing above their level. Among the French heavy cavalry attacks, the cuirassiers' attacks are the most fierce. The cuirassiers led by Doppel broke through the first line of the Russian position along the way, but also encountered trouble in the second line. When the Russian army formed a square, many squares were not arranged in a square, which is indeed conducive to the use of firepower. In addition, the reserve troops were placed inside, which made the French cavalry often face huge troubles when breaking through the Russian formation. It was this wider front, round after round of shooting, which also led to increasing casualties of the French cavalry. Cuirassiers also have breastplates on both the front and back sides, but dragoons are obviously not like this. For a while, many cavalrymen just passed through the Russian phalanx, not directly launching an attack. As for those cavalrymen who dared to directly attack the phalanx, the impact force was also very large. Some battalions and companies of the Russian army that did not complete the phalanx were also dispersed, resulting in many defeated soldiers scattered on the battlefield. Now these people have nowhere to run, and some soldiers can only form a back-to-back formation, which may be able to withstand the cavalry's charge. The battle was so fierce that after the French cavalry began to attack, the main commanders of both sides focused their attention here. Napoleon now saw that the front was successful, but he was not without worries. The Russian army was so tenacious that, if it was replaced by the Prussian or Austrian army, it would have already killed the infantry on the two lines of defense. But now the French cuirassiers launched a fierce attack, and only a few cavalry squadrons rushed over. After breaking through the Russian defense line, they posed a threat to the rear of the Russian army. This also forced Langevin to use the Moscow Grenadiers and Smolensk regiments that had retreated to rest, desperately resisting the attack of the French cavalry. But there were only a few cavalrymen. Seeing this situation, Napoleon gave an order to Marshal Bessières. "Let the gods act. Bessières, I expect you to defeat the Russians." When he said this, Langevin was indeed mobilizing 2 infantry regiments to block the gap. He was also pulling out the Russian dragoon regiments and the Guards Cuirassiers regiment, preparing to block the gap with all his strength, and also to counterattack and kill these French troops. Napoleon's mobilization was very timely. At this time, he used the Guards Grenadiers and let these most elite heavy cavalry launch an attack to support the French heavy cavalry at the front. On the one hand, he completed the support, and on the other hand, he reopened the defense of a battalion of the Smolensk regiment. On this front, the victory achieved by the French army only made a dent in the Russian iron barrel formation. On this battlefield, both sides found that their combat effectiveness was at an unexpected level. Langevin found that the Russian army was able to withstand the attack of the French army, As for the French army, they did not expect that their cuirassiers could actually kill through the two layers of the Russian front line, and even the third layer of infantry and cavalry combined to plug the leaks, which were almost penetrated. In the end, it was the Russian artillery that fired shotgun shells at the French army that barely stopped the enemy. What a strong cavalry. I don't want this kind of thing to happen again in the future. Solovyov said this because he had witnessed the power of the French cavalry's impact. If the best hussars are the original Hungarians, the best lancers are the Poles, and the best among the multifunctional light cavalry are undoubtedly the Cossacks who are proficient in using lances and sabers, then the French cuirassiers and the German dragoons. These are all heavy cavalry, and the impact is too strong. It is too difficult to stop them. Now on the battlefield, it is already noon. When Solovyov, as a representative of the headquarters, appeared in front of the ice lake, he saw that there were corpses everywhere, and it was a mess. The smell of blood and rotten meat will soon attract crows. The bodies of the cavalry and infantry killed by both sides were facing all directions, and it was obvious that they had experienced a hard melee. The Selench regiment was luckier. When the French attacked the last line of defense, they mainly hit the front of the Moscow Grenadiers. The Grenadiers could be said to have taken more damage for the neighboring regiments. But no matter how you look at it, Solovyov would not feel excited because the harder battle was still to come. Although Augereau's 7th Army had suffered heavy losses after the night attack and 2 days of fighting, the old guards in bearskin hats had appeared behind them. At this time, it seemed that Napoleon might use his last trump card during the French cavalry attack, the Russian counterattack, and the Russian counterattack after the French offensive stagnated. At this time, it was obvious that the generals of the Russian army, even Bagration and Kamensky, who were the most capable of fighting hard, were considering their own rearguard battles. The front position of Little Kamensky was finally occupied by the French army in the afternoon of the second day of the battle. Ney now controlled the first outer line of defense. Now the young count finally received an order from Langeron to retreat to the northeast of Elor, forming a line of defense with Essen here to cover Tuchkov and Dokhtyarov, who had been passively attacked. Later, the 2 brigades led by Barclay went to Dokhtyarov to support him. It was just unfortunate that Barclay was shot and wounded as soon as he came up. He was slightly injured at the front line, but insisted on commanding the battle after a simple bandage. Then, he was shot in the arm again. The accompanying staff were worried that the general would be further seriously injured, so they sent him to the rear. Now, the reinforcement came, but the organization was not good during the battle. Without Somov and Barclay, 2 generals who could act as division commanders, the 4th division was now leaderless. The former division commander, Prince Golitsyn, was now leading the cavalry to fill the huge hole caused by Murat's attack, and could not be in place here. Therefore, the reinforcement could only go directly to face Davout under the command of Major General Alexeyev, commander of the 2nd Brigade. But Davout's attack was too fierce, causing several Russian infantry regiments to be compressed in a very small area and passively beaten. Seeing this situation, even if they were fully prepared, they could not change the generals on the Russian side. They had more than enough courage, but lacked command ability and strategy. Only their cleverness at the last minute was slightly better than the French army, and overall, it was indeed not good. What's more, while seeing that the front had made considerable progress, Napoleon finally decided to resolve the battle before dark. Chapter 443, A Meat Grinder Battle, Grenadiers vs. Old Guards. The cavalry charge was barely contained. When Napoleon himself saw this scene near the new headquarters, he did not comment too much. It's really impressive, this should be enough. However, the price paid was too high. General Depel, the commander of the Cuirassier division, was seriously injured, and Murat's mount was killed once. The greater price was that the Dragoons and Cuirassier divisions suffered heavy losses, and the Guards Grenadiers who went to support them also lost dozens of people. After being attacked, the Russian army was still organizing the defense line. Marshal Lefebvre led the Guards to attack. After observing the battle situation, Napoleon ordered the Guards to attack the breakthrough point of the heavy cavalry charge. After seeing the bearskin hats of the old guards, Solovyov did not take his binoculars away from his eyes, but said, "Count, I think Napoleon is going to launch the final attack now, and he has used these guards just afternoon. It looks like they are going to fight to the death. Are there any reserve forces available? We still have the Pavlovsk Grenadiers and several regiments that have been rotated out for Est. What should we do? Michelle, do you have the confidence to stop this enemy? It would be even better if there were 2 more combined grenadiers. As for the Pavlovsk regiment, I came to the guards from there, and I know what level it is. At this time, I think they should be able to stop the French, but how long they can hold out depends on the situation. Solovyov now thought that, if the Russian guards were all there at this time, they could compete again. After all, in this kind of pure attrition battle, the quality of the soldiers still depends on the quality of the soldiers. As for going to the Pavlovsk regiment, Solovyov rode to the regiment's hiding place and met General Mazovsky, the commander of the 1st Brigade of the 2nd Division and the commander of the Grenadiers. Nikolai Nikolaevich, I have been ordered to come and command the reserve forces, including the Pavlovsk regiment and the Rostov regiment, as well as the combined Grenadiers battalion, to launch a counterattack against the French. Where are we going? Face Bonaparte's guards directly? Although I'm old and my eyes are a little blurry, I can clearly see those bearskin hats there. To be honest, this is a meeting with Bonaparte's most elite infantry, which is exactly what I want. It seems that this 50-year-old comrade is still very confident. Okay, let's go together. If the general goes together, he can also assist in command. As for the soldiers of the Pavlovsk regiment, these soldiers wearing bishop hats are indeed tall and strong, and they are worthy of being elite. When Solovyov rode in front of the grenadiers, Mazovsky signaled to him, Miss Cap, you are also an officer from this regiment. You have a deep friendship with them both from the Moscow regiment and this regiment. You should say something before you set off. Well, since you insist, I will say a few words to everyone too. When the grenadiers saw Solovyov riding in front of them, they knew that the Corps Chief of Staff, a young general from their own regiment, was here, and they were going to have a tough battle. Brothers, although we have not been together for a long time, we are brothers who have eaten soup from the same pot. At this time, the French on the opposite side want to use their guards to compete with us. Napoleon, the enemy, is not a big deal. Now they are forced to show their last trump card. At this time, the headquarters has given us the most difficult task. For the sake of the motherland and the emperor, we must carry forward the glorious traditions of our old Moscow regiment and Pavlovsk regiment and drive these French guys back from the front of the position. Ura. He said this, and said a long paragraph in the front. Because of the interference of the on-site environment and artillery fire, it was not clear, but everyone could still notice Ura. All the grenadiers here shouted Ura 3 times, and it was obvious that the atmosphere was mobilized. As for the officers collectively drawing their swords and letting the adjutants and attendants take the horses away, this was a desperate state. These Russian soldiers also put on bayonets, but according to the old rules of the Russian army, the bullets in the gun chambers were kept. In close combat, Russian officers generally equipped themselves with pistols. Solovyov brought 2 revolvers with him. Even if he didn't load bullets, he could still fight 2 rounds. As for the appearance of the old guards, according to Solovyov's plan, he used to combine grenadiers and the musketeers of the Rostov regiment to hold back the opponent, while the Pavlovsk regiment continued to shoot first, and after destroying the old guards' intention to fight with bayonets, they took advantage of the opponent's confusion to launch a bayonet attack. This method is not unused, but I'm afraid that Solovyov and Wellesley will have to fight a verbal lawsuit at that time. The situation of the Russian army on the front line was indeed not very good. The old guards rushed up under the cover of artillery fire and quickly defeated the 2 Russian regiments and the Prussian regiment that came to support them, which was considered to have retained the gap opened by the French cavalry. Now, they came to the second line again and encountered the Rostov regiment and the combined grenadiers battalion. In addition to the guards, there were other troops on the French side who also launched an attack. Unexpectedly for Solovyov, some hussars and hunting cavalry were on the flank of the grenadiers and launched an attack. Don't form a formation, just fire and drive them back. This was different from the French order. The old guards received the order not to shoot, but to launch a bayonet attack. It can be said that the commanders on both sides had different methods of commanding on the spot because of the differences in their respective troops and equipment. Marshal Lefebvre chose to attack after the guards joined the battlefield. On Solovyov's side, he asked the Pavlovsk regiment to drive the French light cavalry first and then shoot freely at the guards. Because of the continuous shooting on the battlefield, it was smoky, and even if the Pavlovsk regiment used the most advanced breech-loading paper shell rifles, it was difficult to guarantee the hit rate. Unlike Austerlitz, the last volley of the Russian guards at that time, at least on the two positions behind the Pratzen Heights, the vision was still very clear. Although this chaotic state caused considerable casualties to the French guards, the accuracy of the Russian army also declined significantly. Moreover, for the Rostov regiment and the combined grenadiers battalion, the trouble was that the old guards were too fierce. Even though the Russian army had generally undergone bayonet training, and even the new recruits would hold their bayonets and do bayonet fighting, the French army was obviously more experienced. Even the Grand Marshal's curtain-raising tactics had been implemented before the 8th Master, and it was quite troublesome to deal with these French soldiers who were determined to fight with bayonets. Speaking of which, they had a good life. The first army master they hired for those who sold scallops to America was still from France. These old guards had experienced dozens of battles before they were qualified to join the most elite troops of the French army. Naturally, they were all veterans. Moreover, on the battlefield, those who had seen blood and those who had not seen blood, and the amount of blood they had seen was different. The difference was not small. The Rostov regiment and the combined grenadiers battalion were driven out of their positions in this way. Okay, now it looks like we really have to go. At this time, the elite Russian grenadiers and the French guards were going to fight here. Although the old French guards were composed of 2 grenadier regiments and 2 chasseur regiments at this time, the 2nd Guards Grenadier Regiment had just been formed and was not on this battlefield. Therefore, the Pavlovsk Regiment and the Rostov Regiment, as well as the 2 combined grenadier battalions of the Russian army, faced the 1st Guards Grenadier Regiment and the 2 Guards Chasseur Regiments. In fact, the French army had a slight advantage in terms of manpower on the battlefield. As a commanding general, Solovyov could not retreat. Generals of this era were more or less with the soldiers when leading brigades and regiments. As for how they performed, it was clear on the battlefield now. After the Russian army barely blocked the French attack, the two sides launched a hand-to-hand fight. According to general practice, after a bayonet attack, it is rare for the attacked party to choose to fight on the spot. But now, the Russian army really couldn't retreat. If the French army's attack worked, they would break through the second line of defense, and the Russian army's front line of defense would be broken. At this time, the Russian soldiers did not retreat, but joined the hand-to-hand combat. As for Solovyov himself, he was even blocked by two old guards during the battle. It's just that he didn't follow the martial ethics when facing the old guy. He raised his hand and shot, knocking down one first, and the other rushed over before he could load the next bullet. This was more troublesome for Solovyov. He was a long-range fighter. He was not without melee skills, but it was also more troublesome. On the one hand, he had to play with a knife, and on the other hand, from the medals he was wearing, the French soldiers also knew that this guy must be a young officer with military merits. It was because he was too young that they didn't notice that he was a general. In this way, he was indeed more passive. He was forced to the bottom of the wall by the old guard with a bayonet. It was also more troublesome to use a saber against a bayonet. Such a long saber seemed short when facing a rifle with a bayonet. However, there were also grenadiers who saw this dangerous scene and took the initiative to run over to help the commander. Solovyov saw that they were veterans from the Moscow regiment. These old guys were really useful in such dangerous times. As for the melee between the two sides, the commanders-in-chief on both sides were also terrified. One was the Emperor of France, and the other was a general of the Royalist party. They had each experienced many battles. The hard battle in Elor was so fierce and cruel that the bodies of officers and soldiers on both sides were everywhere. The wailing wounded would soon die of hypothermia if no one rescued them. As for the officers on both sides, who led their troops to join the battle, many of them were also in the fierce battle and actually joined the hand-to-hand combat. In the end, the French had a slight advantage, and the old guards finally drove the Russian army out of the position. But Napoleon couldn't laugh either. After a little retreat, the tenacious Russian army actually organized a temporary line of defense. Although the farms and positions were captured, the Russian army still barely maintained the front line in a line, which made it impossible for the French army to break through and continue to expand the victory, but only further compressed the Russian front line. In this way, it was not a decisive victory, but Napoleon had already seen the opportunity. If this continued, even if the Russian army could survive tonight, it seemed that there would be some strategies to defeat the enemy tomorrow. On the Russian side, the heroic performance of the Pavlovsk regiment was seen by everyone in the headquarters, not to mention that the chief of staff personally led the team to launch an attack. In such a melee, even some old officers of the Prussian army who came to support recalled that when they were young, they listened to the stories of the old soldiers fighting with the Russian army. Fortunately, these Russians are our allies. As for the Russian army itself, they were not defeated. Even when the grenadiers attacked, even with the help of the Rostov regiment, their strength was still slightly inferior to that of the old guards. Being able to withstand the opponent's impact and allowing the troops to persist and maintain the front line at this time is already a huge victory. For Solovyov himself, this was not a victory. His arm was scratched by the French bayonet, and not only was his uniform pierced, but the silk vest inside was also torn. He was lucky. If the French bayonet was a little off, or he himself did not dodge in time, I'm afraid that this book would have ended directly. Of course, as usual, his head was hit again. This happens every time there is a fierce battle. How is it? I'm fine. I was just scratched by an old guy's bayonet. Those who are more seriously injured should be taken care of. I don't even need a doctor, just a sterilized bandage to stop the bleeding. Langeron looked at this guy. Although he regretted sending him to the front, this deployment was not wrong. At least the reserve team blocked the guards, and it also left the Russian army with time to reorganize. It's just that the French have opened a gap in our position. In addition to the position on the ice lake, Tuchkov has also lost the horse farm. I have ordered Sakin to retreat to Elor at night. Do we still want to fight? If we continue to fight like this, the outcome may not be decided tomorrow, but the situation is already very unfavorable. At this time, we should retreat to Königsberg, and then withdraw directly to Memel along the main road, and then go to Jelgava to spend the winter. That makes sense, and those who advocate fighting a battle also agree to retreat. On the contrary, Bagration wants to continue fighting. You and this Georgian are from the same school, and I can't persuade him. It doesn't matter. He still respects the result of the headquarters vote. In addition, select some of the elite troops from the 2nd, 6th, and 8th divisions that can be mobilized as rearguard troops. That's exactly what I want. Let's do it. The tone of the retreat was now set. Chapter 444, a battle that started greatly but ended well. That night, in the Russian headquarters, all the generals who had arrived here were silent. Baron Sakin led the 3rd division and took advantage of the night to bluff. On the one hand, he set up a campfire and left some Cossacks to pretend to patrol the camp. In fact, on the morning of the 3rd day, he could quickly break away from the contact, and even Solt, who was in front of him, had no time to pursue. After all, the 4th army was different from the 5th and 6th armies. The configuration of the cavalry had always been confusing. After Murat's cuirassiers were transferred away, he was like an ancient dramatist's joke. Poor guy, only the infantry is left. The young man is still strong, even in this state. Baron Sakin heard Solovyov's evaluation of the daytime battle, and praised his performance, although he did not witness it with his own eyes. It's actually not good for us to continue to consume like this. Bernadette won't come soon. Can we still fight at this time? After hearing Langeron say this, Bagration still proposed to continue fighting. Before the war, he did not advocate fighting, because this battlefield was not suitable. Now the tenacious Russian army has made the French army fail to achieve the expected results. Naturally, he still hopes to reorganize the troops to fight. After all, some troops have not been put into battle yet, but they have forced the French army to put in the guards to fight with the Russian grenadiers. But the situation before the war, everyone who advocated fighting, except for Kamenetsky Jr. who wanted to continue fighting, now advocated retreat. There is another problem, because Lestock and Schoenhorst are present today. Whether it is a German or Russian officer, as well as the Frenchman Langeron, the Georgian Bagration and the Scottish Barclay, none of them will say that the Russian army should not shed so much blood for Prussia. It can even be said that the Russian army's tenacious fight has caused Napoleon to waver to a certain extent, but it is only a political issue. Ordinary allies do not fight like the Russian army, fighting like this on the land of the allies. If these losses were replaced by the armies of other allies, I'm afraid they would have withdrawn from the battlefield long ago. But the Prussians knew it well. They looked at the generals sitting against the wall. Almost all of them were injured. Barclay's arm was hit by a bullet and his arm was still in a bandage. Bagauet was injured by a grenade and had a thick bandage wrapped around his head. He was now diagnosed with a concussion. Kaminsky's calf was grazed by a bullet. Although it didn't have much impact, it was bandaged. As for Solovyov, he sat close to Scharnhorst and was the least injured among them. You are the Solovyov that the commander-in-chief mentioned? Yes, you are. Scharnhorst, General Lestak's current chief of staff. Hello. I feel sorry for what happened to the old duke. It can only be said that he was unlucky. Yes, but he arranged his family affairs, and Frederick William will inherit the title. The bearded duke is still a brave general, but it's a pity that now. Has the new duke decided where to go? I know Napoleon. He will definitely reconstruct the German states according to his own ideas. I don't know. I have been in the Legion all this time. Solovyov and the Black Duke have a good relationship, but he is more worried about their family. After all, only the youngest son of the old duke is a normal person among the 4 sons. The first 3 are also. And the wife of the Black Duke, Mary, is Lois's 5th sister, so naturally she also needs to be taken care of. They are relatives in both directions. It should be arranged. But as for Westphalia, I wouldn't be surprised if Napoleon left it to his brother Jerome. But this guy is still a rather ridiculous person. Maybe he will ask those under his rule to pay to work. After listening to it, Scharnhorst did find it quite funny. Even now, this young Russian general was still telling jokes or making sarcastic remarks about the French. For example, civil servants have to perform their duties, university professors have to hold teaching positions, and even the church. This will collect a lot of thalers, but it will also lead to. It is possible. I've heard about the French methods. But if the results of this battle can be maintained, there may be a good peace outcome. For example, with the Elbe River as the boundary, although the Western territory was lost, Prussia's vitality will not be seriously damaged, and it can even guarantee control over Saxony and Mecklenburg. It's just that the investment on the Rhine cannot be recovered, which is a pity. Are you also studying economics? Some generals may know nothing about the economics of war. Scharnhorst thought Solovyov had a sense of humor. This kind of cold joke was probably very down to earth even in Prussia. But peace at this time may also be an opportunity. There will always be a way in the future, because the British will provoke an alliance against France again and again, but they have to rely on Russia's strength. Secondly, there are Prussia and Austria. As long as the French do not lose their composure, it may be a different situation. Scharnhorst agreed with this, but he did not realize that Solovyov's brain was too fast, and he might even be on the 5th level. Then, the next war will only have 2 results. This is obvious, but the decision is in the hands of our monarch and government. If something bad happens, Prussia should also be severely restricted in diplomacy. In this case, Solovyov has become a riddle man at this moment, but he also knows that he may not be able to guess it when talking to Scharnhorst. In the future, Prussia will owe a lot of debts due to reparations. The restrictions on the army will lead to a large number of soldiers being directly retired, and there will definitely be many who will serve in other countries. Considering that in the next few years, if the Russian-Prussian coalition is defeated again, I'm afraid that there will be a new treaty. As for the large number of Prussian officers who are unemployed, Solovyov has thought about taking advantage of them. The German Corps and the Hanover Corps of the British Army have connections. If the Russian army wants to get the German Corps, it can take the opportunity to get a group of officers for free. If they can stay, they can even be used in the future. If not, they can also get such a group of officers for the Russian army, which can be used in the Russo-Turkish War, and in the future in 1812. Moreover, this is not a strange operation. Russia has been like this since the establishment of the Romanov dynasty. Recruiting German officers is also commonplace, and even many of them are recruited in the military. As for winter warfare, the consumption of both sides is so great. Obviously, in the subsequent battles, the main battles in the spring much should not be carried out, but it will be quiet for a while. At this time, Scharnhorst's words also turn to strategic issues. If we want to continue fighting, where should we go? The fortresses besieged by the French, especially Danzig, are the most critical. The fortresses on the Swedish side are not so difficult to deal with. The Swedes themselves have not suffered as heavy losses as Prussia, and they can still fight Denmark. Danzig and Karlsberg, as well as several fortresses that have not surrendered, will continue to fight for a while. Scharnhorst could see that Solovyov was thinking about these issues very seriously, and his consideration of Danzig was consistent with his previous assumptions. After that, it will be a decisive battle. So you think we should retreat now, don't you? Well, that's about it. The troops are already very tired now. If they continue to consume like this, there will be no good results. I think what Prussia and Russia are doing now is actually providing convenience for Britain. In his heart, Solovyov has always been preparing for the new event in 1815, not just the current match against France. For European countries, the more troublesome ones are still the British. However, as for the Prince of Wales and his lovely daughter, Princess Charlotte, Solovyov had established a friendship with the father and daughter, because he accompanied Count Vorontsov on his trip in London, and the princesses who could not get married also had a good impression of him. Solovyov was sometimes so strange, probably because this face was more popular, or even people with normal sexual orientation would have some good feelings for him. Not to mention the strange England. From a personal perspective, the royal family with England in this era is not as dramatic as the Windsor royal family in the future. Although George III was crazy and always spoke long and difficult sentences, his sons just went to find civilian women. But Britain is an ally. But if you are. I once wrote a pamphlet in my spare time, which was written by memory. If you have the opportunity to come to my house in St. Petersburg, my manuscripts are still at home. Because in St. Petersburg, there is always a little Prince Saltykov of Humphreysky, so he has not forgotten most of his knowledge in this area, so he still has some means to deal with England. In addition, France, Prussia, and Russia are all victims of the British tricks. If Austria and Spain can form an anti-British alliance, Britain will also suffer in the future. However, the British have ways to counter the British tricks, and not all countries will follow the French baton to impose a continental blockade on Britain, or be an ally of Russia. In fact, if Solovyov went to work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, his diplomat friend Count Nesharodny might be very welcome. After all, this guy knows the British tricks too well. From several perspectives, the Russian army is not suitable to stay here, especially the British are always the ones who benefit. One knight always has to make a decision in the end. And God also helped. When the Russian army was retreating, it was snowing on the battlefield. For the French and Russian armies that have been severely exhausted, this is a rare breathing opportunity. The difference is that the French are preparing to fight again in the areas under their current control, while the Russian army finally chose to retreat. And Napoleon has not gained anything from this battle, and the Russian army also took the initiative to retreat instead of being defeated on the battlefield. Therefore, the victory he announced was somewhat untrue. It's just that the battle line is still deceptive for the time being. The main force of the Russian army is still there, and the Guards can support the front line at any time. There are even a large number of troops that can be mobilized in Russia. The size of this country is indeed ridiculously large for European countries, and even the other side is still fighting the Turks and Persians. But because of the British newspapers' previous reports on the Battle of Austerlitz, some newspapers that reprinted their reports have now lost much of their credibility. Among the victims in this regard are newspapers in St. Petersburg, Riga and Königsberg. The news from the sea, and even because of the news blockade on the Austrian battlefield, caused the reports they reprinted to be more or less biased, and chose the reports of friendly forces. Then, when the news of the Battle of Austerlitz came, the credibility of these media would be impacted in a short time. Even now, the content of the Russian side statement that the French army was severely damaged in the Battle of Eylau is true, and it can only be regarded as fake news by some people. The King of Prussia had already fled to Jelgava with his family because the French army was too close to here. At this time, he announced that he would advance and retreat with the Russian Emperor and would never unilaterally decide to make peace. Although Queen Louise's will to resist was stronger than her husband, she had no way to interfere. Therefore, for Prussia, there was no way out, and it was not considered that unilateral peace with Russia's strength would be a disaster for Prussia. Even Prussia could not refuse, and this approach was indeed ridiculous. The battle report from the front line came that the Russian army retreated from Elor, and the French army did not pursue, but stayed near the battlefield to declare their victory. Then, the actual result seemed to be unfriendly to France. The Russian Cossacks and Hussars near the battlefield still had a strong sense of existence, because the two sides actually stopped fighting, and did not plan to have another battle in the near future. Therefore, while they were scouting, they also captured French prisoners. When the Russian army retreated to Memel, Langeron received the awarding notice of the Order of St. Andrew the Apostle from Petersburg, as well as reports from Count Stroganov and several Cossack officers. Langeron received the highest medal in Russia because of the Battle of Elor. But on the other hand, the number of prisoners captured by the Russian army in the 3 days of the Battle of Elor was not as many as the French prisoners captured by these Hussars and Cossacks after the war. But in this battle, the casualties of the Russian army and the French army in the battle report were unprecedented. Even someone proposed a method that sounded strange. That is, use rich experience to pull the French army down to the same level as the coalition forces, and then defeat Napoleon with rich experience in blind fighting. Although it sounds messy, it actually makes sense. Chapter 445. Solovyov also works illegally in the Jelgava Palace. The Russian army finally ended the battle, but after separating from the Prussian army, the places where the three sides stopped and stationed their troops were indeed very strange. The French army camped near the Elor battlefield for a week, the Russian army circled near the border, and the Prussian army went to Friedland. Yes, that's right, this place. Solovyov was the highest ranking officer in the headquarters who was injured, so this time he was arranged to rest in the rear. Along the way, he was not without company, that is, Bagration's adjutant Davidov. Why is it you again? Why don't you welcome me? It's just that, when I'm with you, I don't know who is the big mouth, spreading a lot of strange things. After he said that, Davidov was indeed a little embarrassed. So, he said it very clearly on the sled. I won't spread the story of you and that French woman. After all, many people know it. This guy is still not good at speaking, and he is a bit of a big mouth. As for Madame Rukania, she was indeed quite close to him, but she was already engaged to little Katya, so she had to be restrained in such matters. Even if her future father-in-law knew about this, he would probably ignore his romantic behavior. After all, this guy still attaches great importance to feelings when he is with a woman who attracts each other, so this should be better for his daughter. This is to take into account that marrying Prince Krimsky's granddaughter is still very beneficial in the army. Such a promising young general should not destroy his own future. Moreover, being affectionate is always a characteristic of these generals nowadays. For example, Arakcheev, who neglects his wife to pamper the housekeeper, should be a relatively rare weirdo. The Jelgava Palace is now crowded with people because the Prussian royal family came here to avoid the war. In addition, there is also a family from the Duchy of Saxony-Weimar who came here to take refuge. Maria, because her husband came with her, also stayed in the Jelgava Palace and did not run to Petersburg with her children like her second sister. As for Jelgava, many generals who were wounded in the war were staying there, some of whom were nobles with high titles, which meant that the war ahead was not optimistic. More and more officers were pulled in by sleds, but not many were pulled into the palace. However, Maria saw Solovyov's face from behind the window. To be honest, she still had some good feelings for this guy who had been a guard officer and aide-de-camp in the palace. But seeing him with bandages on and a bad complexion, she was indeed a little worried. Therefore, she went to the hall accompanied by her maid. As for her husband, she knew that her husband was gentle, even a little cowardly, and a good man, but it was just a marriage and they lived together as a couple. As for true love, she envied her two sisters for having a close relationship with their husbands. Her husband was a bit dull. If she was like her fourth sister, Ekaterina, who had a close relationship with the third son of Peter Dolgorukov's family, and the queen mother was even very indulgent to her. Except for having an affair with the prince, she was basically able to hold hands and kiss. That was about it. Anna was still young and didn't know what her future marriage would be like. She was the only one who was the most favored by her father, but in the end it was her mother who arranged the marriage, not what Paul had imagined at the time. In this case, since she had given birth to a legitimate son for her husband, she was more or less relaxed about herself, even a little relaxed. When Solovyov saw her, he could feel through her skirt that she had gained weight, and her butt might have become bigger. Moreover, he had not noticed it before. If Davidov had not teased him along the way about his affair with Madame Rukemia, he would not have noticed that the prince who had made him work illegally before had actually been bullying him all along and was interested in him. Even Catherine, because of her close relationship with her brother, did not dare to act openly with her lover. But Maria could take advantage of Solovyov's frequent duty in the palace to exploit his labor. However, it was indeed heartbreaking to see him wrapped in bandages. In this way, Maria just held his hand and said, "Mishap, how are you injured? Thank you for your concern. My injury is not serious, but those of us who have returned from the military camp should stay away from us, because we don't know what pathogens we will bring. I heard that the son you gave birth to the prince is not in good health, but, okay, don't say it. I know you are doing this for our own good." Maria's weakness is probably the children she gave birth to, especially her son, who is weak and sickly. Moreover, she also misunderstood Solovyov's thoughts a little. This guy is seriously considering hygiene issues. But Maria's understanding is more or less the same as in the past in the palace. When she wanted to catch Miss Ha to work illegally, the other party would not refuse. In addition, Solovyov looks like Mrs. Lebrin's younger brother, the playwright Mr. Vige, but after so many years, it seems that he is enlarged in proportion. He has only become stronger and taller after becoming a general. However, considering his performance on the battlefield, this is still a cute and fierce Russian tiger. Even Napoleon's old guards would not be afraid of him. However, he still has such a natural nemesis. Maria, she is still like a child and can let this general work for her at will. She is over 20 years old, but she still has the attitude of a little girl. Of course, it is not surprising that she is like this. In the Jelgava Palace, there are no familiar people except the cowardly king and the strong Queen of Prussia and their litter. If it weren't for her son's constant illness, I'm afraid she would have taken the child back to St. Petersburg. Seeing Solovyov, she is more intimate. Davidov on the side is quite smart this time. After all, this is also his friend. Although he is a big mouth, he will not spread the news of his friends. Of course, with Maria's status, if he didn't take into account his friend's upcoming marriage and his ability to be rescued, there is more or less Solovyov's operation behind the scenes to protect him. This guy's big mouth caused trouble in the capital at the beginning. In addition, he wrote poems and mocked nobles all day long. If he was not a registered noble in Borodino and had so many friends in St. Petersburg, he would have caused himself more trouble, such as being retired like Yermolov or having to squat in the military prison like some people. You know, being involved in defamation means being transferred or dismissed, but you can still remain in active service. But if you are charged with treason, although Paul and Alexander don't like killing people, it is also possible to communicate with the Kazakhs in Orenburg and go to Irkutsk to dig apples. As for Solovyov coming to the Jelgava Palace to recuperate, this is a favor given to him by the Tsar himself. In addition, he had previously submitted a memorial to develop Rosberg, which was to exile some nobles and civil servants there to serve as chiefs. Some Poles are afraid that they will have to take this journey. After all, in Lois's place, Czartoryski still didn't let go of his child and his third aunt, and even made a strange request to elope to North America. Alexander was almost sure that his friend had cheated on his wife and had a daughter. Although it was Solovyov who did it last year, not his neighbor, Little Poland. This guy really didn't have a long eye. If it weren't for Amelia's matchmaker being himself, Alexander would really have sent his buddy to replace Duke Engin as the governor of the Rosberg territory. Alexander obviously had to choose between valuing and not valuing the North American territory. Because of this, Davidov still respected this friend to some extent, and even listened to him, trying to complain less in poetry, as the recent book and newspaper inspections were still quite troublesome. As for Solovyov himself, he still had some troubles. Therefore, he was still more worried about the Liangsian heroes who were easily mistaken for the Liangsian heroes, and that they were easily mistaken for encouraging Pugachev's behavior. After all, in addition to deindustrializing Izhevsk, Pugachev also claimed that he would be recruited and was willing to assist as a general under Paul. No matter how you look at it, that Tsarist Russia and the King dynasty seem to be half-brothers. Because of this, he started to do other things. For example, when he felt that his injuries were recovering relatively quickly and would not break open, he got a balalaika and ran to the yard to sing songs. But last time it was a troika, and he sang Kalinka with the old soldiers of the Selenge regiment, but this time it was a peddler. But when he sang this song, he thought of his fiancée. This person has both advantages and disadvantages. He is very sentimental. Although little Kataya looks like a younger sister, Larissa asked the Stroganov couple to be the matchmaker, so he really had to marry this daughter-in-law. Moreover, little Kataya has a good figure. She is not as tall as the young ladies in the palace, but her legs are very slender. However, he overlooked one point. Although this young lady Maria was married, her habits did not change at all. Of course, she still likes this kind of ambiguous relationship. Paul's daughter, raising in pairs is a problem. There are mutual temperaments and habits. Ekaterina likes to have an ambiguous relationship with the duty general, her cousin-in-law Prince Bagration. She has a real lover, who is a nobleman of this level. She doesn't even want to go abroad to be a queen. She wants to be with reckless brother Misha. Solovyov is too cunning. With this name, Ekaterina prefers straightforward cavalry officers. Although she misses Kataya, the sound of the balalaika seduces Masha. As for the songs he sings, they are indeed interesting. Aren't you injured, Your Highness? Why did you come to the yard at this time? I was just scratched by a French bayonet. Although the wound is scary, it's not serious. Look, I'm fine. You still like music, Miss Cap, and now you use traditional instruments instead of playing guitar. I learned this from the veterans of the Selenge regiment, where I was the regiment commander. In this battle, they joined the battle with me. Although you are brave, you have to be more careful. I know you officers, or you are a general now, but you are still like this. After saying that, Maria reached out to Solovyov's arm. Let me see, is it okay? I just changed the medicine, and the yard is not very cold, and it is relatively secluded here. Moreover, the terrain is very flat, and there will be no embarrassing situation like Larissa falling rashly. I want to thank you too. It was the herbal formula you left behind that saved my son and his fever went down. Your Highness's health has improved, which is a blessing. However, you are wearing so thin clothes. Don't catch a cold. It's not good for the child. You are not married yet, but you are so skilled in taking care of people. My stepmother is always giving birth to children. Besides, I'm out, which is also unavoidable for many people. If your status has not always been like this, you have to rely on your military merits to improve, or you would at least be a count. Maria's words made Solovyov a little embarrassed. I was singing the song and thinking about Kataya. I don't know how to say it. I'm engaged. The other party is the granddaughter of Prince Krimsky, the daughter of Vasily Vasilyevich. That little girl. Such a well-behaved and sensible girl. To be the fiancée of a bad guy like you. You are really lucky. You, or thief who specializes in stealing people's hearts, are really a bad guy. Maria's words, even a fool can understand. Your Highness, but you are already married, and I'm about to start a family. Sometimes you still have to pay attention to the impact, especially since you are the wife of the Crown Prince of Saxe-Weimar, and will be a duchess in the future. It's not a big deal. My husband has always been like that. It won't matter if something really happens. Didn't you see similar things when you were in the palace? But Solovyov now knew that he often took advantage of Larissa, and he couldn't refute Maria. Instead, he was at a loss for words and didn't know what to say. Just like that time in the palace, Solovyov realized that when he was a nanny in the palace, he was not as majestic as when he was a master to Nikolai and Mikhail before, but seemed more tolerant and loving. Therefore, Anna, who was completely a child, and the daughter born to Larissa, both kissed him. Maria was like a child, which was really troublesome, and she even kissed his cheek. You still have to help me with the music score, like you did before. Otherwise, she was still the same, pink-faced, completely sinister. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, The Concert Maria Wants. Speaking of which, The Peddler was written by Nekrasov in 1861, and the composition was later. Now, when playing it with the balalaika, it does have some flavor. But it is indeed quite troublesome for Maria to be so ambiguous with him. You know, although this little girl is the most honest, she is also the most treacherous. The sisters all have their own characteristics. Except for Anna, who is too young. Maria is not like Alina, who is smart from the inside out. Alexandra is more introverted, and Ekaterina is more frivolous. She is the most difficult to deal with. After all, if she is determined to do something, it is difficult to refuse. In addition, Paul's favorite was her. When he was in the palace, Solovyov knew how to deal with the little girls. Maria got the most things from him, especially poems and those music scores. This is also the greatest value of an orange. When the knowledge is still rich, try to extract it. In addition, you have to find a way to squeeze it dry, which refers to the knowledge aspect. Speaking of emotional ambiguity, the two of them are obviously not at that level. As for Maria being so proactive, Solovyov is also more worried. That is, little girl, please don't make any trouble yourself. I'm no longer the boy I used to be. It would be fine if Maria still treated him as a best friend, but if she developed to the same level as Larissa, Solovyov would feel that he was a best friend with a serious sin. What happened between him and Larissa was enough. If something happened with Maria, I don't know how the Queen Mother would see it. Although the Queen Mother often left the two little girls to the care of these young officers and maids in the palace, and even farmed together. This kind of friendship of working together is still a wonderful fate. But Maria is indeed quite special. She led Solovyov from the yard to the palace, and did something quite tough in the reception room of her room. Take off your clothes, I'll take a look. After all, they were sisters raised together. Maria and her sister were somewhat similar. This is not good, Your Highness. But there are no mice here, or, speaking of it, she was still the same as when she was a child, just a little more mature. But when it comes to mice, she is still the same. Don't mention mice. Why is it that it looks like mice have that cattish light? This is not surprising. You are still friends. It's just a pity that Petar suddenly got sick and passed away. There is nothing we can do about it. Birth, aging, illness and death. It just came too quickly, and it was an acute illness. As for His Highness Paul, you still have to take good care of him. He is still a child less than 2 years old. At this time, he is teething, and is most susceptible to infection and convulsions. You must be careful. Maria was probably most concerned about her son. Solovyov emphasized it again, and it hit her heart. However, she still took off Solovyov's coat, and insisted on seeing the injury. That's it. The French bayonet wounded my arm, and scratched my ribs a little. It's okay. Of course, Solovyov still looked like an artistic young man, but he also seemed to be lifting weights in private, and his body looked quite strong. You are a soldier, and I can't stop you from doing dangerous things. My brothers also face such dangers, but they are not like you who always risk their lives with others. Your Majesty did not go to war this time, but His Highness Constantine and I often go to war together, and we often get into trouble. Yes, people are different. Or, can you use this grand piano and play some music again? Your Highness, what are you going to do? Solovyov also saw that Maria's love for music would never diminish. You can come to my place, we can practice a quartet together. I'll play the harp, and you can play the guitar or this triangle. Balalaika, Your Highness. It's also a traditional instrument. Okay, balalaika. In addition, we need to find 2 more people. As long as they are not Suona players, nothing can stop them. If you need a violinist, It's okay, the son of the King of Prussia will play the flute. As for the arrangement of music, I really haven't decided yet. Otherwise, let one of the princesses try the violin or some other instrument. If you say so. In addition to Prince William, there is also Princess Charlotte. That child is also a bit talented. Solovyov was not unaware of what these two said. Prince William was the old Emperor William, but he didn't need to come back now. He was still a child, and even Maria was the mother-in-law of him, and his third brother Frederick Carroll. As for Charlotte, she was his apprentice, the future wife of Nicholas, the stupid son of the landlord. The couple later gave birth to 7 children, and their relationship was quite deep. If you put it this way, wouldn't Maria be looking for a husband for her child who had not yet conceived? As for Nicholas's matter, Solovyov, as a teacher, had been tied to the red line by his student by mistake, although the official matchmaker was someone else, so as a teacher, he naturally had to help his student find a future wife. However, the parties involved were definitely not aware of this matter. Here, it was mainly to ease the tense atmosphere. The Prussian royal family was not in Memel and came to Jelgava because this place was the territory of the Duchy of Courland, and it was still on the edge of the dead illegal organization. It was also Queen Louise's idea to organize activities for the children. She had been feeling chest tightness and shortness of breath recently, but she had to maintain the atmosphere of the exiled court, so she thought of organizing a quartet. However, the crown prince himself did not participate. He was only a few months older than Nicholas, but he was an audience below, watching the performances of his second brother and eldest sister. Perhaps, it was also because of the problem of musical instruments. There really was no suitable musician in this family. So Maria thought so. Her husband invited Goethe to stay in the court, because she loved music and poetry. In addition, he would invite many musicians in the future, not because he also liked music. Therefore, the prince would not participate in the performance, and Maria was always looking for the right person to join the quartet. It's just that Solovyov's injury has not healed yet, and the instrument he used is indeed strange. Mishap, why can't you use other instruments? Maria Solovyov called these little girls, and he didn't always say this. He also said it subconsciously, which made the black-bellied Maria very useful. I don't have the talent to play the piano. It's too late for me to learn at my age. But bayon and balalaika are okay, or guitar, but forget about other instruments. Maybe the kitten suona can be brought to me to try. That thing is quite exciting. Fortunately, Maria didn't bring him this kind of instrument, just asked him to play the balalaika. Otherwise, he really wanted to take the whole thing to a new level. Since there was no way to deal with the book and newspaper censorship, then he would use the suona, and music was obviously not easy to censor. Moreover, he didn't like William very much. Although he had no problem with children, he was worried about what some people would do in the future. You said you wanted him to come back, but his grandson still knew how to pay the workers' wages. He knew a little about the sufferings of the people by interacting with the workers in the Mabit district. It would be better not to come back, or simply not to get promoted. As for Charlotte, when she came here for the first time, she was even very polite to the Baron, who was far below her status, unlike the Prussian princes who were a little bit arrogant. Indeed, the men of the Hohenzollern family were more or less arrogant. Charlotte's biggest advantage was that, although she was young, she was very sensible and well behaved, which really made her impression. Moreover, after Solovyov put on his coat, Prince William and Princess Charlotte could see the medal hanging on his chest. Baron, it seems that you have also received a commendation from your father. This is a reward for the battle in Elor, but we failed to drive the French away, and they have been wandering around there for a long time. But you are amazing, and you were injured. You are also a brave knight, otherwise you would not have won so many medals. Charlotte said this. Solovyov is indeed a warrior who is very good at fighting and winning medals. As for the little girl from Prussia, she often sees the Junkers around her. But these people usually look like warmongers, but they are not very useful in war. If the Queen Mother could invite you to be a general. But I'm Russian, I can't be a general in Prussia, and I don't have any German blood. Especially with green eyes like this. I'm either a descendant of the Lithuanians in the forest, or from the Caucasus, both of whom are very dangerous. Okay, mishap, stop teasing the child here. We haven't seen what you look like on the battlefield, so you're not that scary. Mariah's words pulled him back when he was chatting with Princess Charlotte. Then what do I look like, Your Highness? He can talk to Prince William and Princess Charlotte at a close distance, but he still has to be more respectful with Mariah, although Mariah always wants to be ambiguous with him. What do you look like? I think the Baron looks like a cat. The Queen Mother once raised a cat with eyes like this. It must be a cat imported from Turkey. I look like an Ankara cat or something else. Fortunately, he doesn't have heterochromatic pupils, otherwise he would have become a Persian cat of the German warship. As for his standing and walking posture, these noble children have always described him as an angry Tom. Come to think of it, it really is very similar. Okay, mishap, we should also prepare for rehearsal. At this moment, Prince William did not have the opportunity to say a word. Of course, he was a little arrogant, but he still admired the Russian Baron who was so good at fighting and fought hard. After all, he was the second heir, which meant he was a leading role in the army, such as Prince Henry, the younger brother of Frederick the Great, or Prince Louis Ferdinand who was killed in battle, and August, the rumored boyfriend of Madame Rukania. He would not have thought that under a series of coincidences, he would have the opportunity to become the old Emperor William. But looking at the current situation, it is indeed difficult to say. The direction of history has slowly begun to be out of any control, like a wild donkey running wildly. But he didn't know what to say, so he could only hold the flute like this. As for the flute, it is the usual instrument for men in the Hohenzollern family. When it came to the orchestration, Mariah was worried. That's not good. William's level is indeed average. He is really not good at playing the flute, although this is a traditional art of the Prussian royal family. But seeing that his cheeks are so strong, Solovyov thinks that he might be more suitable to play the llamas thing or the trombone, or maybe the trumpet or suona. If it's really not good, it would be more appropriate to let William change his career to become a trumpeter. Anyway, they are all wind instruments. If the flute is not so good, Your Highness, what do you think of being a trumpeter? Me? Yes, a trumpeter. However, Solovyov didn't think there would be any strange things here. Mariah didn't take out anything for him to play, especially the suona, which was originally introduced from Persia. It's not strange that Turks and Arabs often use suona, but he was the only one present who knew that Prince William had to change this instrument. This thing was really too distracting, and he mentioned it before. How about this? Solovyov was too late to stop Mariah's fantasy at this time. She really gave the suona to William. That's great. I'm afraid I'm going to see a wonder I've never seen before. But this can only be thought of in his heart. Solovyov didn't say it out loud. If the child's parents saw this scene, they didn't know how embarrassed they would feel. However, Mariah has been very good at coaxing big and small children since she gave birth to her children. She has experienced this feeling after becoming a mother. After she prepared it for William, she didn't expect that this kid is really suitable for this instrument. After hearing the prince playing like this, people can't help but have some strange thoughts. For example, Yixio can get along well with Osman, and there is a bit of racial talent in it. It's just that Russia has always been the third Rome, and it's a bit strange to put the balalaika together with the gala music of Rome. Even Solovyov has some strange ideas. That is, if I give some strange songs directly to Prince William, maybe they will be of some wonderful use in the concert that Mariah wants. If they are performed, the effect will probably be something that people will never forget. Chapter 447. We hope Prince William will stop bragging about this. Princess Charlotte of the United Kingdom is more lively. Princess Charlotte of Prussia is quieter and well behaved in comparison. As for the Prussian Junkers, if they were to be trained, they would have to be a little hot pepper if they had such a belligerent, strong-willed, and decisive queen as their mother. However, these people in Prussia obviously cannot be speculated by common sense. Queen Louise looks sweeter in real life or in portraits, and has a pair of large cherry cakes, but her personality is like this, which forms a sharp contrast with her real self. However, the daughter she taught is consistent in appearance and in reality, and during the rehearsal, she weakly pulled the corner of Solovyov's clothes. "Sir, you played it wrong just now." Then she pointed the violin bow at the music score, pointing out that Solovyov had a problem with the tone. "Your Highness, if that's the case, This lovely little girl really wants to be taken back and arranged a marriage between her and the silly boy Nicholas. Moreover, Nicholas, who always prides himself on his tallness and strength and desire to protect others, will definitely like this kind of sickly and weak posture. Well, Solovyov has heard Nicholas say that there are many ladies to protect, from the queen mother to the queen's sister-in-law, to sisters and nieces. In general, Paul's chivalry is still more implemented. These sons must have one who is more like him. The music score is wrong. Although Charlotte is playing the violin, there are always people who want to change it to a rahu or something. In Petersburg's home, there are really such musical instruments. For example, the Karmiks are also Mongolians, and they also have horse-head fiddles. The reason for this is that Charlotte will feel tired after playing the violin for a while. Obviously, those with weak physical strength are not like a dowager, at least from the stereotype. Of course, there are exceptions. Among the 6 sisters of Baden, there is a sickly Larissa and a healthy but delicate Mary, neither of whom is a type of dragoon. Well, your highness, you should sit down. If you are tired, I will get you a racania. Of course, Charlotte is so well behaved, and William is so serious and old-fashioned, and he is not old enough to gossip, so they should not like to spread rumors like their mother. As for racania, it is a custom-made chaise longue that Mrs. Racania likes most. She always lies on it to hold salons and entertain guests. Princess Charlotte was placed on the chaise longue, and it was obvious that she felt a lot more comfortable, but the education in the palace was always strict. It was obvious that Queen Louise had a great influence on the children. She tried to stand instead of sitting like this. Your highness, this is Angelgova, you can relax a little, and there is no need to be so restrained. You are here as a guest. As for Maria, she didn't play the harp at this time, and held Charlotte in her arms. She liked the eldest princess of Prussia very much, and such a white-skinned rag doll was indeed very pleasing. Malashenka. This name is more intimate than Masha and Mashenka. Solovyov was a bit careless when he said this. William did not understand the rules of the Russians. He had only heard from his mother that the young Duchess of Saxe-Weimar was the most obedient one in the Palace of Petersburg, but she had the habit of bullying the guards officers with whom she had a good relationship. In Queen Louise's words, she also meant that there were young officers bullied by Maria, and not just this one, but other victims. But Solovyov's situation was different. Before Maria got married, he had already gained a lot of favor with the Grand Duchess. Such a capable guards officer, who also understood music and touched her pain points, naturally had some admiration. However, it was indeed rare for girls in the royal family to be able to choose their husbands freely. Perhaps only the aunt and stepmother of Archduke Karol was so free. Although the princesses of the British royal family could choose their own lovers, it was not enough for the king to agree. The parliament had to make things difficult for them, which led to the recent worsening of George III's madness. He knew it was too late when he said this. As for Maria, she knew that she was being called, and even felt a little secretly happy in her heart. She didn't expect that General Cat would call her so intimately, but she couldn't show it in front of the 2 children. Although their mother was a close friend of her and her second sister, she was extremely gossipy under her sweet appearance. Fortunately, these were 2 children of the Prussian royal family, and they didn't know a lot of Russian rules, and Charlotte might not be able to figure it out when she married in the future. She was not very talented in languages, and she probably wouldn't be able to master Russian proficiently in her life. In this regard, we have to give a thumbs up to the Empress and the current Queen Larissa. After all, one of them could communicate with her subjects in Russian by self-study and presided over the standardization of Russian, and the other had a good talent for languages and could use Russian proficiently, even at the expert level, and could teach little girls in a girls' school. For a small problem like this in addressing, she probably couldn't understand it for a while, especially since these 2 people always spoke in Russian. They would only switch back to a language they could understand when talking to their 2 children. As for the performance, William's instrument was changed from flute to suona, which his parents didn't know yet. But it was only one day's work, and he had to go on stage the next day. Such a quartet in the concert hall was indeed quite strange. In fact, only Charlotte used the violin, which was a more popular instrument of the era. As for Maria, although this instrument appeared frequently, it was usually used as a background instrument. The days when it was the main instrument in the classical era were long gone. Solovyov used the balalaika, and his image attracted the attention of the Queen of Prussia. A handsome general, isn't he, Frederick? Yes, I sent an aide to Khan to present him with the Order of the Red Eagle 2 days ago, and it seems that Brunswick's uncle knows him, and they are close friends regardless of age. Queen Louise probably had some impression of him. When the Black Duke married Mary, this young officer in green uniform had appeared, but it was just a fleeting figure, and the impression was not deep, but the golden hair and green eyes. Of course, the Queen had nothing to say about her husband's heartless and bland tone when he mentioned the old Duke. It would be great if His Majesty the King could be tough when he should be tough. Obviously, as a king, he often makes people feel embarrassed. But then, their attention was attracted by their second son, holding a black instrument, but not a clarinet. However, the Queen herself often dressed up as a third-class woman to go out on the street, and she still had some impression of this. After all, there were still some foreigners on the streets of Berlin, and she had seen street performers using this instrument. It's an instrument of the Persians or Turks. Will's flute playing is really not good. He has a talent for music. As a mother, she knows her sons best. William is more suitable to be a soldier. As for other aspects, as for the playing, the scene effect is outstanding. As soon as the sound of the suona comes out, the sound of the other three instruments is suppressed. But William's technical level is really, but the music played like this will inevitably make everyone present laugh. But Queen Louis also thought that she couldn't let this son who waved a saber all day pretend to be a literary youth in the future. After all, there is only one king. Another Prince Louis Ferdinand, who has some musical talent, has been stabbed to death by the French cavalry with a saber. However, this effect obviously made William feel that he was still cared for by people. Especially his eldest brother, Crown Prince Frederick William, laughed so hard. But Solovyov, the initiator of this incident, didn't expect the result to be like this. During the rehearsal, William's performance was not bad, but when he went on stage to perform, think about many children learning to play the violin, the final effect is like a swing. William's is still an improvement, at least the noise has become a farce. As for the correct way to play the suona, after William's performance, Solovyov couldn't help it. He walked up to the prince. Your Highness, if it is a suona, it should be used like this. Your Majesty, can I use this instrument to perform here? Of course. Although Solovyov looked down on the King of Prussia from the bottom of his heart, he still needed to maintain etiquette and saw that the people sitting below were looking at him. Then please allow me to play. As for the score, it has been prepared for the drummer and the musicians. Speaking of which, he was blocked by Maria in the guest room yesterday to copy the 5-line score, which was indeed hard enough. However, Maria's approach so far is still respectful, and the two of them are still behaving like close friends in the past. This states that Maria blocked him in the small dark room to copy the music. As for these musical instruments, percussion instruments are more or less interoperable between the East and the West, and when the suona appears, it is even more powerful. If you understand music, you can probably hear the difference in the rhythm. From a quartet, it became an orchestra. When the suona appears, it will definitely steal the show. Even the musicians in the court, who are considered professionals supported by the French nobles in exile here with their income in Russia, cannot suppress this instrument. Probably. That's it. It's just a personal hobby. Speaking of which, Frederick William III can indeed be described as ignorant. Queen Louise has been bedridden these days, and he often seems to have no idea if this person is mentioned. When the Queen realizes who he is still confused. The two of them are quite affectionate, but except for the status, the man seems to be unworthy of his wife. And you have always been interested in the East, haven't you, Baron? Yes, Your Majesty, but this craze is not as strong as it used to be. If it was 30 years ago, in that era, you might have been the darling of the literary salon. When the Queen said this, she actually hadn't done a thorough investigation, and the news spread relatively slowly. But it's true that the topics discussed in the salons now always make people feel hypocritical and impetuous. As for Solovyov, he often stayed with Madame Rakania, but poetry was just an appetizer. But times are always changing, Your Majesty. This was also a relatively novel experience. Frederick William III was happy to see that his wife looked better. He might only be qualified for the position of monarch because he was good to his wife. Louise, you look better. Maybe we experienced a humorous performance, which can make people feel happy and dilute those unhappiness. The Queen said this, and also took her husband's hand, indicating that he should stop here today. Okay, as you say, it is rare for a royal couple to show their affection like this. Their civilian life is indeed closer to the citizens of Berlin, but the king is really not very capable, while the Queen has always been loved. Then they went back hand in hand with their litter of cubs. The people in the band were relieved. General, don't give the Suona to that prince again. I know. Then, he had to send Maria back. After playing enough, the little girl began to miss her son again. After all, the child is weak and sickly, and the child's illness is difficult to diagnose. As a mother, she is always a little worried. Since no one has any illness in the Jelgava Palace these days, it is naturally still good. As for when Maria took out her son to show Solovyov, thinking about the child's name, it can be regarded as adding all the more important relatives of Maria. This name is too important, but it can't be said that it is a complaint. Come and hug my little Pasha, Miss Cab. My injury is not fully healed yet. This arm. If you say this, I won't play with you anymore. Speaking of which, although Maria is a mother, she is only 21 years old. Your Highness. Today is my name day, so I want everyone to play together. Because Maria married far away, even if the palace knew, it would be difficult to celebrate her birthday at this time. They just called a band at the Jelgava Palace, and the Prussian royal couple were there, but her husband went to Memel. If we were in St. Petersburg, everyone would be here, and it would be more lively. Besides, we wouldn't have to worry about the front, like we did in Jelgava. But my sister and I are different. She brought the children home to visit her parents early in the morning and is recuperating and seeking refuge there. I came here with my husband. My grandmother and father are gone, and not many people care about me, except you three stupid masters and apprentices and my brother Konstantin. It is a cause for celebration that Solovyov and his 2 students were all classified as unromantic fools. Chapter 448, The Russian Emperor's German Legion. Although Maria had a temper, she quickly calmed down. She even said that, and mentioned little Pearl. She was in a bad mood anyway. She had to hide from her sleeping son, and not wake him up. Martha, listen to me. For me, the emperor I'm loyal to is probably Pavel Petrovich. It was his original request that I come to his majesty's side. I know. I do miss my father a little. He suffered such misfortune, and the regicide was not punished. You can't kill everyone. Among the people who rebelled, these people are still divided into light and heavy. Maria looked at him and saw that he did have some shadows of her father. Solovyov was willing to work for Paul, probably because he was also a Tsar. He didn't want to do serious hegemony. He was more interested in fighting with the big landlords and was determined to liberate the serfs. They didn't know this example. The Decembrists always believed that Paul had virtues. These things are often selectively forgotten. I'm really worried about what you will teach my 2 younger brothers. Fortunately, you have a position in the army and don't have to be in Petersburg all day. I'm just responsible for the studies of the 2 princes together with General Langsdorff. The teaching outline and exercises are probably my masterpieces. Don't worry too much. I'm not the only one who is a teacher. After hearing this, Maria just smiled. Okay, thank you for coming to accompany me for these few days before your injury is fully healed. You should also report to Petersburg in a few days, right? No need to go to Petersburg. Go directly to Riga. Go directly to His Highness Constantine. Okay, go to my brother. I still hope that you can bring our family of 3 back home. Then, Maria kissed him. This is a reward for you, Miss Cap, but don't call me Malashenka in public. It's too intimate. It's only in front of those 2 children that there will be no misunderstanding. However, this kiss now may cause even greater misunderstanding, and Solovyov now knew that Maria was more or less interested in him. With her personality, before she got married, she would have pounced on him a long time ago. Having a child made her more stable. Well, I'm getting married soon. This will always cause misunderstandings. It would be best if the war could end in the summer. Then I can go to Moscow to get married in the fall. That's your wish. War is always a matter for you men. But when my grandmother was still alive, she always said that it was a pity that I was not a boy. If you were a boy, you wouldn't be allowed to go to the battlefield now. Solovyov was still ready to kiss his hand and say goodbye and return to his suite. Maria didn't want to let him go easily. Miss Cap, do you want to stay with me for a while longer? I'm afraid not. The Jelgava Palace is not like the Winter Palace. I can find a way to hide everything there, but not here. There are many outsiders, especially the Queen of Prussia. People around her are likely to gossip. Don't be like. I know. Don't be like the older of my two unmarried sisters. Maria and Catherine were relatively close, so she didn't mention their names directly. Yes, your reputation has always been good, and so is Elena. She is very smart, and you, like Alexandra in Württemberg, still know the rules. Solovyov had more to think about now. Although Maria was not the kind of difficult and annoying little goblin, her actions would always bring a little trouble. Without thinking too much, he quickly returned to the suite. Now he also had to consider that Napoleon had occupied most of Germany and Austria had already lost the war and paid compensation. He expected that the anti-French alliance would be torn apart by his hands again this time. The current plan of Prussia and Russia to advance and retreat together will eventually become Russia's first peace with France and then try to preserve Prussia because of the absolute gap in power. If things go wrong, there will be more trouble. Referring to the fact that the Duchy of Brunswick no longer exists, the Black Duke sent his wife and children to Sweden and sent other family members to London as much as possible, so we know the possible outcome of Prussia. I'm afraid that the emergence of a Berlin Governor General's district is not unexpected, which means that the Kingdom of Prussia, which developed from the Elector of Brandenburg, may be destroyed this time. But the Tsar is such a face-saving person. Alexander will not let Prussia end easily. He will mediate. As for the current situation, Russia actually helps for the interests of the German countries, but always encounters pig teammates, and obviously there are complaints in the country. I'm afraid that more and more nobles in Petersburg will advocate peace. However, these people probably made this decision because they suffered great losses in Europe. If they make peace with France, they will have to join the continental blockade, which Britain cannot accept. In terms of strategic conception, it is actually much more important than being with a woman. Besides, although Maria has a good relationship with him, he does not want to develop it further. However, this is not something he can decide. After all, Maria's status is much higher than his, and she is very proactive. If Larissa had not fallen and fainted once, there would probably not be this sweet but hidden relationship. Maria is not as good as Larissa in keeping secrets. Who knows what will happen? In particular, he is about to get married. At least he cannot let down little Katia. This child should have a happy marriage. Even if necessary, Solovyov has considered that these feelings will always cool down after the passion and love. Even if there are children, it will be like this. Marriage is the most stable form, and this is still Larissa's matchmaking. In fact, Solovyov can understand her meaning. Think about the matter of little Natalia. Larissa let her marry into the Goncharov family. It is considered that there is still a good result after getting into trouble. But the emotions will definitely not be cut off, and time will still pass. What he has to consider now is mainly the issue of establishing a new legion. Napoleon will definitely weaken the military power of the German princes, but will also strengthen his German allies and Jerome Bonaparte's new country, the Kingdom of Westphalia. If this continues, many soldiers will eventually be unemployed, or are still in prisoner of war camps. If some of them can be found, they may be able to supplement some officers. He has already conceived of using officers from various German princes to form an army or to improve the structure of the staff. The facts now prove that the current staff officers of the Russian army are still relatively lacking in training. And to keep up with the business ability, they still need to be trained in war. Russia has always had a tradition of letting these foreign officers be masters. Although soldiers always complain, Russian officers with culture and ability are indeed scarce resources. When he went to Riga to meet Constantine, this issue must be raised. After returning, he also had to write a general outline before going to bed. Maria's matter was just a small episode, and he hadn't taken it to heart yet. The more important thing was the big thing. For this reason, he had to write a letter to seek the opinion of Grand Duke Constantine himself. Because Jelgava and Riga were so close, Constantine's reply came very quickly, asking him to go to Riga to have a good talk. At present, both armies were resting. The Russian army had the quartermaster general to handle the staff work. Solovyov's injury was not healed, and Langerin even gave him a vacation. Even this French guy who loved to complain asked his chief of staff to go back and get married as soon as possible. If you didn't know, you would think that Langerin had developed a bug routine to vomit. However, marrying little Katar naturally had to wait until the engagement period was over, and the fact that the Saltykov family didn't have any moles was probably the result of the old Count of the Stroganov family coming forward to act as a peacemaker. After all, he is the only first-class civil servant currently on duty, and a big shot in the political, academic, and artistic circles. His daughter-in-law is a matchmaker, so he has to give her face. It is considered a high-end bureau, and you can't even get on the table if you are not of a high enough level. Now in Riga, Grand Duke Constantine lives here with his Polish mistress, the elder sister of the Polish girl, but he did not bring his daughter over, which is more or less considering the feelings of the girl. However, considering that his sister-in-law also has Sonia, he simply gave his daughter to the Queen Mother to take care of. Queen Mother Maria was helpless about the fact that both of her sons had girls, but Sonia was the older granddaughter, and she was very smart, unlike her father who was all about muscles. In this way, the Queen Mother took her granddaughter with her, and ignored the absurd things of her second son. But Alexander has given birth to girls even to his mistresses until now, which makes people feel uncomfortable. At least Constantine really had a son with a short-term mistress. If his daughter-in-law had not run back to her parents' home, there might be room for maneuver. Let's not talk about the Queen Mother. After seeing Solovyov, Constantine was very happy. Fortunately, you are injured, but you look healthy, Your Highness. This is also good luck. The bayonet didn't hit the vital parts, otherwise it would be very dangerous. Would you like some coffee? I think tea is better. If there is no black tea, Ivan's tea is also fine. I'm afraid it has a cinnamon flavor and you can't get used to it. As long as it's not mint, cinnamon is warm in nature. I don't understand Oriental medicine. What does this mean? Grand Duke Constantine, if his command and bravery, as well as muscles, are reconciled with Alexander's brain and high emotional intelligence, this would be fine. But think about it, it's unlikely this is not them. Since he doesn't understand that cinnamon is a warming medicine, he can only explain it in a popular way. Drinking hot tea can warm the body, and if it has cinnamon, it will be even warmer. I see. The Grand Duke is not completely brainless. He quickly understood. Your Highness, as for why you asked me to come, it was because of this corps. I have also thought that according to our divisional organization, the soldiers are mainly recruited from the Germans along the Baltic Sea and the Volga River, and some soldiers come from various German princes. In addition, there are officers. By then, a large number of Prussian officers will definitely retire. Retirement means unemployment, and they still have to come to us to find jobs. A divisional organization requires 4 to 6 cavalry regiments, and 5 to 7 infantry regiments. You can list the personnel organization here, and submit it, when I return to St. Petersburg. In addition, if we make peace with France, although this idea should not be raised at this time, we still have to consider the situation on other fronts. Russia is not fighting only one war. It is currently confronting the Ottoman Empire along the Danube. In addition, there are also fighting the Dagestanists and Chechens in the Caucasus, and the half-orcs in Azerbaijan and Persia. In addition, the attitude of the British and other allies of the anti-French alliance must be considered. The Prussian division doesn't need to worry about this. After all, the king is too cowardly, and the queen has to intervene in the mediation. But the attitudes of Britain and Sweden need to be considered. Solovyov has seen the King of Sweden, and he knew from the beginning that he was capricious and emotional, and he had some signs of mental illness. He had angered the Russian royal family on the issue of marriage, but they were still real relatives and allies. I'm afraid that when Alexander first succeeded to the throne, he used the diplomatic insult to vent his anger on his sister to declare war and deal with Sweden. In the second, armed neutrality and the third and fourth anti-French alliances, the two sides have always fought side by side, but it is not surprising that the Swedish king really wants to fight Russia in turn. As for Britain, if you don't consider its naval problems, the army may send people to Sweden, but the size of this army should be very limited. The ulcer in Spain was the fault of the ambitious Napoleon, but Britain and France have invested a lot of resources there, which may be more beneficial to Russia. If Britain is involved in the Peninsular War, then the army that comes to Sweden will be relatively limited. While the main Russian army was not moving, and was active on several major fronts, the number of troops deployed in the Finnish battlefield facing Sweden was also a problem. What do you think? Existence is everything. Everything is for existence. If we want to establish such a corps, we can draw out the real Russian corps from some places and join the battlefield on the flanks. We can even use these military operations to train soldiers and find out the shortcomings in the war. The idea is not bad, but what do you mean? I remember you haven't attended any philosophy classes. I haven't been to Königsberg to listen, but people who have listened to it may not be able to say such existentialist philosophical words. However, Solovyov opened his mouth and let it slip that there should be no existentialism at this time. But Constantine listened and felt that it made some sense. After all, this is still Jan Leux's existentialist philosophy. Chapter 449 picked up Clausewitz. The guard staff system was originally the work of Solovyov, before he led them to establish the Russian General Staff in Sugden. Now they have to fill in the meat according to this framework, which is always a standard practice to fleece the Germans. As for the Prussian officers, although they are often useless, there is one advantage, that is, their staff business ability is still relatively outstanding. Considering these German officers and the Russian army, if they do not establish such a corps, it should be more useful to put them at the corps and division level as staff. In addition, according to the tradition of the Russian army, these people will have work to do after they come, and they will also get a salary increase. In comparison, even the Polish officers in the Russian army are more useful during this period because of their cultural level, not to mention that they already have relatives in Russia. This problem is even a system problem. Many of the pro-Russian nobles among the Poles serve in the Imperial Russian system in this capacity, but it has not yet been extended to those gentlemen who stayed in Warsaw. As for Warsaw, the French are there now. Napoleon is planning the next battle to get Russia and Prussia to the negotiation table. Naturally, this regulation did not benefit the Polish nobles. The purpose of the upper-class nobles in Poland is to get out of Prussia's rule. In comparison, the Russian emperor's rule here is not so unacceptable. As for what did the Prussians do? It's probably the early version. In addition, Prussia needs a lot of tax sources to support its army. Danzig can participate in the Baltic grain trade, and the land occupied by Prussia for more than 30 years happens to be the essence of the Polish-Lithuanian United Kingdom. Then, that's it. So, when Solovyov was on his way back to Jelgava from Riga by sled, he had to go to Memel to visit His Majesty the King of Prussia. This wimp has a virtuous and capable queen, and they are so loving. If Alexander knew about it, he might be jealous. But Alexander's problem is that, if he loves Larissa, a punching bag, well, no one can sneak attack. When His Majesty issued the Order of the Red Eagle, he only looked at the list. The queen was more careful. She knew that Solovyov was Alexander's aide-de-camp. Although his military rank had just been transferred to this position, his personal ability was still manifested through his talent. Of course, the queen herself only hoped to get intelligence from the Russian court by letting her husband make friends with this aide-de-camp. But Solovyov's idea was rather strange. He wanted to find a wife for his apprentice. The weak Princess Charlotte was not a dragoon at all, and she was also very cute. If he could make a match, it would be easier for Alexander to approve it in the future. But this matter could not be said for a person of his level. Perhaps in the future, if he became the son-in-law of the prince, his status would be improved. What's more annoying is that he and Napoleon are relatives of double turns. I don't know if it will cause the queen's disgust. The Prussian queen, who looks like a cherry cake but is actually a little pepper, is a very sharp-minded person and should not make stupid mistakes on this issue. Solovyov recalled that, when he was with Paul, the emperor once mentioned his travels in Paris. At that time, Louis XVI and his wife still had brains. Louis XVI was not good at speaking and almost caused a diplomatic dispute because of a slip of the tongue. It was the Queen who was smarter and interrupted in time to avoid a possible diplomatic dispute between Russia and France. But Paul was a good person. He treated the French king and his wife as friends. Even if Louis XVI said something wrong, it would not make a big deal. In comparison, among the young queens in Europe now, Louisa may have the advantage in knowledge, but her shy personality has always been shrouded in a sense of mystery. Her presence in the social circle is also relatively weak. There are only many people who sympathize with her, and the guards officers who want to develop an intimate relationship with her. Solovyov himself is considered to have succeeded. Alexander knew that he was in the wrong about the issue of his wife, who made him have so many mistresses outside. Constantine only had 1 or 2 long-term mistresses, and usually he was only with the sister of the Polish girl. Because of this, even though he knew that the little Lisa born to Louisa recently was not his, he still recognized her. Girls are very useful in marriages after all. As for Queen Louise, with her personal ability, if she had been a queen, she would have solved the problem of Prussia long ago. However, among the German princes, there has always been the Salic inheritance law, and there have been many disputes because of this. Speaking of which, if a European country has a queen, no matter whether it is a little Lalita or an old lady, it actually has a strong cohesive force for the country. As long as the appearance and personal ability are acceptable, it will not cause too much trouble. But on the way to Memel to meet the King of Prussia, Solovyov didn't know what he would encounter. Queen Louise has not been in good health recently, so she stayed in Jelgava with her daughters, and the king returned to Memel by himself. As for this heartless and cowardly king, the only thing he was determined to do was probably to oppose Napoleon's attitude, and he made this determination with the support of the queen. If he had married Amelia instead of Louise, he would have been even more cowardly. And because of Amelia's image, Solovyov could imagine a typical German joke. Look, a Merkel in gorgeous clothes. Well, that's probably it. Solovyov still wanted to laugh when he thought of this. But in the hotel, it was not good to speak loudly or laugh. He often went out with only a groom, and he would not bring anything like an adjutant or an orderly. Obviously, he didn't look like a general on the road, but it was good that he didn't take off his coat, so you couldn't tell that he was a general. He didn't even have the iconic bicorn hat of an officer. Instead, he looked like an Englishman, with a top hat on his head and a cane in his hand. This time, he didn't look like himself. But when the time came, he would have to change into normal clothes in front of the King of Prussia. But in the hotel, he didn't unbutton his coat, and it was indeed conspicuous among a group of Germans in his green clothes. If it was just this golden hair, he would be mistaken for a Bavarian if he played the accordion. At this time, there would always be someone to spoil the atmosphere. Sir, what are you going to order? As long as you don't serve me pork knuckle, how about your grilled sausages? Fortunately, this is in Memel, not Jena. After all, Jena's grilled sausages are quite famous. As for his love of slapping the Prussians in the face, he became friends with the Duke of Brunswick and his son. This can only be said to be a strange relationship, and Solovyov also wanted a beer. After all, it does feel a bit strange not to drink in Memel. It's just that there are more guests, and the dishes are always served slowly. He even has time to go back to the guest room to wear the medal hanging on his clothes. The Red Eagle medal is still a single level at this time. This medal was introduced into the Prussian medal system from the duchy, annexed by Prussia in 1792. Compared with the medal systems of Britain, France, and Russia, Prussia's is relatively shabby, especially now that there is no Iron Cross. The more important medals awarded to soldiers are probably the Black Eagle Medal, the Blue Maximum Medal of Merit and the Red Eagle Medal. The awarding standards of the first two are relatively high, while the Red Eagle Medal is relatively vague, so it can also be regarded as a medal awarded to foreign soldiers. Speaking of which, the Prussians are quite stingy, but the Queen is very generous. When the Queen was crooked in the Jelgava Palace, she also asked about the situation of these Russian generals and even suggested that medals could be awarded to the ladies. The king himself was obviously always more willing to follow the flow when awarding medals. But now, the Red Eagle medal is not as perfect as in later generations, so it is impossible to define which one it is. It may become out of print like Paul's Order of the Knights of Malta. As for this medal, it can also be hung around the neck. The German medals are always hung around the neck, and there are no oak leaves now. After he put on the medal, he went for a walk in the yard, waiting to see if the sausages were ready. However, the back of the yard led to the street, and he could see the local police arresting and beating a man. If you don't see the Prussian police, you won't understand how bad the combination of British cooks, German police and French engineers is. They beat people indiscriminately. If you see this kind of situation, people who love to defend the injustice and meddle in other people's business will always come out. What are you doing? Why are you beating this gentleman? Obviously, Solovyov didn't notice who the man in front of him was with his ragged clothes. Such a tramp, wearing not very decent clothes, is obviously a French spy. And who are you? Don't worry about who I'm first. If you want to arrest someone, you need evidence. I know why there are always inexplicable wrongful cases in Berlin, and it's you policemen. As for when he showed the Order of the Red Eagle, it was obviously able to intimidate those stupid policemen. The police in East Prussia are essentially no different from a Chumilov. They are all chameleons. British police, on the other hand, are generally loyal to their duties when they can. And this poor man has not yet gotten rid of suspicion. But because Solovyov took off his coat, revealing the medals and green Russian uniform inside, there is no problem now. Thank you, young general. I think there are some things I need to tell you. I'm not a spy, but a Prussian officer who escaped from the French. Ah, from the accent, there should be no problem. You look like you have suffered a lot. Let's go have some grilled sausages. I wonder if the chef has prepared it now. Thank you. I don't know what to call you. I'm Karel von Clausewitz, adjutant and staff officer of Prince August. Well, this guy was indeed captured by the French, and he is also a man of great background. Mikhail Solovyov, chief of staff of the East Prussian army. We are all staff officers. You look so pitiful. You should change into decent clothes. Otherwise, you can't go to the palace to see His Majesty the King. I just came here to discuss important matters and to meet your king. Speaking of which, when Clausewitz was alive, although he was a good staff officer and a military expert, his works were compiled by his wife. As for Solovyov's fame in the military theory community, Clausewitz had heard of him, probably because of his correspondence with Archduke Karol, and because he was Suvorov's last disciple. Of course, this guy was born into a merchant aristocracy and his family was not short of money. He was even willing to take the initiative to pay for Clausewitz's clothes. Thank you, Michael, that's all. No need to thank me for this. You've suffered a lot along the way, haven't you? Yes, I wanted to go back home, but it was requisitioned by the French. I couldn't go to my fiancée, and I was afraid of causing trouble for Mary. But I ran away from the French, because I wanted to find any Prussian army. It's just that the road to Friedland, where General Lestuck is located, was blocked by the French. On the way, when I passed near Warsaw, my wallet was stolen. Solovyov was sweating when he heard this. This unlucky guy ran away from the French, speaking French with a strange accent all the way, disguised as a Dutchman, and was able to get here, and was beaten by Prussia's own police. So, you are already penniless, but you still come to Memel. But I didn't expect it to be like this. But I also know that the French didn't fight very well any law, and you did a great job. It's just that you are the chief of staff of the corps and you come here. His Majesty Frederick William should be looking for me to discuss the coordination of the Russian and Prussian frontline corps. You must know that before I was promoted to general, I was an aide-de-camp and an officer of the guards, serving Archduke Constantine. The coordination of the two armies still needs to be more or less completed this summer, so that this battle can be won. I thought so too. I have been studying the habits of the French on the road. I'm somewhat interested. This is also a problem I have been studying recently. Moreover, the commander-in-chief of our corps happens to be a Frenchman, but Count Langevin is a royalist, and has different political views from Napoleon of the Republican Empire. It is indeed a coincidence. I want to report some situations to your majesty. Since I'm the aide-de-camp of His Highness Augustus, I can help you to some extent. However, if Prince August heard about Solovyov and Madame Rakamiya, he might think that they were rivals in love. But Clausewitz was just an adjutant, and Solovyov knew that after the war, he would have the opportunity to command a brigade or even a division, or be promoted to the commander of a regiment. If he had Clausewitz to help him, at least he wouldn't have to spend a lot of energy on staff work. Chapter 450, The Prussian King's Unrealistic Ideas. Clausewitz's ability to travel so far was indeed beyond anyone's expectation. Of course, he was so unlucky that Solovyov didn't understand the situation for a while. But because he had experienced a series of Prussian defeats around Jena, he could still ask why the Prussian army suffered such a humiliating defeat. Prince August's adjutant must have had the opportunity to listen in on the pre-war military meeting. As for Madame Rakamiya, whom Prince August wanted to overthrow, that was another question. Who made him keep a mistress at home? And it was open, which hurt the lady's heart. Although the strategy for that lady was difficult, she was still very tolerant. As long as such things were not done in public in front of her, she would not meddle in other people's business. After all, France was in that state, and Napoleon wanted her to enter the palace as a senior maid. Who knows what he was thinking? Solovyov would not show off that he was the winner, whether it was a series of coquettish moves that did not lose to Napoleon, and the Russian army won several small battles locally, or the competition for his lover. He was willing to have a good chat with Clausewitz, and the other party's attitude was not bad, and they talked about almost everything. There was no problem with the deployment, but the French moved too quickly, and it ended up like this. What surprises me is, Michael, that you were able to escape the French pursuit. It's probably because of the strategic maneuvers and rearguard battles. The reasons for the defeat around Jena, or in that pickle field, were already doomed when Hohenlohe violated orders and met the French on the way to Weimar. If we could have waited a day or two, even if the march was very slow, after the reinforcement arrived, when the strength of both sides was roughly equal, we would not have been defeated so badly. Yeah, we were unlucky. When the grenadiers broke through, they encountered the French hussars. Although we formed a square formation and kept them from approaching with the strength of a battalion, there would always be a time when we ran out of ammunition and food. In the end, we were captured on the edge of the swamp during the breakout. This is inevitable. At least your grenadiers performed well and did not collapse directly like the flintlock soldiers. Speaking of which, the Prussian army's performance was indeed eye-catching. So, what's new recently? I'll take you to see your king. He seems to think it's wise to make peace now. If the decision is delayed for a few months, it will be more disadvantageous to Prussia. Although our emperor is willing to arbitrate the affairs of Central Europe as a friend, and has formed an offensive and defensive alliance with your king, but with the current strength of Prussia, there is no room for bargaining at the negotiation table. At this time, it is an acceptable result to accept a flat price. I think so too. After all, war is the continuation of politics. The final result of the peace talks is more or less related to the battlefield. It seems that he has already started to prepare for the writing of On War, but after cholera took away a large number of people, he did not complete the series of works. In the end, it was his wife who completed this work. That's it. I will come to see His Majesty the King this afternoon, and see what happens then. As for what Frederick William III would think, Solovyov actually didn't want to think about this problem. According to the expected situation, Barclay, who was recovering from his injuries recently, should have proposed his strategy to Alexander. This scorched earth strategy is generally to trap the European army that will attack Russia in the future, or to retreat in the face of difficulties. But whether it can work is also a question. No matter how good the strategy is, if the people who implement it are not good, it will be doomed. As for this visit, another task that needs to be completed is probably to thank the King of Prussia for the medal awarded. The Red Eagle medal only has one level at this time, and it will not be perfected until after 1810. Langevin, Bagration and Solovyov received this medal in recognition of their heroic performance in a series of battles with France. Although Solovyov received this medal after Eylau, the reason for the award was the Battle of Pultusk, which severely defeated the French Fifth Army. Your Majesty, it is an honor to be summoned by you at this time. However, Frederick William III also knew that Solovyov and Clausewitz met by chance in Memel, and that the unfortunate theorist had to change into a Prussian military uniform before he appeared in the court. Thank you for your efforts, young general, but I don't know if there is also such a relieved atmosphere in the court of His Majesty the Emperor of Russia recently. We finally did not lose to Bonaparte. But now we have to see, Your Majesty, most of your territory is still being ravaged by the French. I think Clausewitz has already explained this to you. Yes, I hope to return to Berlin, but we should not give in to the usurper. As soon as he said this, Solovyov knew that he did not have much room to convince the king, but he could also give him advice on the strategy starting in the spring of 1807. He could not explain it directly. After all, the Elbe River was now the boundary, and Prussia's loss was the investment of Prussian territory in the Rhine River basin in the past 20 years. If Russia decides to make peace in the summer, it will be bad news for Prussia. Your Majesty, I think the strategic deployment after the muddy season in the spring of 1807 should be like this. When I was recuperating in Jelgava, I, His Royal Highness Grand Duke Constantine, and Commander-in-Chief Langeron all agreed that the entire battlefield should still revolve around East Prussia, but it should not always be around Königsberg. General, there is a problem now. Königsberg is the only major city in East Prussia that is still in our hands. It is not appropriate for you to change the strategic direction like this, right? If the other party was just a Prussian general, Solovyov would probably refute him head on, just as he had done in the past. But this is a king, and he is just a major general chief of staff, so he is still clear about this rule. Your Majesty, if we keep fighting around cities in our coordinated operations, we are obviously only calculating the gains and losses of a city or a place. Solovyov was more worried about the fact that Alexander was too proud. In terms of diplomacy and military, the two sides were currently in an offensive and defensive alliance, so they were equal in name. This strategic plan was the conclusion drawn by Solovyov through a series of mobile operations by the Russian and French armies in the previous few months of fighting. He believed that it was still very feasible. Therefore, he continued to point out the problem on the map. The main strongholds behind the French are only Danzig and Karlsberg, and the other places are useless. We can see from here that it is right next to you. This is Memel where we are. We fought a battle with the French in Elor, south of Königsberg, and the outcome was inconclusive. But this also proves that it is possible to defeat the French with proper deployment. And if we want to defeat the French army, we naturally have to study their way of fighting. You always talk about the way the French fight, but Frederick William III is always indecisive. He is really unqualified as a king, but he can marry a good wife if he is born well. This can only mean that a subject does not depend on how well you study. You should do the fill-in-the-blank questions well. Even when he said this, he stopped again. Your Majesty, what is your point? If we need to adopt mobile warfare, we have to mobilize the French. In a place like Poland, they are obviously not familiar with the terrain. Over time, the Poles should also find that the French are not so friendly, especially when they are collecting supplies. Therefore, the Polish people have not yet completely turned to the French. Jannin, that's probably it. You have to mobilize the army to Poland. If Königsberg is lost, Your Majesty, I think this is a good idea. If General Lester and Chief of Staff Scharnhorst are here, they should be able to agree with this opinion. Clausewitz is, after all, Prince August's adjutant, and one of the few people who understands military affairs in the temporary residence of the Prussian king. As for the king himself, the people he lost in the Kimchi field are still being published in French newspapers. Do you think this strategy is feasible? But what about Königsberg? Since Clausewitz interrupted like this, Solovyov felt that there was still hope. Your Majesty, if we retain the territory and fight a battle, we will lose manpower. If we cannot win the battle, then we will not even be able to save Königsberg. If we can jump out of this area and not stick to Königsberg and concentrate our forces more to attack the enemy's transportation lines and small forces and consume the French in battle, perhaps even Brandenburg and the vast German regions, which are oppressed by the French, can spark resistance. This time, it may be more advantageous for us. Especially by concentrating our forces and acting on the flanks. We can also threaten Warsaw, and Napoleon will definitely be mobilized back by us. At this time, there may still be a chance, not just in Königsberg. I think this makes sense, Your Majesty. You must know that when Rome could not defeat Hannibal, it adopted the Fabian strategy on the one hand, and attacked Hannibal's rear and the reinforcement of Carthage on the other, and finally won the victory in Zama. Clausewitz still agreed with Solovyov's opinion, but Frederick William III was not Frederick the Great after all. Without Berlin, he had been fighting, even if he was almost forced to commit suicide. He wanted to keep Berlin before, but failed, and now he was stubbornly circling around Königsberg. Seeing such a king, Solovyov understood. The old duke was angry to death, and Queen Louise, who had always been in poor health, and had chest tightness and shortness of breath. Although she loved her husband, the root of her illness was also closely related to this incompetent king. This person did not choose to be tough when he should be tough, but at this critical moment, he had to interfere with the command of the front line, and even the Russian army would be affected. Your Majesty, you can actually consider shaving your head. But it is really not easy to get angry in front of the monarchs of friendly countries. Even in front of Alexander, you don't have to think so much when giving advice. There is no way. This has already involved diplomatic issues. General, your idea may make sense, but I cannot adopt it. We still have to focus on Königsberg. I will write to His Majesty the Emperor of Russia to explain the strategy in this regard. Since he is now stubborn, we can only let him do what he wants. It can be imagined that an incompetent king is like this. The kings who are more incompetent than him are probably the jellyfish and pigs of Spain. It is difficult to persuade these monarchs, and then all plans will fail. Alexander is not a man of strong will. He is used to playing the role of messiah between the opposing parties, but he will not easily come down to arbitrate disputes, especially when one party is the king of Prussia and the other party is just his general. Obviously, from a diplomatic occasion, this is the only way. But Clausewitz thought it made sense. He even ran to the hotel when Solovyov left the king of Prussia's residence. What you said makes so much sense. I think only with this kind of strategy, there is a chance to defeat the French emperor. You were captured by the French. At least during that time you studied their behavior and some of their habits. As for me, I met Napoleon himself when I was in Paris. This man's actions are decisive and resolute, but it is not easy to mobilize him. We can only attack and rescue the enemy on the battlefield. The failure in Weimar was probably due to this. The Prussian army was fully mobilized. It's a pity. If you follow your idea, and don't care about the gains and losses of Königsberg, but boldly adopt external operations, there may really be a glimmer of hope. But this is not something I can consider. Maybe one day I can adopt this strategy. I have learned a lot from Marshal Suvorov. I originally hoped to use the skills I learned to compete with Napoleon without constraints. Michael, I can understand your idea. It's just that, if our country could join the war at Austerlitz, maybe even if Bonaparte wanted to win, it wouldn't be so easy. But this is politics. You are right. War always serves political purposes. There can no longer be the great expeditions of ancient times. We can only take one step at a time. So where are you going next? Back to Jelgava, where I will rest for a while and think about the entire strategy. In addition, if life is not satisfactory, how about serving in the Russian army for a while? We also lack experienced staff officers here. He was openly issuing an invitation to dig into the feudal corners of the Prussians. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.